Oh, that timing, though, from Fleos. What's going on, everybody? Thank you so much for the host, Fleos. I appreciate it. And welcome, everybody. Welcome to day 2. That is right. Day 2 of ArvCon is upon us. And man, was it it was at a incredible... Oh, we're just going to get everybody hosting now. Thunder. Thunder again. Thunder again. That's right. Was it an eventful day 1 with an incredible Espergenesis session last night and an incredible first day for the Damon Runyon Cancer Research Foundation. As you can see, we raised $1,400 in one session. The Espergenesis crew was, I think it's fair to say, feeling fairly smug about it. They have thrown down the gauntlet. Their claim is that no one else is going to raise more money than they will. And listen, it's going to be up to them to decide whether or not that happens. Because, I mean, really, like that's what we need here. So we're going to see if that happens. But I'm super grateful to everyone who made this an awesome part of our session last night. Just a couple of quick reminders, because I already have some people that are waiting in the wings to meet all of you lovely people in chat. I will personally fight the Espergenesis crew. As President Obama used to say, don't boo, vote. So in this case, don't fight. Bring up the donations, raise money, and that's what we're doing here to benefit Damon Runyon. We've got a big day, a busy day set up for you. Normally, I talk at this point about ways to support the channel, but I'm not going to focus on that this weekend other than to say follow the channel and, check out exclamation.arv things for all the things. But what you really want to do today is focus on Damon Runyon, and the way you do that here is very, very simple. Exclamation point DRCRF will give you details about Damon Runyon. Exclamation point donate will get you over to a page which has been set up just for us, just for our event, and you'll see at the bottom of that page that you go to, there's a Donate Now link. That Donate Now link will bring you directly to a place where you can donate via PayPal. Once you've done that, please come back to the channel and type in exclamation point donated space and then the number, the amount that you donated. And when you do that, it will announce it. There'll be confetti in chat. It'll be very exciting, and I will be able to update that amount. Let's keep it going, folks. We have so far, there are 14 giveaways that we have to do. We've already done 4 of them, but we still got 10 more to do that we're going to be catching up. So the mods are going to be busy bees today as they catch up. So thank you again to the wonderful mods. And we want to keep raising money, folks. The goal here is $2,500. We have already gotten over halfway to that goal, and we got a big day geared up for you today. So please donate. Please spread the word. Please let people know. Last thing I want to mention here, there is a PayPal for DCRCRF. I know, I'm so excited. So excited. It's such a big deal. So the other thing I want to I know, it's amazing, dude. It really is. The other thing I want to mention too very quickly is just a little bit about the anonymous thing. If you wish to be anonymous in this donation, that's completely fine. Simply donate and then send me a message. You can back channel it to me via Twitch or on Discord, although I'll be checking Twitch a little more often, especially during a session. But you can send it to me one of those ways, and as soon as I get it, or you can tell one of the mods, as soon as that happens, I will then update the total. I will thank the anonymous gifter, but I won't do that for you. The only thing I want to say is if you want to remain anonymous, it means that you won't necessarily be eligible to get one of the top donator prizes, because obviously to get the top donator prize, it'll have to be revealed who you are. So that's the only thing. But otherwise, please don't let, I will be happy to keep you anonymous. I've had a couple of those already. I'm happy to do that if you wish to remain anonymous. Speaking of the top donators, third top donator, and in fact, this is a good time for me to pop up my camera here. Third top donator, hi everybody. Third top donator is going to get a copy of this. They are going to get the Icarus Jelinek limited edition Kickstarter of my graphic novel, which is a silver medal winner in the IBPA Benjamin Franklin Awards for Best Graphic Novel of 2020. That is going to go to the third top donator. The second top donator is going to get one of these amazing things. They're going to get this, which is an actual photograph sent by Prince Justin, taken by Prince Justin, and then transferred, suitable for desk placement. I want you to note it's got its own stand. It's awesome. So we've got that. And the first top donator is going to get that fireworks picture that we've got up there, this huge thing which Rock God provided us. That's going to go to the top donator. As of right now, this is going to, out of the clubhouse, Nonstop, who donated $100 last night. Second top donator right now, which is this thing, is going to Hillness, who has donated $501. And the top donator right now is Carlos Hernandez, who has donated, I believe, $512.11. Long story. And that is the person who will be getting this as of right now. But we still got 3 days to go. So if you want to up that bid, eBay style, and you want to take that out, that's completely fine with me. Anything to get us more money for Damon Runyon. 511.11. Okay, that's right. So, quick note on schedule. Then I got to let the scientists get in here. First off, is we're going to have an interview with members of the Damon Runyon Cancer Research Foundation Fellows Program. We're going to be talking with those folks. Then, a little bit past the top of the hour, probably about 12:10 p.m. Eastern or so, just as a quick note to my players, we'll be moving on into Adventures of Middle Earth. That will be going on until roughly 4 p.m., really 3:45 p.m. Eastern. Then we're going to have a slight break. The stream will not stop, but we'll have a slight break before the beginning of D&D with GOG Storm King's Thunder. That will start at 4 p.m. That is going to be the finale, if all goes well, of that amazing campaign. That will be going until roughly 8 to 8:15 p.m., 8:30 p.m. Eastern-ish. And as soon as that's finished, I'm going to hand things over to Shadowed Mage. My stream of this will stop. His stream will pick up, and he will be broadcasting the amazing Shadow Crew with Triffity Mats, with Echo Alpha X5, with Hoodie, and with Rock God, with Shadowed Mage as your DM for Dragon of Ice Spire Peak. They will take us into prime time, and they will be doing that to close off day 2 of ArvCon. Tomorrow we have the marathon session. We've got the concert. Day 4 we have 2 more sessions, but I'll get to that when we get there. So please, exclamation point donate. Then once you've made that amount, come back, exclamation point donated, space, and the number. And that's the way that we're going to handle things. Okay. With that said, I am now going to unmute myself, and I will apologize unreservedly for potentially interrupting a conversation they were having, because I can't hear them when I do it this way, so I apologize up front. But I do want to bring in now this group of people, and I have to say, first of all, I had a chance to speak with them, of course, before we got this started, and they are all lovely people. But more than that, I'm really, honestly, really honored to be able to have these folks here. Everyone knows, as I said, that this is not only a personal thing for me, but I've had so many people who have reached out and talked about what a big deal it is for them that we get to do this charity because of the way, sadly, that cancer has affected their lives. And that, and all the multiple reasons Damon Runyon is awesome, means it's great to be able to bring these folks on board. And so I've now unmuted them and myself, and if I do this properly, oh my God, he can be taught. It means I have the whole group of people here, and I am honored to be joined by 3 scientists within the Damon Runyon Cancer Research Fellows Program, although different components of it, which I'll let them say. So, starting at the top left, as you look at the stream, this is Dr. Caroline Bartman, who is one of the Damon Runyon Fellows at Princeton, I believe, Caroline, if I'm not mistaken. Right down from there, we have Haripriya Vidya Narayan. I hope I got that sort of close. Hari is a quantitative biology fellow at UCLA, I believe. Is that right, Harry? Did I get that right? Okay. I was told, by the way, by your fellow scientists on here that what that means is you do more math. And that's probably true. And last but certainly not least, at the bottom left, we have Belinda Cacho, who's one of the Damon Runyon Fellows at the University of Pennsylvania, if I'm not mistaken. So to Caroline, to Harry, and to Belinda, thank you. These 3 lovely people are not only going to talk to you about what they're doing, I'm going to ask them in a moment, but they'll also be playing our game on Monday of Scum and Villainy with Mike Underwood, Turbo Tango. So you're going to have to assess, chat, are these folks, do they have what it takes? Will they have the skills that are necessary to be both, scummy and villainous? I don't really know where I'm going with that. But anyway, these lovely people are with us. So first of all, thank you so much to all 3 of you. And I want to start, I guess, I'll start at the top and work down. Caroline, I was hoping you could talk a little bit about what brought you to cancer research as a field, and then maybe talk just a little bit about what Damon Runyon has done specifically in supporting you, if you could talk about that organization also.
Definitely. Yeah, thank you so much for having us. Yeah, so I work at Princeton. I study pancreatic cancer specifically. And I got into cancer research. I think I've always been fascinated in how animals work, how cells work since I was, in high school. But I really wanted to research something that could, ultimately help people. And, cancer, and in particular pancreatic cancer, is such a horrible disease that we really don't have good treatments for. So I think it's a really important thing to work on. Damon Runyon has been great. Their support has meant that I really have the flexibility and freedom to do the experiments I want without, counting pennies, I guess. And another, I think, really important thing is it brings such cool scientists together. I mean, we were just chatting. And it's so fun to be able to connect with other people around the country doing different but related things. So that has really meant a lot to me.
Yeah, that's interesting. I've heard that from a lot of people about the network that it creates on top of everything else, which is really neat. Harry, same question to you. What about the specific ways that you came to talk about to do cancer research? And I guess you could talk about your specific field too a little bit within that. And what did Damon run? I hate to say it this way. What did Damon Runyon do for you? But maybe you could talk a little bit about what this program and what this organization offered you to.
Started off in robotics as, the classic tech geek. I spent all my college years playing with photodiodes and lating parts and stuff.
Okay.
But I think as I got further in my career, I got really interested in how the same concepts that go into robotics and autonomous systems basically translate into living things as well. Like living cells also sense, they also react to it. It's like they behave exactly like robots, and they're way more interesting than any robot that I could probably make.
Yeah.
And so that's why I got really interested in, literally the most complex and interesting class of robots or autonomous systems that I could find. So that's how I got into immunology and immuno-oncology, like blood cancers.
Yeah.
So I study the cells that make antibodies and protect us from infections and help us get vaccinated. And when things go wrong in that process, that ends up as lymphomas and other blood cancers. So I look at the balance between these two, and it's kind of like the most amazing math and biology problem ever. So for me, the hard part was getting from, hardware to really working with like live systems with mice and cells and whatnot. And I think the Damon Runyon Award has been amazing in helping me make that change, letting me tell people, hey, I don't know anything about living stuff. So for 2 years, won't you just teach me and train me so that I can kind of get good at it and keep doing what I want to do? And
Yeah.
It's been fantastic.
What I love about this, first of all, just a quick note. Thank you, Effect Life, for the $20 donation. That's our first of the day, so we're up to $14.20 already. Thank you, Effect Life, very much. What I find fascinating, before I get to Belinda, is what both of you have suggested is, I mean, it's giving you there's a sense of not only obviously you have to be able to apply and show the promise of this particular research that both of you are doing, but it's also looking at potential, which is really necessary, right? Like you can't get a result without the funding that's necessary to get to the point of getting the result. And it seems like Damon Runyon does that, which is, thank you very much, Terry. It seems that were able to do that in part because that's what Damon Runyon does, is fund. Is that fair to say? Like potential and, yeah. That's really, really neat. Well, let me ask the same question, Belinda, to you, again, about maybe your particular area and how you got into the cancer research. And then again, what does Damon Runyon do in this regard and has done to help you specifically?
Yes, I've always been, as a kid, fascinated by cancer because, everyone has that favorite relative, unfortunately, that is lost to cancer. So for me, it was my aunt. And I just, as a kid, I was 5. I didn't really understand what that meant and why this happened. And then as I went on and did volunteer work, we had Camp Kesem when I was an undergrad, where you're a counselor for a camp who has kids who've either lost their parents to cancer or whose parents have cancer. And so I was always associated with that field. But then I also studied fundamental biological questions as an undergrad and as a graduate student involving neurogenetics and learning and memory. And so I kind of wanted to bridge the two, where right now I'm trying to study how social state affects tumor progression. And we have meta-analyses in humans that show if you're isolated or live in an overcrowded setting, you're more likely to get diseases like type 2 diabetes and colon cancer. And so I'm using ants as a model system because they're highly social to model tumor progression, see how social states affects this. And I think without Damon Runyon's support, this wouldn't have happened, because I think it's a very fundamental biological question that has a lot of downstream promise, but you need that initial investment to be able to further that study. And so that Damon Runyon has facilitated me to do this.
This is the coolest thing I've ever heard. Like this research about like I study ants to do this, robotics. This is the coolest thing. And you're right that I feel like a lot of us now have woken up to the idea that the work that gets done a long time before is the thing that sets up, for example, for vaccinations against coronavirus, because it was in the pipeline for a long time, right, before we actually did those vaccines. That's wild. Let me bounce back the other direction. Yeah, ants and robots joining forces to cure cancer. I know you folks are in the right place on this channel. Let me go the other direction, Belin. I'll start with you and then I'll work back up. So one of the things that I'm often curious about when I speak to people who are experts in a given field who got into this for a certain reason is I'm always curious about whether the reality of what you've encountered thus far has matched the expectation, by which I mean we hear a lot about papers that are published that indicate small things of this or slight adjustments of that. Do you feel that you've seen significant promise, not only within your work, but with other people that you've networked with that are making progress in these given areas? And if you want to talk a little bit about specifically your research, that's cool, but also just in general terms, have you seen promise and hope in some of what you do? Because I think sometimes I get viewers who ask me about, but is there hope out of all this? And I guess I'm curious about what you think about that.
Yes, that's a very good point. Luckily, Dame Runyon allows us to have networking events, even in this time of COVID, virtually, where we can meet and talk about our research. And I think without outing a lot of people, a lot of work has been shown really promise, where yes, we have this problem of, this gene causes disease X, but there could be intervention therapies that could fix that.
Yeah.
And with, for example, my work this past year, I've just been trying to focus on what are the basic fundamental differences genetically as a function of social setting. So what happens if you're isolated? What happens if you're in a group? And when you're isolated, it looks like in an ant, you're having the same genes turned on and off as in a human that's isolated because the genes are conserved, and in rhesus macaques even where similar studies have been done. But all is not lost because we've actually identified some intervention therapies where you can intervene and actually give the ant a fake friend, and you could actually rescue some of the genetics behind it. So it's not just a doom and gloom kind of thing. We do have intervention therapies that are fixable. And I think that's kind of the light at the end of the tunnel, where we have this problem and how can we correct it? And it seems like we're on track to be able to do therapies that can correct at least the fundamental biology we're seeing. Of course, a lot of downstream to go, but
yeah, of course.
Promising.
Of course, that's neat. That's really cool. Harry, same question to you, I guess, about do you get the sense that what you expected to do as you started, putting together robotics and your biological study, has it started to result? Do you see where the potential is coming, where it's going to result in stuff down the line? And maybe you could talk a little bit about, I don't want to get, I'm a humanities guy. I don't want to get all warm and fuzzy about it, but I'm curious about this question of how what you see as potential has entered into a reality for you, maybe. So I'm curious about if you could talk about that.
So I think one of the most interesting intersections of these things for me is, I guess, like the context for where I come from. So I grew up in a third world country, and every challenge that you associate with a disease like cancer is just exacerbated in a setting like that.
Yeah.
So part of where I see this intersection going to is like, making things easier in settings that are maybe, not that easy to access. Like when people don't have easy access to hospitals, or, they cannot stay in a big city for a long time to get treated and stuff like that. So I guess, I've been really, really, really interested recently in bridging these two problems, I guess, and taking therapies out of the lab and bringing them to the lives of like real, ordinary people all across the world, in every single continent. And it's been fantastic. Like I talk to a lot of my friends who are not just researchers, but also, people who are developing websites to connect patients to new research or new therapies, or doctors in the field, and other friends who are actually doctors in countries in Asia and Africa. And it's definitely made an impact. Like I can certainly see the difference between, say 15 years ago and now. And I guess like I'm just so super hopeful because of that. And that's what kind of like keeps me going too, that maybe someday I could pitch into a small little bit somewhere.
Yeah, that's really well said. I was thinking a little bit about the awful situation that's unfolded over the last few weeks with COVID in India, which is so much a concern of access and of vaccine distribution from countries that have more than they need, and all of that. And it is a worldwide consideration. That's really interesting stuff. Caroline, same thing to you. Could you talk a little bit then about, thank you, Darksaber, for the host. Thanks for all the hosts, everybody. Could you talk a little bit, Caroline, a little bit then as well about, do you see what you imagined you'd be doing kind of leading to something in the end? And I guess where is, as Harry said, what keeps her going? What has kept you going as you've gone through this in terms of milestones you may have achieved or that you see down the road are going to be achieving?
Yeah, I'm so glad you asked this, because as scientists, I mean, on an individual level, science moves so slowly. We spend 6 months trying to get an experiment perfect, and sometimes you feel just like so frustrated, like you want to help with this disease, and where is the time going?
Yeah.
But I think this year has really been so inspiring that we've seen that like those small steps over time can really contribute to big changes, like with the COVID vaccine. Maybe people have heard of CRISPR, which just won the Nobel Prize, which is like already starting to, help cure people of like sickle cell and forms of blindness. So I think this year, like more than any other, I feel inspired that being in biology, and even if you personally are making slow progress as a field, we're actually in a super exciting time. And the next 10 or 20 years, I think there are going to be huge advances in cancer, in other therapeutic fields.
Yeah, and there's this sense of, I think, when you're, as you say, in the weeds, sort of in it individually, you don't have a chance to kind of look up above the weeds and go, man, we did all that. All of this stuff has advanced forward. I also want to point out that the current giveaway keyword is for science. So I want to put out there that that's the giveaway word that chat decided upon. So they're all behind you. All right, well, let's get to the real questions, okay? So we've talked about this stuff about, cancer research and saving the world, but let's be honest, really what matters here is games. So I'm going to start with you, Caroline. I know that you were talking before about how you had no doubt that all three of you would dominate the game on Monday, I believe is your exact word. I'm making that up. She didn't say it earlier. But no, I am curious a little bit about, first of all, thank you for all three of you for being willing to do the game part of things. But what are your thoughts about, you chose Scum and Villainy. So I want to know, first of all, why Scum and Villainy just as a concept? And then how are you feeling about Monday's game, play? Where are you at with your readiness to role play on Monday?
Oh my gosh, I am so excited. I have not done a lot of role-playing games, but I've done a little bit of D&D, and I am a huge Firefly fan, so Scum and Villainy like really seemed right up that alley.
Yep.
So yeah, we just hope that we can, represent the group of scientists well and not like all get killed in the first 5 minutes.
They were so worried, chat, before. They're just like, so is anyone else going to join? Like, will it be okay? I was like, it'll be fine. Zokia Media has contributed $30 more. Thank you, Zokia Media, so much. That brings us to $14.50 so far. Outstanding. Let's keep it up, everybody. Thank you so much. You folks are super engaging, and it's going to be great. Already amazing. In fact, if anything, I think the pressure is going to be on your GM, because if anything happens where like, you can't, Mike, when you see the VOD later on this, Mike, you can't kill off scientists. Do you want to kill the pancreatic cancer, robotics and biology, freaking ants, like socials? Are you kidding me? You can't kill these people off. Come on. So anyway, the pressure will be on them, but okay, cool. So you've laid the gauntlet down in a very pleasant way. You will represent very well, I have no doubt. Harry, I'll ask the same question for you. Oh, did you also do $20? Did you do !donated, gamer? You have to do !donated space and then 20, and then we'll be able to add it to the list. And thank you. So Harry, same question to you. How are you feeling about the game part of things on Monday? Like, have you ever done any of these games before? Like, what are your feelings about Monday's extravaganza?
So I'm super excited. Like, I've always been this sci-fi fantasy fan and this total anime geek, but somehow I've just completely missed out on the whole game scene, and it's going to be like my first ever RPG, and I'm just so psyched for it. It's like we've read all of these really cool space opera kind of stories all through the years. I actually got my start in space robotics, and I'm married to a space roboticist. And now for the first time, we're going to get to pretend that we're in that story.
Yeah,
I can't wait for it.
That's awesome. Yeah, the Annihilation Aria. Just last night. Thank you, Gamer Main. Thank you so much for the $20. We have you now, so we're up to $14.70. Thank you, thank you. Let's keep it going, people. Thanks, Gamer. Yeah, last night we did our Esper Genesis, which is our sponsored space opera game, which is based on games like Mass Effect and again Firefly and Star Wars and that sort of thing. So this question of AI and all this stuff has been what we were talking about. And your game is based on my good friend Mike, your GM's Annihilation Aria world. So it's a found family space opera setting, and yeah, it'll be great. I'm super excited that you folks are excited too. Belint, same question to you. So I feel like someone who's got the awesome experimental concept that you had already is probably going to do just like epic stuff within the game. Like I assume, are you the engineer in this game? Did you talk a little bit about that, or the engineer type? Did you decide what you're going to be?
I believe I'm like the brawny one.
Oh, you're the brawny one. Okay. So yeah, so
Yeah.
same question. How do you feel? Is that to type? Are you really psyched to be the brawny one? Like, how are you feeling about your game role as we go into Monday?
Terrified and excited. Terrified because I don't have a controller and I'm not playing the pre-made RPG, but excited because of how it was described. Like I think the reason we chose Scum and Villainy is because it's the crews working together. So it's very much like the collaborative science atmosphere that we have anyway. So I think it fits our personalities. But also when it's described as a mix of Star Wars and then the 1999 classic The Mummy with Brendan Fraser, like, do you really need anything else?
Yeah,
Like,
right.
I mean, I'm super fired up. I think my backstory as a little teaser is that, my family was wiped out and I'm on a revenge mission. So I'm like, I feel like I can do that.
Yeah. This is really good stuff. Yeah, I also want to point out that you'll also get the chance to, in a story, be the scientists that people listen to, as opposed to every version where no one ever listens to the scientist until it's too late, right? Like this, you get to do this up front. You don't have to be Jeff Goldblum's character for a change, and you get listened to ahead of time. Also, Gamer, thank you. Yeah, you have a guildmate who's going through stage 3 cancer. This means more to you. Yeah, I've heard these stories over and over and over again. And again, as I pointed out, COVID has sucked so much of the air out of the room that, we forget that cancer continues. All of these other things continue, and that research is just as critical. So thank you, Gamer, for contributing and doing something against that. So I'm super excited to have all three of these folks here. And chat, again, it's a great honor to me to be able to have a community that comes together like this, but especially to have people that I get to meet, and I'm deeply honored to have all three of you on with us. So as I mentioned, I promised it would be 25 minutes. It's 25 minutes, so I will let you, the three of you, go, but I'm super happy about it. I will just ask one last thought, I guess, quickly from each of you before we meet you again on Monday. So Caroline, I'll start with you. Just a quick, thought about what chat should be thinking about, I guess, regarding cancer research, besides Damon Runyon, things they should be on the lookout for, anything that you see that's cool on coming up in the field, perhaps for a layperson.
Oh, wow. Oh, one really cool thing is there was just a new drug approved against KRAS, so a mutated protein in cancer that for like 30 years, people thought there was no way you could affect it. It's mutated in some forms of pancreatic and lung cancer. And like yesterday, a drug was approved for it. So like progress is being made even as we speak, which is so exciting.
That's really awesome. Thank you, Caroline. Harry, what about you?
So sorry, I don't think I can pull something out of the hat just like Caroline said, because I think I work way more on the basic science side.
But that's completely fine. I meant just something for people to remember in general about the work you do, even. That's completely fine.
Yeah, so I guess one of the things that sort of like really stands out to me is at least like the things that I remember from way back in 15 years ago, in terms of like the access that we had to things that were really new. And, even when I started as a scientist, like a few years ago, things that I had heard about and read about, but which I thought like, I would never have access to, or like my mom would never have access to, for example. And I've recently been hearing that these are new therapies, like, for example, CAR T cells or CAR macrophages, which are like your own immune cells that, people can pull out of you and modify to hunt down cancers and put back into you. And I recently heard that these are becoming more and more available, and people are actually getting like easier access to them. And that is something I'm super excited about. It's not something I'm super knowledgeable about, and it's something like I hope to learn more in the future. But I think the very fact that, something which 10 years ago I thought, oh, you know what, this is like, it's just going to be like a top 1% thing, and it's never going to like come down to, say, me or my family. And today I feel like, yeah, it's doable for everybody. And I think that's something that's pretty cool.
I agree. And I want to thank you for a second time for helping focus on not just the 1%, that this is a worldwide, humanity-wide concern for all of us. So thank you. And that's enormously important. Thank you, Harry. And last question, Balint. Again, you don't need to come up with something pithy, but if there's something you'd like to leave our chat with on this level in terms of the work that you've done and going forward, because I hear from a lot of people about how they're inspired by events like this. I find you folks inspiring, so I wonder what your thoughts about something for chat to keep in mind, I guess, about the work you do.
So not necessarily my work, but I think how the foundation and the donations that we get fund basic research, coupled with the decreasing prices and some of the fundamental research questions that we do, for example, genetic sequencing. So now we can actually sequence, massive tumor cells, which are not homogeneous. They're not the same cell type, that can be genetically different, meaning that each individual person can have very different tumor microenvironments. And now we're getting to the point where we can actually sequence a lot of them, identify what the issue is, and then make personalized cancer therapies, which I think that's something that I imagined would be really cool 10 years ago, but it was again, it would have been a 1%er kind of thing. But now we're getting to the point where we've done so much sequencing and research, we can have a library essentially of issues on the molecular level that could be causing cancer that we can then step in and try to correct. And I think that's the huge direction. It should make a huge difference down the line, is that, it's not that you have breast cancer and this is the one treatment. It's you have breast cancer version X, Y, and Z. We're going to give you X, Y, and Z drug that's best for this particular kind. And that, I think, is going to be immense for survival rates and actually like finding a cure for these, horrible diseases.
That's amazing. This conversation has put me in an incredible mood, not because I expect solutions off the hat, but just because we have wonderfully talented and passionate people working on it. It has been my great pleasure, and you'll see them again, chat, on Monday, but it's been my great pleasure to have Dr. Caroline Bartman, Dr. Hari Priya Vidi Narayan, and Dr. Balint Kacho with us for this. Thank you so much for the work that you do. And I have no doubt that you will kick all kinds of butt on Monday in your scum and villainous ship that you all take together. So, Caroline, Harry, Balint, thank you so much for being with us. Chat, we get some love for the wonderful scientists. And bye for now, all three of you. We will see you on Monday. Thank you again.
Thank you for having us.
Thanks. All righty. Man. I'll be on a high from that convo the entire day. That is wild. And this is exactly why, Damon Runyon, thank you. This is exactly why I have wanted to work with young people my whole life. How do you come away from that not feeling good? Not because, again, and I want to be clear here, not because there were simple solutions, not because, and therefore everything is great. It's not Pollyanna. It's actual agency being taken to make advancements in this work. And that's just wild. And I'm thinking about my mom and my dogs at the moment. And so thank you to these wonderful scientists. And man, I'm glad that we have a few minutes, chat, to catch ourselves up, because I'm going to need to get myself together. DLAD, of course we can do that. Yes. All right. We got $100 from this. Triffity Mats, thank you so much, by the way. I didn't want to interrupt in the middle of that, but I saw Triffity Mats' donation. Thank you, Triffid. I have entered it in there. We're up to $1,500. Folks, we're $1,000 away from our goal for the entire weekend of $2,500, so let's keep it up. I am going to now go on a very brief little break while I get Adventures in Middle-earth set up. So please continue to donate. Please spread the word. Let people know. Let's keep the momentum going. We have many hours left today, and I really want to I really want to bring it home here. If there's anything that this kind of conversation proves to me, it's that we have so many good people working on these solutions, and I can't even explain to you how personally important that is to me and how glad I am that it helps us as a species. So thank you, everybody, for being a part of this. And I am going to rise up out of here for just a minute. I'm going to leave you with this break screen, and then on the other side, I will be back, and we will start with our Adventures in Middle Earth session. So thank you again to the scientists, and everybody hold tight. I'll be right back to you in just a few minutes.
Thunder! 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 Thundercat!
And good afternoon, everyone. Welcome, welcome. It is a great pleasure to have everyone here as we continue on with day 2 of ArvCon. I do want to quickly acknowledge before we go any further, and I'm going to actually just pop myself up here. Hello again, everyone. I'm just going to quickly acknowledge that we had a couple of donations while I was away, and I want to make taking care of the break and getting the next thing settled. So I want to, first of all, thank Bulent, who donated $15 more to the cause to bring us up to $15.15. Also the scientists, so I feel like the donation is his existence and the rest of the scientists, but you know, that's really awesome. And of course, on top of that, we had Trendane Sparks, and I'm definitely going to count that as part of this next crew. Trendane Sparks with $100, so we are up to $16.15 right now as we speak. We are now only $885 away from our goal of $2,500, which is amazing. Let us keep up the momentum. I'm glad to see that we have a great turnout as well. Let's keep letting people know about this, folks. I had to pull myself together a little bit emotionally after that because I found that conversation very inspiring. And we made $4,000 in our last year, Echo, but that was a little different because it was about the juvenile diabetes research thing. We obviously had Kilobyte, so, you know, passing. So there were a lot of things going on there that were different. But the last time we did Damon Runyon 2 years ago, we made about $1,815. So we're about $200 away from passing last year's Damon Runyon total. I think the most that we've raised for Damon Runyon in 1 year was like $2,800 1 year. So we'll see. I would love to be obviously able to blow away all these goals. So let's just keep at it. Thank you so much to everyone who's contributed so far. Quick schedule update. Adventures in Middle-earth coming up right now. Then next at 4 p.m. Eastern, we've got D&D with GOG Storm King's Thunder, the climactic session. And then starting at 8 p.m., although again, maybe more likely 8:15 or 8:30 p.m. Eastern. I've already told Community D&D about this. We may be starting late, and that will be, of course, Dragon of Icespire Peak as we go into prime time. So thank you, all of you. Remember, exclamation point donate is the way to get to the donation page. Click on the donate now link at the bottom of that page. That will bring you to a place where you can then contribute. Come back here and type in exclamation point donated space and then the number. Well, thank you, Ak. I appreciate that. Then the number, and then we will add that to the total. If you want to make an anonymous donation, you can private message me or talk to one of the mods. They'll get a hold of me and I will add it to the total. Be aware that if you want to contribute, right now, in fact, we have a tie for the third top donator between Trendane, who just contributed 100, and Nonstop. So, you know, if you want to be known, if you want to be in the running for one of those top donator prizes, obviously you won't be able to be anonymous. But if you do want to be anonymous, of course I will respect that. Just let me know and I will add it to the overall total. So yeah, very, very, very much a good mood. So, yes, exclamation point donated space and then the number to let us know. Thank you, Echo. All right. With all of that said, I am going to unmute myself and apologize again to anyone who I may have interrupted unintentionally. If their Twitch name is anonymous, then that I can't do. I could add the top 2 donators. I don't want to do that, Dragon, though, because I don't want to send the wrong message. I'll keep track of it in my own head, but I don't want to do that because I don't want to. I want it to be kind of a group effort. I'm happy to do the top donator thing, but I don't want it to be something where we just highlight that, if you understand what I mean. So, yeah, exactly, Coven. That's exactly. So anyway, I have unmuted myself and unmuted them. I thank them and apologize ahead of time for, as I say, interrupting them. And now I'm going to move over to reveal the incredible crew. The next crew takes up the cause. And I have to say, Terry's makeup on point, everyone looking great. But I just want to point out to everybody that the so-called, remember, last year we had what Rob referred to on my Infinity Beyond team, which Trent's also part of, as the A team in terms of donations. And so Esper Genesis went out there and raised $2,000 in their session. So they said last night, both Cat Rambo and Carlos were like, we will not be outbid. And so last night they raised a total of $1,400. Now the scientists raised $100, but I think that's fine. I think they understand that this is all being done for them anyway. And so we have launched today with a $100 donation from one Trendane Sparks, priming the pump of this team. So the real question as we go through and I introduce these lovely people is, do these people feel like they have what it takes to counteract the donation raising prowess of the Esper Genesis crew and or the A-team and or what I'm being told my D&D with GG people are calling themselves the S-tier team, as in Pokemon? So do you have the ability to raise more for the cause than these other pretenders? And I will begin with Mr. Trendane Sparks below me. First of all, thank you for the donation, Trent. I appreciate it. Your thoughts about the ability to override these other pretenders to the throne. And who are you playing today?
Yes. I'm playing
Yes.
Tawny Bear, the
Cop out. I'm sorry.
What more do you need? You ask, can we do it? Yes, we can do it.
Yes, we can do it. Okay.
I don't see why it needs to be more complicated.
Will you? I guess is the question.
Ah, well, that's a different thing altogether.
Yes.
So, a couple of things first. I mean, I had pointed out the hummus chips that I got from a friend of mine yesterday. But you go on about Terry's makeup. You don't even take into account the fact that now, oh, thank God.
Oh, wow. Oh, look at that.
I'm so much lighter now.
Dang.
Oh.
Wow.
Oh, that, and I'm going camping in a couple of weeks. I don't want to get bugs all up in my hair. And
Okay,
Is that part of the new diet?
I have never seen you take off the headphones or the hat. That was a very transformative.
When you and I met, I didn't have headphones on. Remember, we met in a bookstore. And
You had the hat,
didn't
though.
have-
You had the hat, though.
Actually,
I did have the hat.
retrofitted those things onto that meeting. When I remember that meeting now, I remember you with hat and headphones. What can I say?
Yes, Coven,
Dragon
I
Smith says
said,
the cap is removable.
I said hummus chips, and they're bio-organic. Woo!
Wait, what does that mean?
Thank you. That's what I said yesterday. I threw a
I'd be
fit
troubled
at-
about the other ones that aren't bioorganic.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
what does that mean?
Are they synth organic? I don't. Okay. Anyway, so the other specifically about the campaign to raise money and whatnot. As I was telling Arv off screen, a good friend of mine on Tuesday went in to have surgery to have some cancer removed. He has thyroid cancer, and he made it through. He was convinced he was going to die. Absolutely convinced. He's like, okay, I'm going to give you all my stuff, and I'm like, shut up, just go through the thing. So he's fine. He's recovering. But my brother, my father's other son, is also a cancer survivor, and so this is the sort of thing that's very dear to me, and that means a lot. And that's one of the reasons why I make sure that I donate every year, because it does mean a lot to me.
Well, thank you, dude. Let me just pause you for a second to say thank
No,
you to
yes, go ahead.
Stabby the Demon Crow, first of all, for that name. Secondly, for donating $55. So that brings us up to $1,670, and also means that we have $155 for the Middle Earth madness, the Middle Earth mountain movers. I don't know, whatever the hell you want to call yourselves as the
We're the
A-team, S-tier.
Anduinauts. We've come.
Yeah, we're the Anduinauts.
Well, no, that's true. I was just thinking, okay, that's fair. Yeah, that's fine. Like everyone else can come up with the A-team. You're like,
Fair.
we're the Andronauts.
Fine. It's been like a year. We've been.
No, I know. No, I meant for this charity. Anyway,
Oh,
on
I
you
see.
go.
Okay.
I meant just for the
Okay.
charity. Anyway, on you go, Trent. So sorry.
Yeah.
about that.
Okay. That's okay. It's fine. Whatever. It's cool. Don't worry about it. Yeah. But I'm playing Thane Tawny Bear, the Hearth Mender dwarf friend. I got it all without looking at the screen. And he's a little upset with people who are being what's the word, dicks right now, and kind of part of him is really kind of hoping we're gonna go kick some ass today. So yeah. And then given all of everything I've said, Brad.
Yes. And someone pointed out that this is Brad's
That's
first.
pretty deep.
Yeah, like this is Brad's first ArvCon, by the way. So
That's true.
welcome, Brad,
That's true.
to your first ArvCon, to the ArvCon experience, as it were. So same question, my friend, to you, which is just, first of all, do you feel that this crew, this intrepid band of Anduinauts will successfully prove their worth to others as you journey across Middle Earth and cancer research? I don't know where I'm going with this metaphor. And who are you playing today?
Well, with Flank Searer making some sort of special meal and helping us, giving us the sort of energy we need to get over the top, I'm sure we will. Yes, of course.
Yes, I have no doubt of it. Who are you playing, sir? And how are you, etc.?
I'm good. I am playing Bolobras Took Bolo, who is an excitable hobbit from the Shire who is learning the ropes of adventuring with this intrepid crew. And he is a treasure hunter. He has not found much treasure up to this point, but I'm sure that's imminent. I'm sure that will happen very soon.
I have no doubt that will be the case. It's always it's always a pleasure to have Brad with us. Thank you very much. Also, I want to say I'm also incredibly happy that Coven is here and a cancer survivor and is still surviving. Thank you, Coven. It's great to have you as you know. And also, I want to thank Triffid, who, as has been pointed out, has been doing an amazing job in managing giveaways and stuff like that. We talked with the mods about coverage for this stuff, and again, this cannot work without the mods being able to help behind the scenes and do all the giveaway stuff that I can't manage when I'm also trying to coordinate 60 million other things. So thank you so much, Triffid, and all of the mods and all of the regulars and all of you. I just have lots of thanks for everybody. Also, we're closing in on 50 people in chat, which is great. Let's keep it up. Thank you very much, Brad and Tren. And moving right on down the line to Terry, as I said, makeup on point, amazing stuff. And so, Terry, same question. Do you feel, now I feel like of this whole group, Terry is the most likely by personality to have a little bit of this, they've got nothing but before us. Like Terry came on this morning and was kind of like, science isn't real. So Terry was already trolling, like pre-trolling. So I imagine that Terry can also troll other groups. Terry, do you feel like the Andronauts have what it takes to take out the competition? And also, who are you playing today?
What competition?
Yeah, see? That's what I mean. That's what I mean.
Bravo.
Thank you.
Oh, and power chord and scene. Oh, man. Also, I want to thank Terry, by the way, for being the contact that allowed us to get Beamdog as one of our sponsors. So thank you, Terry, very much for doing that.
I might have a thing for Baldur's Gate or something.
Maybe.
A little bit. But yes, we do have some, we have been graciously given some game keys for Steam. For various games by Beamdog, including Baldur's Gate and Siege of Dragonspear and Planescape Torment and Icewind Dale. So, yeah, that's good stuff.
Yes.
I did actually beta test for the Planescape Torment. Look for all the typos in the German translation, of which there were many. Oh my god, how was the original playable?
I often thought, I bet in German this is misspelled. So
yeah, there was a lot going on. But yeah, so keep donating, peoples, so that we can give out all these keys.
Please, yeah.
We have to donate people?
Yes,
Keep
please
donating
donate people. We also accept money, but like,
oh no.
What is money against the worth of a human life? You know?
What's possibly controversial about his charity? Well, it's also engages in slavery, and that's why it's controversial. Yeah, great, that's wonderful.
Well, they could probably use some human test subjects. No, I'm gonna shut up.
Why are you doing this the second after I tweeted about this stream?
Before they all get here.
Watch my stream with my friends who are so nice.
Everyone is like back channeling them out. Your friends on that channel, they're bad and they should feel bad. Oh,
I do anyway. So, but yeah. So I am playing Thane Inge Homefinder, daughter of Ida Council of Dine II, who is a dwarf from the Erebor. She is a wanderer and a stonemason, and also a clan leader, clan chief. That's what that's called, right? I keep forgetting. And also, like, she has become all that throughout the adventure. We've been playing for quite some time. There has been some stuff going on, and newly found overseer / organizer of like let's rebuild, or like, build houses for peoples who don't have any thing in like Dale. So that's what I'm playing. And yes, I was gonna get to that.
So much of my life with playing games with Trent is figuring out what his various gestures in Windows mean. Like, I'm just like, what is this? And then he's like, because I was doing some world. I'm like, what? So, okay. So yes, tell us, Terry. What?
He was doing a horse riding motion because Inge has a pony sidekick, Lilleman, who has been absent for most of this chapter of the adventure because we are in town.
He's in a spa.
Yeah, he's in a spa. He's just getting his hoofs done,
Painted,
yeah.
Yes.
Hoofy cure. So yeah.
Awesome.
That's what I'm doing.
That's what you're doing, and it is a pleasure to have Terry, who I'm so happy to have all these people as well as friends and parts of my life, because I get to be inspired by them for all the things they do on a daily basis. Also, I just got a message from Damon Runyon, which is basically how inspirational everything is and how awesome everything is. So before I just start crying, I'm just going to go down to Amal and I'm going to say, hi, Amal, it is great to see you. And I am curious as to whether you, having written stories in which certain characters destroy others because of how badass they are, sorry, lose time more. I was wondering if you have any thoughts about how the Endwanauts will do in a similar vein compared to the other groups that wish to try to raise more money. Your thoughts about that, and who are you playing today, and how are you?
Well, Arv, I think that's a great question that is better answered by actions than words. And so, what is the thing? How again does one do the thing, the stuff?
Well, it's if you donated, if that's what we're leading to, I don't know if that's what that means, but that means exclamation point donated space and then the number that you did in the Twitch chat.
Or just type in donated.
Donated.
Oh, whoops.
Yep.
Yeah.
Hey, what's up? Good luck at Balticon, Turbo Tango. Thank you so much, Turbo Tango. Thank you, Mike. You'll see more of Mike on Monday. And thank you, Amala Motar, for the $100 donation, which now ties her with Trendane and with Nonstop for third top donator, which means that there's going to have to be a battle if it doesn't get and no one else contributes as to who will win this. Not that Amal has any knowledge of this book at all. But anyway, thank you. It is the limit, and it's my only one of these. I have one that I'm keeping for myself, but this is the limited edition Kickstarter hardcover, and it is pretty. It's real nice.
Is that a book you did?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I did. I have a little award thing. This stuff. A blurb from a certain Hugo Award multiple winner. Just saying, I don't know who that would be. Anyway, thank you seriously, Amal. And I will also just note.
Pace ourselves, pace ourselves over this. Don't just we're gonna not throw everything down right up front.
Oh wow, listen to that. Okay.
Things as one goes along. And we'll see.
That's seriously, before you go on to introduce more of this, I also want to say that I was very fortunate. I've talked about each of these individuals and how awesome they are in all their different ways. And I want to say for Amal, I was really fortunate that I was able to speak to her about doing this a couple of years ago. And Amal, of course, was on the first ever, as Brad knows, Speculate with Saladin Ahmed. And I'm so glad that, Amal, that you agreed to do this. I know you weren't sure if you want to do the time and all this stuff. And I'm so glad that you became such a big part of this.
One of the most one of the best decisions I've ever made in my life, on account of, for a number of years, as sad as this sounds, this is gonna be the saddest thing I've done. I hate saying this in public, but it's so true. For a number of years, this game was the only thing I did for fun in my life. Everything else was work constantly, and this was the only break from it. And I get a little misty saying that, but it's true. And it just has only increased in joy provision over the years. And over the last horrible nightmare year of terrible badness, it has been transcendent and a vehicle for feelings that are not bad. So that is it has just this game really means a lot to me, and this crew super means a lot to me. So I am so happy to get to take part in for charity.
I can't hold so many emotions. Can't hold them all. I need to get through the rest of the weekend. No, thank you, Mal. Seriously, and to everybody here. Mal, who are you playing today?
I am playing a woodsman of Roscobel named The River, who is a fighty bard. She is a warden with heraldic expression, who is really interested in solving a mystery right now, alongside her faithful hound of Mirkwood named Stone, who is a very good dog, super fast. This is The River, who has axes.
That's true. Double axes.
Very special double axes.
Special
exactly.
double axes
That's true. They get more special all the time. In fact, in certain ways. I do want to quickly say thank you, Brad, so much for the $50 donation. We are now up to $1,820, and I believe that means that we've raised so far $250 in this crew. So making already you've moved into second place behind Esper Genesis with the Andronauts have. But no, seriously, thank you, Brad, very much. And again, thanks to this crew for bringing me a lot of joy every time that I am lucky enough to GM for you folks. So thank you. With that said, let us get on to some gameplay. What say we actually get onto some gameplay here? This stuff that we do for gameplay. So let me fire up just a little bit of music here. Let's put on, I think, let's put on some Greenforge music for this one. I think Greenforge, who of course we are associated with. You should check out Greenforge Studio. Okay, so
Arf.
yes, what? What did I do?
You need to put up the picture at the top.
What? Oh, you're right. Oh man, so sorry. Of course. Why am I not doing that?
That's okay. While you're doing that, Amal can look at what Coven said in chat.
What? Oh, wait, let me just see.
I thought you might not have seen that.
Tweeting more things.
Mm-hmm.
What is that? Oh God, I've got to find my tab now. This is so embarrassing. I'm very bad at this.
Oh, they're all the way there. There we go. Sorry about that, Terry. There it is.
Sorry. Who am I?
Is it? I don't see it.
Oh, it's up there.
There it is.
Yeah, it's there.
Like
no,
it's
that's
like delayed for me.
super important to have that up there. You know how much I love that.
Oh, Coven was oh, it's so nice. I'm so delighted. And he was like,
such a goddamn good book.
Thank you so much. That's so kind.
So good.
Also, if you listen to the audiobook, I have to shout out like Emily Wuzeller and Cynthia Farrell did such a phenomenal job. It's like I mean, I wrote the book and I listened to the audiobook just so that I could hear their performances and be absolutely blown away by them. So it's just amazing. Audiobook narrators, magicians.
Amazing. They are amazing. Tren, just so you know, Tren, audiobook narrators, I just want to tell you a little bit about what they do. Please tell me. I love the fact, can I just say that Tren, when you go onto his Twitter bio, I believe it's the Twitter bio now, can say things like audiobook narrator for Shadowrun and Battletech. Can I just say how great it is? Like that's oh man. I can't with this. I can't. There's too much positive feels. It's just so much and it's overwhelming.
If you want me to bring it down, I can do that.
No, I don't want you to bring it down.
Okay.
I do, however, want Amal's audio to come up a little bit while I'm on that subject because you're a little quiet. So if you could come up, that'd be great. Otherwise, let's get into talking about what happened last time. And of all of my sessions, I have to say, that I've got going on this weekend, this is one that at least I felt was everything else is just like, it's all about to collapse. And this one, at least I'm like, okay, you have a plan. So that's something that I can actually, work with as I sum up what happened in the last time. This party has, over the last few sessions, been working on behalf of the famous Balin of the Dwarves, who has asked them to try to track down information about what seems to be a growing conspiracy. First of all, there has been growing tension between the dwarves of Erebor and Iron Hills and the humans of Dale, and what they feel is the sense of Dale sort of taking their work for granted, of diluting the quality of dwarven workmanship in favor of things like toys and stuff, which seems to be much less serious from the point of view of certain of the dwarves within the Iron Hills. And in particular, a name has come up on several occasions, which is this idea of Niping, I believe, who is well known as being this dwarven smith, who apparently does not like the fact that these changes have been made. And the party has gathered information about this, not simply because it's just words, but also because of deeds. The fact that in the process of finding this out, Balin himself was attacked, basically targeted as part of apparently some kind of assassination attempt, which was fortunately unsuccessful. And so then Balin faked his own death so as to make it possible for him to seek out more information about the nature of this conspiracy. The party, in doing this, has discovered some valuable information. In our last few sessions, the party has gathered information from Thrun, the toy maker, who has told them information about what the dwarves of the Iron Hills tend to believe. They've also gathered some information from Halward, who is the Reeve of the Keys, who gave them information about what this boat that they saw that was presumably holding the people that attacked Balin, how that boat had been acquired. And apparently it had been acquired by being stolen. They spoke to a very angry owner of that boat because the boat had been stolen and then deliberately damaged. And by the time the party got back to take a look at this boat, the boat had been burned to a crisp. So basically, someone
Also
is
deliberately.
someone is trying to keep them from clearly finding out information about this boat. But what they learned from the Reeve, one of their major clues they had, is that the crew of that boat had been speaking to two men that were dressed in red livery, belonging to some noble house within Dale. And fortunately for the party, red livery is not a very common thing. They narrowed this down to basically three different possibilities. Thane Oscar, who was an older lord who was in Lake Town when it was attacked by Smaug, whose arm was terribly withered and he was burned, and basically blamed the dwarves for bringing Smaug's wrath upon them. And they met him, and indeed, he was just as bigoted as they had heard. But they also seem to believe, although they haven't made a final determination, that the evidence doesn't seem to point quite in his direction, or at least to the degree that he seems like the most obvious target. That seems too neat and too simple. So then the party went to investigate the second of three lords who uses this, one Brynny, Lord of Strandberg, a truly balanced, well-rounded, no, he was a simpering fop, actually, that the party barely managed to restrain themselves from punching into next week. But they did successfully do so, and he was able to give them information that made it clear that although he is still one of their suspects, that he doesn't like the other two lords mentioned, and in particular the third lord, Gunvar, Lord of Ashbrook. And just as the party was leaving after having spoken to this Brynny, they were met by a messenger from Lord Gunvar, who asked them to come meet him at his home in Ashbrook. He has heard, apparently, of the party's inquiries and has asked if they would be so kind as to meet with him in his home to discuss things that may be of mutual benefit to them both. And it was just a little bit. And it was just at the end of that session that meeting happened, and we then closed up shop. And so that is where we will begin. The messenger has just left you, and you are now aware of this investigation. I know that Bolo had been thinking about the possibility of going down to talk more to the Reeve of the Keys, and the rest of the party was thinking about going to meet this Gunvar. You've also got, I believe, you're close to the time that you were supposed to report back to Balin about what you were going to hear, what you heard from him, or what you've heard so far to him. So you got multiple things you could do, and I'm going to hand things over to the group. What would you like to do?
And Bolo could also go and fence the necklace he took.
Yes, I mean, that's also clearly an option.
Hey, you know what Bolo should do? He should fence that necklace and then donate the money from it to a cancer research foundation.
That's a good idea. How might one do that, perhaps? What word would they use?
No, Inga stole the necklace.
Exclamation point.
Oh, wait, did she? Oh,
yeah, Inga stole the necklace.
Inga stole the necklace, but I wonder if Inga, did you give it to Bolo, though, afterwards? I don't know if you just held on to it yourself.
I don't think so. I was just the one that identified the seventh one when he was like.
That's right.
Yeah.
To
no, but like Inga stole it.
You were gonna like give it to a kid or something, like because
should have written down what my original plan was. But like basically the idea is like try to find the kid that the dude talked about like how the like hungry kid that lives on the streets and he's like homeless kid. And like Inga trying to find that kid and give it the necklace so that it can like pawn it, or like I think she would herself just pawn it and then like just give out money left and right to like.
Yep.
An orphanage.
What was that noise?
Yeah.
Did you hear that?
Yeah. Was it a little scream?
Yes, it was a little scream.
Yeah. Yep. No, that was probably my child in the background.
I like the fact, by the way, that you said that while you were like holding your Starbucks. You're like, was it a scream? Because I know what that scream is. Like the Leonardo DiCaprio meme. Like, you know.
For me, it was the fact that my brain cut off at the middle of the word child. So I was like, it was my chai. I'm like, no, chai does not make that sound. And so
totally different. Absolutely different.
You don't go to the right Starbucks.
I think you'll find if the chai is bio-organic, then it will.
That's important. Yes.
Cream a little bit just for making it. That's like how fresh.
So weird.
Anyway,
Yes. So anyway, so the party has a decision in terms of what they want to do, but those are all options available to you.
Where are we right now?
So you are right up actually on the northeast western, roughly speaking, right outside of actually wait, no, not Oscar's home.
So north, east, or west?
You are right here. You're a little bit farther north because I forgot that you went over to meet this guy. So you're here, not Oscar's home. That's still back here where it was. You were all to the north of Dale, so basically right there. And yeah, so that's where you are. The keys are all the way down here. And you are up here.
I guess Inga would like to step by what's his name's place? The dude who gave her the bird.
Oh, Thrun.
Thrun. There. I have it written down. I was just like looking at this page. Like, where the fuck is it? Thrun, yes. Step by his place and see if the bird is back.
Okay.
Wait, what's that today? Yesterday? I don't remember.
Yesterday.
Yeah.
Yesterday.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you can do that. What about the rest of you?
Sorry. I continue to try and make numbers go up. Anyway, sorry, repeat. I'm so sorry. This is very embarrassing.
We have our various options of what we can do. It's almost time to go back and visit Balin.
Yeah.
We've got the third lord who just invited us to come and talk to him. And then Bolo wanted to go back to the keys and talk to the Reeve. And then was there another option? Anyway, like all three of those are coming down to a timer of like, we got to pick one.
I think it makes sense to update Balin on our status as we are heading out of town in order.
Opposite directions.
Yeah, in opposite directions. Yes, but wait, oh, sorry.
I mean, Balin's a lot closer.
He's a lot closer.
But...
I don't think that we need to, be prompt with the dude who has just invited us to his place and is our main suspect. I think it makes sense to update Balin on the way out that this is where we think things are going. And I think that we could maybe just meet at at maybe one of the exits before heading off to see him if Bolo wants to go explore or talk to the Reeve again. Although I keep thinking, like, I don't know, there is only, again, not to dissuade Bolo from doing this if he wants to, but only because you weren't at that session, Brad, like the man was very harried and distracted at that point, which was like what, a week ago now or something?
Yeah. Well, it actually wasn't so much to talk to him as it was to maybe canvass for other witnesses.
Okay.
Make one more stab at trying, because we're struggling so much with like random people in red uniforms, and we have nothing more than that. And so I was just fishing for more clues.
That's a different thing for sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah. Well, if and I think like Bolo doing that does make more sense to do on his own, because he is less noticeable and less known and stuff. So if Bolo wants to do that while we update Balin,
I think you also said you wanted to maybe touch base with the folks in Brokenstone, with the irregulars, to see if they knew anything.
I think he did that though.
Okay.
I believe he may already have done that. I think that was the thing he did before
all of
the
defrag.
play. But correct me if I'm wrong, but I think Bolo did.
Okay. So I will plan to do that then.
Okay. So Bolo is going to head down to deal with the keys. I'll probably manage that first, and then the other three of you are. Inga, you want to check by Thrun's home to see about the bird. And then, other than that, everyone is going to then reconvene at, I'm sorry, I missed this part, at Balin's after that, or you're going to then go to Ashbrook to meet with Gunvar at that point?
Where is Gunvar on the map?
Gunvar is about an hour west. It's not on this map. It's about an hour west
Oh,
of
he's not
Dale.
in town.
No.
Okay, then I guess we should meet up at the stables outside, right?
Yeah, it's up to you.
I sort of want to make sure that certain key people know that we are leaving the city to go talk to this man before we go see this man.
Okay.
Just not that I fear for our health and happiness or anything, but it just seems polite to let people know, like how the man whose first syllable his name is Hal. Yes, that one.
Do we have a progress report that we should be filling out? TPS report, maybe?
Well, Balin is expecting a report shortly about what you've gathered so far, for what that's worth.
Okay.
As old as he is, he should have learned to be patient. I think he can wait.
To be fair, Balin is one of the more patient ones.
That's true.
True.
If this was
True.
Thorin, I mean,
He'd have found us and killed us, rung the information out of us.
exactly. Yeah. Oh man. Okay. So I'm sorry. So that what was that final part of the decision about where you meet afterwards?
Final decision.
Meeting stables.
Yeah, stables are good.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Lovely. Hey, what's up, Live Soon? Good to see you. All right. So let's start with. Actually, I'm going to start with Inga first to take care of Thrun, because this one is pretty easy.
Yeah.
When you get to Thrun's home, sure.
Yeah, I just want to clarify. Like, she has already been there yesterday, like for
Right.
to let him know that the bird is underway. So
Right,
that he
right.
doesn't
Yep.
send
No,
the
I
bird
remember.
back. Okay.
When you come back to his house, you notice that it is currently closed and locked and shuttered. Now, it's not shuttered like, oh my God, he's been destroyed. He just doesn't seem to be there. And it's possible. Actually, I'm not even going to tell you that because it would be ridiculous. How would you know? You just all you know is that he's not at the moment in, for whatever that's worth.
Is there like a backyard or something that I know of?
I don't think so. Or if there is one, you'd have to like go through his house to get to it. It's sort of like the house, like Kelda's house, that had the little back courtyard type of thing. Yeah.
Okay, no. But yeah, like I knock and I'm assuming there's no answer.
You do not get an answer, no.
Is there like one of the neighbors happened to be like outside sweeping the like?
Not outside. I mean, you
stairs
could
in
try
front
to
of that
knock on
door?
those doors if you wish, but there is not anyone outside at the moment, other than just people
okay.
passing you by in the street. But
Yeah, I guess then Inga would just like move on.
okay.
Unless there's like a message on the door or something.
Yeah. Do you want to do that? What message do you want to leave?
Oh, no, like if there is a message on the door.
There is
like
not
in
a
that
message.
case, Inga would just like come back later at a later point to check
Okay.
in.
Gotcha. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Let's jump to Bolo next. So Bolo, when you go down to the Keys, they are, as was previously described to you by the river, they are super, super busy. So let's have you move down here to the Keys just so I can have everyone positioned where they are. If you don't mind moving your guy down there. And there is a lot of sort of action, moving around, and there always seems to be like lots of things moving around in the docks. But one of the things that you notice as you're sort of moving around, looking at these different people active in various places, is that the place where the boat was, where the boat that you had originally gone to find and that was burned, that is currently, the boat is now gone, and there's just a bunch of like scorch marks and everything on the docks near where it had been, tied up. And so that area is currently open. Other than that, though, you don't see at the moment Hallward, who is the reeve of the Keys, but you certainly see a lot of people, barking orders at each other and, yelling at crew members to tote that barge and lift that bale and that kind of thing.
Yeah. All right. So near the place where the boat was burned, do I understand that to be the place where it was when these like people in the red uniforms were spotted?
That's not, you don't know that for sure. This is where it was being repaired before it was then burned. But it may not have been tied in that same spot, because this is kind of an area where repairs on boats are done. There's a few other boats in that area that are being like, they're, up on blocks and stuff being looked at, and some of them are in the water, but they've clearly got material on board, like they're being repaired. So,
are there, so I'm on the lookout for people that like might have been in this area and know this area well.
Okay.
So like one thing I'm on the lookout for are like longboats, meaning boats where people live in them. Are there any such things here?
So let me see. I'm gonna have you do a check. I would like you, please, to do an investigation check for me, because you're going to be gathering information about this particular area, and we'll see what your keen eyes see. What do your hobbit eyes see?
Biscuits over there.
The 18. All right. So, yes, you do find that there are a couple of these boats, as you mentioned, and you can notice them because they have covers. First of all, they are a little bit longer than the average boat here, but also they have covers, and they are, you note from the way that the ropes are tied that clearly some of these have been tied at this spot for a while, that they're in kind of more permanently secured. And so you do see a few of these ships along one of the docks. Actually, the northmost one of that smallest one that you can see, there are probably 4 or 5 of those that are kind of tied up around the outside of that area.
Okay, and then before I approach them, are there, this is a working area.
Yep.
Do there look to be any places that are actual, domicile homes, that type of thing in easy viewing area of the Keys?
There are a number of buildings that look like either warehouses or, like you said, working areas, and there are certainly a few inns. Those inns may or may not have places in them. You know that there are times when merchants or tradesmen who come into the area sometimes will, get a really cheap room right by the place where they are because they have their business to do for a day or two and then they're gone again. So there's definitely some places like that lining up and down the dock. Permanent homes, not really here, but there are definitely plenty of, there are some like temporary residence type things that are along that area.
Yeah, that transient type thing would probably not be a good bet, and I don't have a lot of time, so I'm gonna skip those and I'm gonna go to those the boat homes, and I'm gonna just hit the first one or the closest one that I think would have like sort of the best shot of having seen something.
Okay, sounds good. As you do
just
that,
sort of wrap on the
cover
side
of
the boat.
So I'll talk about that in just a second. Just very quickly, Lyra. So Erebor is actually a Tolkien reference. Eberron is Keith Baker, and if you're interested in Eberron, which is awesome and amazing, may I point you to the new Infinity and Beyond adventure, which begins next month with one Mr. Trendane Sparks and multiple other people that two of whom I'm going to be announcing officially tomorrow during the close of the previous session. Eberron is awesome.
Lyra knows that. He's just trolling.
Oh, well, Lyra, listen.
He's the DM from my other group.
Oh, okay. You're making a joke to make Terry roll her eyes. Okay, well, thank you for not, that's fine. Regardless, now that you've made this troll, it's your obligation to donate substantially to our Demon Running Cancer Research Foundation, which is exclamation point donate. And please do that. And then once you go there and donate, come back and do exclamation point donated space and then the number. And that was a good troll. Lyra got me. Anyway. So,
yeah, he did get you.
He did get me. Okay, so when you knock on that first, when you knock on the first one, at first there's just nothing, just doof, doof, doof. And then when you knock it in again, the way I would describe it is, it seems almost impossibly wrinkled face kind of literally pops out, not far from your fist, and it looks essentially, if you took the oldest person you could imagine, made them 50 years older, and then just put white hair at every conceivable spot where there's room, this is what you get. And it's like, Rah! Who's knocking up there? It's another halfling. What are you doing knocking on an old man's home? Oh, can't you see the time? It's like midday, by the way. Can't you see the time?
I'm reminded oddly of we just watched Castle in the Sky, Studio Ghibli's Miyazaki.
I love that movie.
and he's particularly good at making wrinkly old faces in his, the old people in the animations and stuff. So I have that in my head, a Miyazaki old man.
Yeah.
Like, man? Is it?
Yes, you hope so, although there is some room for doubt. But yes, you think so.
Hello, good sir. I'm hoping I could talk to you for just a moment.
Oh, you're already talking to me. What do you want?
Well, there was a bit of an incident recently, and a burned boat, you see.
I know all about the burn boat. You see.
Do you now?
Yes, come closer, come close. Now, he's like literally practically next to you already, so he's like, come closer.
I'm getting freaked out a little bit. Okay, all right, I'll come closer.
I know all about the burn boat. You see, they were coming after me. They've been after my boat for a long time. I've been here in this same dock now for many years. They've all tried to get me to leave. That Reeve of the Keys, that King Bard himself came down and said that he'd give me my own home. He said it would be a great honor, but I know he wants my boat. All of them want my boat.
Yes, sir. And
my boat.
There was There, of course, sir. Yes, there were some people in some very vivid blue uniforms. Did you see them?
Some vivid blue uniforms.
Yes, very blue.
Behind you, I can see that someone's donated $10 to the Damon Runyon Cancer Research Foundation. Thank you, Lyra, so much. And Lyra, I do want to say that I was completely joking about the need to donate, incidentally. Please don't make... I didn't want to shame you into it. I was totally joking. But I'm very appreciative. Thank you very much. All right, where was I?
Lyra!
So as far as the blue livery is concerned, he says, well, let me tell you, I don't know what I see. All I know is that there's people that come around here late at night, and I see them talking with each other, speaking with each other, and I hear them say things about boat. I heard the word boat. I may be, I don't remember how old now, but however old I am, I can still hear when they say the word boat. And they said it, I say.
Yes. Thank you. And I trust that your boat is just fine and that it will be fine for some time now. Good day to you, sir.
Good day to you. It'll be a good day when I keep my boat. And then he...
I just move along.
He just vanishes underneath the canopy again.
All right. Well, yeah. Okay. I'm seeing how this is going to go. I'm going to try another one, though.
Okay. So you knock on one other.
Wrap on the other ones. There's you said there was 4, right?
That's right. This is the first one. The second one that you knock on, there's no answer on the second one when you just knock on it.
Okay. I'll try the third.
When you knock on the third one, you hear the first thing you hear when you knock on it is a weird like a scratching sound coming from underneath the canopy area.
Do I have any cat treats on me?
Yeah, well, it's funny you mention that because a second later you see stretching the head of a cat. Neck of a cat comes out and then stretches and then kind of, like in the sun, kind of, and then reaches around and comes up to you, and it is a very pretty calico cat. And it settles its head next to you, and it kind of rubs against your hand.
Male or female?
Yeah.
It is a male.
I'll pet him for a bit and be on the lookout for, hello, is anyone home?
So you don't hear anything, and then the cat sort of rubs against your hand and then disappears underneath the canopy again. And that's it. Nothing comes out again.
If I know anything about gaming, that's a cue to go on a quest for, I don't know what it would be.
It's a side quest, right? Exactly. The whole thing is of birds and bolo, the side quest.
I duck my head inside, get clunked on the head, and suddenly I'm taken off to some
a dreamscape opens, right? Exactly. I'd like to welcome everybody to... Yeah, exactly. Day 3 of Just Brad's own adventure. Yeah,
we're trying to cross the border when that Imperial.
All right, I'll just kind of duck my head inside the. I won't go in the boat, but I'm just kind of looking into it.
When you look into it, first of all, let me just say thank you, Craigery, for the $10 donation. Thank you so much. We're up to $18.40. This also means, I believe, that we have now raised so far $280, I believe, at last count. No, $270 at last count so far with this crew. So, so far so good. We are making great progress. We're also less than $700 away from our goal for the entire weekend of $2,500. So let's keep it going. Thank you so much, Craiger. I appreciate it. So when you duck your head underneath it, you actually see that the cat that is just snuck back underneath is not alone. There are also a number of other kittens that are lying next to this cat. So then they are all little calico versions. They are little brown and white versions of all around the little cat. And they're all sort of lying on top.
The river is very sad she didn't come with Bolo.
They're all asleep, and they're asleep in their little paws.
Well, no, I mean, if River had come with Stone, that would have probably been a bad thing. But
yeah, there would have been one less cat.
No, Stone would know to be gentle. Okay. He would be very good. Well, the kittens, bring. Yeah. What do I have to do to like get kittens in the chat? Like,
it's gotta be $700.
I would like you to make a perception check for me, please, Bella.
Yeah, have a kitten.
No.
Aha.
The boyfriend was so kind to bring her to me.
Oh, very cool.
I'm consistent, if nothing else.
Yeah, look at that. Bolo, you notice that that the cats, the kittens and the cat are lying on top of what seems to be some combination of like it looks like mostly cloth and like some kind of other soft material. But you notice something strange, which is that the edge of the cloth is blackened.
Uh-huh.
Underneath these kittens, who are all asleep.
Okay. Because it is stained or because it is burned?
That you'd have to get a little bit closer to see, because you just caught the edge of it. It's a pretty good perception check. You just caught the edge.
Trap me in this boat.
No. It doesn't look like that's possible. But you are going to have to do something with the kittens.
I'm just going to creep down a little bit closer. I'm worried about a connection with the burned boat, so I'm going to step closer and just take a look.
Yeah, it does look to you. I just want to point out that Bolo's face is not far from a kitten now, just to be clear. And as you look at the edge of it, you can see almost certainly, not only do you see that the edges are scorched, but you get the very faintest whiff of almost maybe sulfurous smoke. Now, extremely faint. I don't want to suggest in any way that it just was burned or anything, but this is not something that was burned a decade ago. Yes, definitely burned.
And when you say sulfurous, do you mean that the scent is somewhat fresh, so I know it was burned recently, or because it was started with some chemical?
That it's been burned recently.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, but again, I don't want to overemphasize that. Not like within the last hour.
Yeah.
You know.
Okay. I'm just gonna look around. Well, what do I don't remember very well what we think was on that boat. Do we know what it like carried for the owner? We met the owner.
The original owner. I mean, you know that he dealt in musical instruments, and this was supposed to be a gift for his son that wanted to go fowling. But whether there was ever any, hunting fowling material in it or musical instrument material, that you don't know.
And now that I assume I'm in the hold.
Pretty much.
Is there like an area that I can't see, like a room, a bedroom?
No, this is pretty small. There are definitely some. It looks like there are some. There's a number of blankets and things like that that are around here, and there's actually the blanket that the cats and the kittens are resting on. You hear, by the way, this little purring just underneath from all the cats and kittens. But they're on this kind of, the thing is kind of lumpy, this blanket that they're on. So it looks like it's covering over some stuff that they're on top of, basically. And it's pretty small. I mean, this boat, it's big enough for someone, things to lie on or whatever, but there doesn't seem like a lot of goods on this boat.
All right. I just want to see what the cloth is.
Okay.
And what color is not burned? What is its natural color?
It is an off-white. It looks to be like an off-white color. It looks to be of a rather thick material that sometimes would be used for. It could be used for like a rough blanket that could stand up to naval conditions. Like something where if it got wet a little bit, it would dry out, and that would be fine. So it's not like incredibly soft, and it's definitely not high-level silk or anything like that, right? It's kind of a thick cotton, I guess. And it definitely looks like it was part of something else, because as you look at it sort of more closely, you can see that it's burned, and also that it looks like it was torn off from something, that it was part of some larger piece of something or other. As you're looking at this.
It's not canvas, is it?
No, it doesn't seem to be canvas. It seems to be something that would be like, it might be bedding, but like bedding that you would use for very kind of for roughing it, and where you want something to last and it's not going to get clean much, that type of thing.
Yeah, sure. Okay.
So something made from wool, ideally.
Yes, that's right. Also make a. I would like you to make another perception check for me, Bolo, and you can do this at advantage to me now that you're in here looking at this. Wow, you're on point today. There is something underneath the blanket that is clearly breathing. You can see it's like this.
A cat.
No, it's much bigger than a cat.
A more big cat.
Lilimon! Oh God!
Exactly. I was trying to make my escape. No.
So wait, the kittens are sleeping on the cloth, which is covering
something that is breathing. Correct.
It's kittens all the way down.
Well, you don't know what's underneath it, but there's something.
I don't know what's underneath it. I'm concerned with the kittens, and I feel you should save them. That is what.
We've already established that the first cat was male, so the mom's still unaccounted.
Okay.
Yeah, I will investigate a bit. Is it big enough to literally lift up all of the kittens at once and move them somewhere?
I mean,
roll initiative.
Or
roll
initiative. Oh crap!
Bolo coming back with like kittens attached to his face.
Scratch marks all over my face.
Oh my God! How did your character die? Well, he was mauled by kittens. Like what? What?
No.
Well, there was an ogre, you see, down by the keys.
Yeah, exactly.
And he rescued the kittens, took them back to the battered mud, and put them to work making biscuits.
Oh my God!
biscuit. No, I would.
A gloom deck. A gloom card that you just like killed by kittens and just like I don't know. Sorry. Go on.
So you're not going to be able to. The blanket is spread out enough that getting all of them off together is not going to be possible. Yeah, you could try to pull it out from underneath them, but
No, I'll just I'll lift up and just see if I can see a person or an animal underneath.
When you open up the top of the blanket. Are you trying to do this, by the way, in such a way as to not disturb any of the cats or kittens? Then I would like you to make a stealth check for me, please.
Well, if you do fail, then you really do have to make an initiative roll.
No
wow,
problem.
Bolo is just, I eagerly await the runs of critical fails.
Cartwheel before I do that, actually.
Yeah. You parkour over and into the. So with incredible precision, you actually move one of the sweet little paws of the kittens out of the way, and you move the thing up. And there is indeed a person sleeping underneath it, a young person. If you had to guess, a reasonably young girl, maybe 8 or 9, looks to be a human girl, very dirty face, and looks is kind of lying there, kind of breathing quietly. You can see bags under her eyes. This looks like someone who has been having had a rough time of it. You can see also some scratches that are not just cat related in certain places. And they don't move as you lift it up.
Okay. All right. Time of day.
It is right now about, I would say, 1-ish in the afternoon, something like that. Also, thank you to VertigoStat for the $15 donation. Thank you so much. We're up to $18.55. Let's keep it up. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, so about 1 o'clock or so.
Okay. Yeah. So, was there? Is there like a at the inns or the taverns close by? I want to sneak out and go to one of those and just get a meal.
Okay.
And something that could be wrapped up in a cloth so I could bring it. And I want to get enough for the girl and get something else for the cats.
Okay.
Then I want to go back.
Okay.
And get get something to drink too.
Okay.
And then head back to the boat.
I would say that all of that is probably, I don't know, a couple of silver maybe. If you don't have silver, we'll call it a gold, and if I charge you for something later on, you can just remind me that I did that. Something like that.
I don't actually know how much I have, to be honest, but
okay, take a look and see if you can add, just take something off as you're doing that. But other than that, that's fine.
Yeah.
So when you come back, this is something you can do pretty quickly. And when you come back about 10 minutes later or so, and you duck back underneath, you see sleeping, all that stuff. Although you do notice now that 1 or 2 of the kittens are now awake, and they're kind of looking at you.
Okay. Okay. I'm just gonna rap loudly on the on the frame of the stairs going down into the hold, or I assume that's what it is.
Yes. There is no response except that you hear more meow, 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 as the other kittens wake up.
The girl was breathing. All right, I'll step closer and just nudge her.
When you do that, suddenly as you're reaching for the blanket, it rushes out of the way and a hand shoots out and not a knife, and grabs your wrist, and you hear a low, let me rephrase, a high but quiet voice say, Don't do anything else. I'll cut you, I will if I have to.
Well, everything's okay. I actually was coming by to ask some questions, but I saw a cat.
You got no call to do it. This is my boat, and you got no call to do it. I'm supposed to be in school or anything.
You're quite right. I actually shouldn't be here, but I did see the cat, and I'm a lover of cats, and I'll admit, and it looked a little bit hungry, and so I brought it some food, if that's okay.
She's a little hungry. She just had these kittens not long ago. It's not easy to get something for them, food.
And I will admit that I bought too much food earlier, and I have this, and I'm just wondering if you would like some.
And she opens. You see her eyes are kind of startlingly blue, and she kind of peering out from the dirt in her face, and she says, and she looks and she says,
"Really, you'd be doing me a favor.
You're not putting me on. This isn't a chance for you to take me back. I won't go back. I'm not going back. You understand?" Her grip, you notice, is kind of weak, by the way, Bolo.
Okay. No, I promise I'm not here to do anything like that. I can explain everything in just a moment, but first, why don't we just have a bit of food, and I'll give some to the cat.
Make a persuasion check for me, please. Okay. I'm going to give it a +2 because that food smells good.
Okay.
So we're looking at a 9. So she's like, I've had people come by here before, if they've found themselves and they've told me to move on, or they've tricked me. I don't want them taking the cats. They need me. They ain't got no one else to watch over them. And I ain't got much to watch over me except me.
Well, that's fair enough. And that's kind of rude that they came and asked you to move on. And I just, without saying anything, I set the food down. I set the other food that I got for the cats by the cats. And then
which immediately you start eating it, by the way. The cats have no predilections. They're just like,
And then I go sit on the stairs without leaving just yet.
Okay, she stares at you. So she lets the grip go and she kind of just stares at you. The cats are eating and she kind of gazes at you, her eyes a little narrowed. You can see here that her hair is also quite dirty. It's been months since this girl had a bath, if ever. And so she kind of looks at the plate, and you can see that, Bolo, that her eyes keep flitting over to the plate where the cats are eating the food, and then back at you.
I say, I'll tell you why I came, and please eat while I talk, and I'll kind of launch into the story, and I'll tell her the truth about what we found, and sort of, I'll keep motioning once in a while if she doesn't move to the food, and then keep talking just to distract her a little bit.
And she does, over time, kind of gradually move over towards the food closer. And she says, "So what are you doing knocking on boats anyway?"
Well,
grabs the food,
how was that, by the way? I thought it was pretty good. Do you like it?
It's and her eyes kind of widen. It's pretty good, that is. You really, you got that from me. I mean, it's not. And she's like, she looks around, like expecting to see, truant officers or guards or whatever, And
oh yes, that's for you. You see, what happened was, and I mentioned about the boat, and forgive me for intruding, but I did see that there was some burned cloth, and I just wondered if it was connected to that burned boat.
Oh well, and she kind of, I didn't mean no harm by it. Well, the other day that boat got burned right over there on that dock, and there were people running around and screaming about it, and so I went over when all the shouting went down, because the cats, they needed a bed. It's too rough in here, and so I found they had some cloth that was just floating in the water right nearby, and I thought it was strange it hadn't just gone to the bottom or soaked it up. But it was there, like floating right on the surface, and I picked it up, and you see, it's got some kind of some funny stuff on the bottom, like, and she kind of shows you, and indeed there is this sort of rough sort of surface to it, but it does seem that there's some kind of waterproof quality to this in some way. And she says,
"Okay."
And I've never seen it before, but I think. And she drops her voice lower and she says, and by this point, she's now fairly regularly eating of the food. This looks like the first real meal she's had in a very long time. And as she's eating, every so often she says, "Oh, it was strange. There were two of them tall ones, They were lurking around the docks a while ago, and they were talking to people here and there. They even came back here, but they didn't knock on this boat. And then, well, I heard one of them talk. They said fire. That's what they said, fire. He said, it's about the fire, how fast it'll go. That's what he said. And then I reached my head out, just quiet like, but they were already walking away. I thought they were talking about this boat, or maybe that one down there." And she points at the one that you were talking to them at, the one whose boat everyone thinks wants to take his boat, like anyone would go to him, the old sop. And then she kind of lowers her voice again and says, "I thought they were talking about that, but they had their backs to me, see? They were looking at that dock over there, and then that's where the boat burned. So I think it's the same thing. I guess what they used to burn it, maybe. But no one would believe me if I went to them. They'd just probably take me back, throw me in. Never mind where they throw me, but I ain't going back. It's final."
Who did you think was after you?
Well, it's the Caller gang up there in Brokenstone. I used to work for them, you might say. Now, this girl looks like, 8, 9. And she says, "Well, they gave me some scraps of food, After my ma got sick, Dad was gone already. I did what I could, and then Ma died, and I didn't have any way to make any food, and I went to try to talked to the guards, but they just scared me and told me to get away. And so I worked for the collar gang up there, and at least they gave me a roof and some not very good water for a while. But it got worse. They wanted me to steal more stuff and take more things, and they wouldn't let me be. They never let me sleep. So I ran away. And I saw one of them when I was hiding. He saw me. Couldn't do anything. There were guards going by. But I saw him do this across his neck to me. And so I hid down here in the docks as far away as I could get. I should leave the city, but I don't know where to go. I lived here all my life. And what would the cats do without me?
Well,
I mean,
well,
Ginger there, and she starts naming off 6 different names for every cat and kitten.
And I'll come back to that in a moment. The men that you overheard, could you describe them? Their look, their clothing, anything?
Well, they were tall. They were, and they looked kind of mean and fierce. It was dark, so I couldn't see them too well when they turned, but they both had some beards. I saw one of them had a torch with him, and I could see his face reflected a little in the light. But the thing I saw, they were both wearing red. They were fine red like the lords wear. And they were talking to each other, and their voices were gruff and mean, like the collar gang.
Did you see any sort of sign on their uniforms, these red clothing?
Well, there was some, I don't know, drawing or something that I couldn't make it out though. They were turned away from me, but they had something there, like a sign or a symbol or a drawing or something on the front of their cloaks. I couldn't see what it was though, but there ain't many who use red livery. A lot of the fine lords, they use other things, and I don't know, but it was 2 of them, and
I know enough about the house crests of these 3 houses that we're talking about to
not
recreate
from that.
them.
It's too vague. It's too vague. The fact that there is a crest might be helpful to you, maybe, because maybe not all of them do, but it's too vague to recreate. The only thing I would say that you've seen is the little wave thing on the messengers, that came to visit you right at the end of the last session from Gunvar. He had that little blue wave on the front of it, but that's very vague. It's from her description, you don't know that you could really pick it up from that, but.
Those aren't crests.
Say again?
Those aren't crests.
Oh, well, okay, whatever. They're whatever they are.
Just say emblem, okay? Just say emblem.
Emblem.
Or symbol is also good, but not crest.
Emblem,
crest
symbol.
are things that you put on your head.
Okay, emblem and symbol.
Yeah.
Maybe it was a crest that's meant to go on their head, but for secrecy they put it on there. Okay, it's fine.
Wait. Oh no, this is. I'm so sorry to interrupt, but this is. I mean, why does the word crest not have something to do with heraldry?
No, it does, but it's like the thing that you put on your helmet. It's
like the crest of a hill.
You have the shield, and then you put a helmet on the shield, and then on that thing goes.
That's why it's called a crest. I see now. I understand.
Yes, it's a crest, like with birds have crests, right? And waves have crests.
Interesting. Okay, that's super fascinating. That word totally became uncoupled in my head from the idea of something that is on the head. So that is Okay, I learned something. It's great.
Yes.
Cool.
Also,
luckily in German you can't make that mistake because the crest is called Helmzier, like literally a helmet decoration. So it's like obvious that it goes on the head.
That would be hilarious. So you see a helmet decoration on their front, and I have awakened the heraldry nerd entirely. I appreciate the correction. Yeah, no, I know.
For my own clarification, I just want to make sure that I understand what Brad is asking. Brad, are you asking if the kid can describe the thing, or if you know enough about the symbology that you can sketch them and see if she recognizes any of them?
Yeah, it was the latter.
Oh, it's the latter?
Okay.
The only thing... you could sketch the wave. The only one that you've seen that's like this emblem or symbol is the little wave that you saw in the messenger. That's the only thing you've seen like this other than just red.
To be fair, the river is literally a herald, so kind of her job to know these things.
I'm not there though.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like just saying, like Bolo might know, that river might know.
So we visited 2 houses. Can I remember like any of the?
Neither,
like
but
the last guy showed it off at all.
Yeah, that's the well. This is so. Here's the thing, though. The first house you didn't see anything like that because that Ostgar has fallen on hard times, right? The second house was, in fact, what the guy kept showing you was pictures of him. All the pictures that you have were him plus like land, him plus a sword, him plus a. But you didn't actually see any coat of arms or anything obvious. You just saw a whole bunch of red.
Yeah.
Did I do that right, Terry?
Well, I mean,
right?
you can have arms that are just red.
Maybe that's
possible.
True. That's possibly true. Hey, Zach. What's up, man?
That would usually be like you actually correctly called it delivery colors.
Yes. All right.
So I asked the girl. They had a torch. You mentioned the beards. Was there anything distinctive about them? Did anything stand out to you as you think back to what they looked like?
Well, and she kind of, you can see like she screws up her face really, in concentration.
Mm-hmm.
There was one. Yeah, there was one of them. He had a scar on his left cheek. Yeah, I remember seeing it come down, and it was a bad one. It comes from his ear all the way to his chin. I hadn't thought about it. The other one just looked like stubble of beard, that was all. But yeah, the scar. I did remember. He had a weird voice too. Like this he spoke. It was kind of scary, honestly.
Real low?
Yeah.
Low voice?
Yeah, real low. They were talking quiet anyway, but even then I could hear him like he was rumbling down deep, like something underneath the mountains,
Okay. Well, that's very, very helpful. I'm sorry, what was your name?
And she looks like she kind of leans back a little bit, like nerves beginning to sneak into her face.
Yeah.
You got to promise me first that you're not going to make me go back there.
Oh, of course not. Quite the opposite, in fact. What I'd like, you've done me a great service, and if you give me your name, I can leave it at the Battered Mug. Are you aware? Do you know that place?
Oh, the Battered Mug, that's that place. Well, it used to be really bad smells, but now there's really good ones. The last couple of weeks, it's been a whole different thing.
Well, I've had a small hand in that, and I know the owner, and if you ever have need of food, you go there. I'm going to tell them that you can come by for food anytime you like.
You won't tell them where I live, though?
Oh, no, I won't. You go to them whenever you need.
And she sort of like looks.
I just need a name.
It's Morella.
Well, that's a very pretty name.
And she nods. And she, for a moment, she smiles slightly, and you get just an image for a moment of what this girl might have looked like under different circumstances.
Okay.
And she says,
well,
thank you. My mom named me that.
Well, that's very nice. And I'm very sorry about your mom. You go by the Battered Mug later today and just get some more food, okay?
Do you think they might give me something extra for the kittens?
Certainly.
I worry about them, about Calico. And then she starts running off the names again.
I'm sure they'll give you a beer. It'll be fun.
Yeah,
all right, kid, here.
And
to be fair, in the Middle Ages, everybody drank beer.
It's more nutritious and
Children.
safer.
And it was safer. Yeah, I was going to say.
It was safer.
Yeah.
I give her the name of the brothers, the proprietor and the cook, my sous chef. And I say, you talk to either one of them. And then, so I know I spent a little bit on the food, but I assume, I haven't spent hardly anything. I don't know how much I have, honestly, but I just want to leave her some extra coins.
Okay. She kind of is like, why are you being so nice to me? And your eyes kind of narrow again, like.
I'm on a mission, and it's actually quite important for the city. And you've done me a great service by giving me the information that you've given me, and I appreciate it. That's worth something.
Well, thank you. And if no one comes to get me, then I'll know you were telling the truth, and I'll go buy the battered mug. And if it turns out you weren't lying, then you can come back if you like sometime, and I'll help if I can. If you weren't lying, that is.
Yeah, of course. And I'll be gone for a little bit, but I'll check up on you.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. All right. And I'll, make an exit. And
one of the guards stops you on the way out as you're just leaving the docks, and he says,
okay.
And actually recognizes you. He's like, excuse me, I noticed that you were over there by one of the boats. Is there a problem?
Oh, not at all. But I would like to mention that she has had some trouble. The owner and young woman on that boat has a gang that she used to be a part of that's been looking for her. I'm hoping that you can just keep an eye on her for a bit. Make sure she's okay.
You know the name of the gang?
What is it?
Is the Canner. They called it the Collar Gang, I believe is what I said.
Collar. Yeah, the Collar Gang.
And they say, oh, bunch of street rats, Collar Gang. And he nods. He says, yes, I'll do what I can to look after it. That area there's all that's left now of the boats that used to be. There are many more of them where people live permanently, but too much trade these days. Not enough room. Anyway, yes, I'll keep my eye out for him.
Thank you very much, good sir.
All right.
I'll head out.
As you head out, this is a good chance to reset for everybody and say, if you liked hearing about little orphan girls and their cats and kittens and speaking with kind hobbits, then you should join us for this adventure that we're in right now. This is Adventures of Middle-earth Erebor Adventures. I'm joined, as always, by Trendane Sparks, Brad Bollier, Terry Toons, and Amal Elmatar. If you are enjoying yourselves, then please support our charity for today. This is the Damon Runyon Cancer Research Foundation. This is part of ArvCon, our 7th annual ArvCon. I can't believe that. And we have raised $1,855 so far. Our goal is $2,500 for the weekend. So if we can get that, we're closing in on that already. If we can get past that and we're not even halfway through, that would be amazing. So please consider supporting by !donate. Once you go there, you'll see there's a page. At the bottom of that is a Donate Now link. Click on that. It will bring you to a spot where you can pay via PayPal. Thank all the gods. And then ! Come back here, type in ! Donated, DONATED, space, and then the number of the amount that you donated, and we will add that to the list.
You see what the keyword is for this?
Oh, that's a good one. The keyword for the giveaway is Saint of a Took. Oh, nice. Good stuff.
Or Sane Too Fat Ook.
It could also be Sane Tofa Took, and that would be a very... I'm just saying, Tofa Took. Like, what? Could be. But anyway.
Isn't that a kind of hummus?
Yeah. It should be, right? So, yes, also good to see you, Darksaber 2K.
Violence today.
It is also great to see Darksaber 2K in here. And also, as one last quick note, we are going to be here until about 3:45, so about another hour, 45 minutes with this crew. Then at 4 p.m. Eastern, we will get started with D&D with GOG Storm King's Thunder, the finale of that event as the crew tries to defeat an ancient blue dragon, God help us. So we will see how that all works. And tonight, we've got Community D&D in her lair. Did I mention that? In the blue dragon's lair. Yeah, it's going to be great. And then this evening, we have got Community D&D with Dragon of Icespire Peak. So lots more time, but please get those donations in and please keep spreading the word. Okay, so Bolo heads back. That brings us, I think, to the stables where everyone else is now waiting. So you have a chance to talk to each other as you reconvene, if everyone would be so kind as to move their characters down out here. Lilliman, I will, by the way, just note quickly, looks to be extremely well taken care of, Inga. Like, this is as good as Lilliman's looked in a long time, just like brushed, maned, the mane is brushed, like a couple of ribbons, like the whole bit, looks well fed, and the newly shoed, the horse who's newly shoed.
Check out my fabulous mane.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, exactly. As you go by. Anyway, very dramatic. So you can all now reconvene and speak to each other if you like.
Okay. Well, I will have stopped it. Are we picking up when we all meet?
I was assuming. I mean, unless there's other stuff you want to do first. I mean, that's...
we have just like updated Balin, right?
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did you wish to do that? Because that's up to you. The updated Balin we do have to play out a little bit, not for super long, but well, actually, you know what? We don't even need to do that. If you want to have updated Balin, yes.
We can even just leave him a message, essentially. I just like to kind of to say that we're going to this Lord's.
Okay.
Next.
Tell me what you're leaving on the what bits of information you're giving him from what you've gathered, please.
Absolutely easy. It's a note written in blood that says, "We know you're still alive, you cranky old codger. We're going to find out who tried to kill you." And it's a venom-soaked dagger stabbed into the
and it's all in newspaper letters, if you know what's good for you, you know.
Right.
No, I think wait. So just to remind me, we had a mechanical bird. Is that that we could send? Is that
funny thing about the mechanical bird?
Inga, what has happened to that bird?
Well,
it's gone south for the winter.
It happens that Thrun wasn't home, so I figured I would check back in again when we come back. That's cool, right? We're cool, right?
The bird, the bird that we were given by Thrun?
Yes.
Where is that bird?
With Thrun, I hope, assume. Totally, absolutely must.
As far as we know, it's gone south for the winter.
Great. Awesome. Super good.
Quick jump cut to every face in the party, you know.
Love.
Listen, if you would have been in my situation, you would have been given a cool toy like this.
Well,
you would have looked for the first excuse to use this as well. Okay?
I want to jump to a quick montage cut of Stubbis running frantically from orcs somewhere in the south with his bird flying along next to him. I'm just kidding.
Trying to wind it.
Yeah.
He's going, help me! Help me! Help me!
Immediate evac! Oh man. None of that happens. Sorry.
No.
As far as we know.
As far as you know, yeah.
I mean, thinking about it, we could. I mean, we could also just go visit the dude and then give a full report afterwards. I had it more of a sense of like an on the way thing, even though they are different directions. So if we're all together, we could just go. Watching the time and stuff.
We would have had to pass by Balin's
to
get out to the south gate anyway.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. So like just popping in, hey, we talked to a few people. We are now gonna have to leave town to talk to another guy. We'll be back soon.
Yeah, the only thing I want to know is what specific information you're giving him, because it does make a difference. So that's why I'm asking what little bits of info you want to pass on to him.
Specifically that, well, he knows about. Does he know about the red livery thing yet, or we have to?
You haven't? No, I don't think you've talked to about any of that.
I think we want to just basically tell him. Why don't we just do it?
Yeah.
To just basically, so. Yeah, if we do stop in again, the information that tell rest of crew, tell me if this is correct. So far, we have determined that. The boat was likely burned by people in red livery. We have narrowed down the people who have red livery to 3 options, and we have investigated 2 of those. Neither of them seems particularly likely. And before we could meet the 3rd one, we were intercepted by a messenger from that dude saying that, hey, heard you've been effing around and wanting to find out, and more or less. And so now we are there. Now we are on our way to that extremely not suspicious thing going on. And wanting to share that with Alan.
Okay.
Does that make sense? Have I?
Yes. Oh, sorry. You're asking the party if that made sense.
Yeah, the asking the party, and also, Bolo, do you I'm assuming that you will have shared with us what you learned further?
Yeah, well, we're not yet together, so I will.
Oh, right. You're reading us after we talked about him, right?
Yeah.
Fair. Okay.
Okay, so okay, so you talked about the boat. You talked about the red livery thing, and then you also told him about the nobleman.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I've told him in detail about like the racist one, the foppish one,
Right,
and
The one who called us.
Sorry.
The
And
one who has summoned us.
The one who summoned us.
and
yeah.
also, and I'm not going to tell you whether this is good, bad, or indifferent. I just want to know whether you mentioned your conversation with Thrun and/or Niping in this discussion with Balin.
Wait, we haven't met Niping yet, have we?
No, you know, but I mean, you know the name is all I was saying.
Yeah.
That you'd
Well,
heard
but
the name.
well, Inga already knew the name.
That's true.
And Balin
yeah.
also probably
I guess
knows
that the
who
name
is too.
came up about this, though, is the point.
Oh, okay.
That the name came up.
I'm so sorry. I've forgotten who Thrun and Niping are.
Thrun is a toy maker.
Right.
That
Yeah,
Inga
that is
got
our
the bird
toy
from,
maker.
and Niping is that legendary dwarven smith from the Iron Hills,
Right.
who apparently is also like as skilled as he is as a smith. He's also a bit of a traditionalist.
Ah, okay.
Apparently.
Okay.
So.
I'm sensing that this is stuff that happened in the session that I wasn't there, so I will leave it.
Oh yeah, that could be that.
Right,
yeah,
right.
yeah.
This is
yeah,
one of the
yeah,
reasons
yeah,
I was asking, because that way
Yeah.
it catches everyone up. So
Excellent.
I would like everybody except Bolo, who's not there, to make an insight check for me, please. And normally, Chad, I would role play
Everybody
this, but I
except
want
for
to
Bolo?
except for Bolo, because Bolo's not there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Insigid.
Normally, Chad, I would role play this out, but there's other stuff I want us to get to, and also they will have more conversations about them in the future. Also, shout outs to 52 people in here. Let's keep it up. Thank you, everybody.
Woo!
Very nice.
Okay, so wow.
I love it when it makes sense.
Yeah. Inga sees all. Like, you know.
She's a dwarf. She recognizes the micro expressions better than we do.
She can see past the beard.
Yeah, exactly. You see
No,
at some point.
she can see the expression in the beard itself. Like she can actually see that.
Yeah, the expression, like the beard
It's
hair
like-
twitches and it.
Yeah, it's like
beard.
like when you have like specific types of gesticulating.
Yes.
Good word. In different languages and regions, it's like the same with dwarves, but with beards.
I see.
And
I
like
see.
actually different regions have like actually different dialects of that.
I see.
too,
And
so
and
it's like-
thanks to your knowledge of their prehensile beard that just can,
Yes.
you know, individually curl each hair. Okay. So that's that's good to know. You actually get a sense that Balin may take a long trip underneath in a mine sometime in the future.
Yes.
And that makes you sad. No. So you you in particular, I don't actually think that, because Tani also got a 23. I think both of the two of you, River, I don't think you would pick this up exactly. You know that Balin is very carefully listening, but definitely both Tani and Inga notice that Balin, especially when you sort of like the aggregate of the information, the more you tell him, that it seems that he is determined to do something. Like you can see his kind of jaw set and he kind of nods and, you know, he seems determined to do something. And he tells you just before you leave that he is going to be conferring with King Dane in 3 days. And that he encourages you to learn anything else you can before the meeting, because he's going to present to the king all of his suspicions, and basically tells you he's going to get Dane to freaking do something already. Like he's going to not leave until he's convinced him there's a huge problem, and, you know, the call is coming from inside the house, you know, like that something needs to be done. But he wants the more solid information you can get, the better. And you know, of course, from your own dealings with Dane, Inga, that, and so does Tani actually, that Dane isn't like a stubborn who never does anything, but he doesn't move unless he's sure. So when he's sure, then he'll move, but he needs to be sure. So that's why Balin encourages you to gather even more info. He seems quite pleased with all of you and the work that you've done so far, by the way.
Me too.
So yeah.
As I say in Old Dwarvish.
In Old Khazad-dûm or something, which means Nito. All right. So now that we've established that, now assuming you folks are cool, you have now joined at the stables. and you're going to head out to this place. So as I said, it's about an hour's ride to the west of Dale. This place, I should note for everyone, you have actually heard a little bit of Ashbrook before. It is a rich manor house with, actually, there's a short border wall that's around it and a tower, like almost like a little mini castle, I guess you might say, within it. And it was the kind of place that's actually existed for some time. It was originally intended to keep bandits at bay, and now things have moved along considerably in the work of the last few years. So when you arrive, and I actually have a picture of this, so give me 1 second while I pull it up here.
Did you make an arrival roll?
Pictures.
No, this is not. No, yeah, exactly. Let's come up with a guide for the hour-long journey. No.
Right.
Okay, so
who's gonna be making the arrival roll and everything?
yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's what we were saying. Okay, so there you go. This is what it looks like. You can actually see it here. It has been there for some time, as I mentioned. And when you first arrive, you are met before the gates by the guards and the door warden. And one of them comes forward and says, "I'm sorry, it's just in front of me and I have to take a swing at this softball. I cannot let you before Lord Gunvar so armed. Tawny Bear, Bolo, Inga, and the river. Greyham." Never mind the Greyham part. But he does actually say that you can't, that he needs to ask you to leave your weapons behind. It is a rule of the house.
Oh, all right.
River said, I'm sorry, I apologize also, but it's a call and response situation. You wouldn't part an old man from his staff, would you?
Pointing at Tawny.
Tawny's just oblivious for the moment. He's just standing there like, yeah. And then slowly it worms his way into his brain. And he's like... and he just sort of grabs it with his other hand and slowly starts...
Yes, suddenly sinks onto it. Exactly. Sure. Oh, man. Yes.
It's like a good 30 seconds while that transition
yeah,
goes.
Exactly. So I would like you to make a persuasion check for me, River.
I am kind of assisting. Can she have advantage?
You're not really assisting very well. Let's be clear here. No, you ain't. let's be clear.
Vision, you say.
Oh, man.
Roll on disadvantage, please.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
I was expecting
that. I had this image of you having it come through all at once, and you just like, oh, like
for
immediately.
reference.
Yeah.
Like, how old actually are our characters? I don't think that ever came.
Yeah.
Like, I did actually write down.
You did write it down. I was gonna say.
Tawny's 26.
Oh, okay.
That's not.
But
true.
does he look 26? Because he's like.
No.
26 going on.
26. Tawny's like 26 with 20 years experience, surely. Like, that is...
Yeah, oh, he's I don't want to say been ridden hard and put away wet, but his years of violence...
No, you really don't want to say that. No, you don't at all want to say that. And yet you somehow did.
I want to.
It's 2:11 in the freaking afternoon, for Christ's sake,
for
friend.
you, it's 11. It's 11 for me. Okay, it's very Hobbit time
here,
right now.
So,
it's been a great charity event, and I'm glad we all were here for it. It was great.
All his years of violence make him look a lot older. He looks like 40 or something, you know. But he's only 26.
And Bolo was a young hobbit, right? I mean, Bolo is like...
What year are we in again?
Young for a hobbit, so like late 40s.
Yeah.
When the river joined the party, she was 20, and we have been journeying together for like, what, 4 years at this point?
Yep. So
every time we've gone forward a year, I have ticked that up.
Yeah, so... But it's just, I always had it in my head that, like, Tawny was significantly older than the river, like on the order of, like, 10 years older, but I guess not.
What year are we in?
Oh, man.
I wrote it down somewhere, but
I know, I got it. This is the year. This is the dawning of
Thank you.
Okay, this
and
is,
what season are we in?
It is the late summer, early autumn, and the year is 2958.
Oh, so it's actually his birthday around this time. What year?
2958.
29.
Oh, it appears I'm 500 years old. I didn't realize.
Yes.
Okay. While you're looking that up, so yeah,
He
that
is 75 years old.
okay, yeah, that's about right. So the persuasion check that the river made, which is a 23. So I got to do this for the visual. So you do this, and the door warden's like, and like lets you keep the staff, which prompts Tawny to do what?
John?
Do you? Oh wow. Okay.
He just leaves. That's what his character does. He just walks away.
I'm just grabbing my staff. Hang on a second.
All right. Good.
Hit the thing. So Tawny was standing there like this, and then
It's amazing.
So
River's very charming as she says
That's
this.
really-
She's just like wide-eyed, blinking, big smile.
yeah. So and what I was thinking you were going to go over and wink in that direction, like so that Inga can then react. We're just going to literally
Tawny?
recreate the entire
Tawny
Two
winking.
Towers right now in film. Okay. That's fine. Let's have a marathon session. There's no
We're
wrong
playing
with
this game because we like the source material.
Right,
Also because we
exactly,
like each other
exactly.
and we like our Arv.
that. Yeah, that's
Arf?
correct.
Arr.
Okay.
Arf.
So yes, they allow you to keep it. They do, however, take the rest of the weapons from you. They are clearly not going to be convinced by other things. Now you could refuse outright, but otherwise it's very clear that they're like, no, you're not coming in here with the weapons, except for Tawny's staff.
I was
Do
gonna
they,
say, go ahead.
I hand over.
Flank Seer doesn't count, Bolo. Like
I was just asking about flanks here.
Nah,
if
they're
they
not
leave
going
it.
to take that.
All right, good.
And
So
Carry on.
Wait till
Tawny
it becomes
was a-
legendary, then they'll take it from you.
Tawny was about to refuse. He was about to say, we were invited. And
It's
if
up to
they
you.
still refuse, no. He's gonna go with what happened. He was about to draw breath to say that, and then when what happened, he was like, okay, we'll go with this. Just-
yeah, Inga just hands over her arsenal.
Okay. The axe, the knives, the whole.
you
Like,
just
the
see
bow.
the river going,
Yeah.
take them. And the guy's like, okay.
Well, it's literally, if you think about that sequence, right? Legolas literally is like with the daggers, and I imagine that's exactly what the river does.
I am actually, I think that
Where do you
River-
think he got it?
Right. That's
yeah,
right.
River is not interested in being like in stirring animosity here. So she is happy to do this. So she hands over her axes. She also has a belt dagger that she literally never uses. I presume she uses it to like pare apples or something like that.
Okay.
But if she is asked to hand it over, she's not going to volunteer that just because she literally never uses it. But she's
Unless
never-
it's concealed, they are definitely going to ask for all visible weapons. You don't get the impression they're going to do a pat down, like it's not something like that, but yeah, they are asking for any weapon that's visible.
You know, I think you did use it before. I think you used that dagger or that belt knife to try to pick the lock on Ash's chains.
Really?
Manacles.
Oh, that's a
think
good.
so.
That's a
That's a
deep
good
cut. I
point.
think you're right. Yeah.
Oh man.
Don't
Well,
say
it's
that's
a
a
knife.
deep cut when we're talking about.
See what I did there?
Yeah. Oh man, that's like sentimental value now. Well, I'm gonna say maybe it's just like hidden under her cloak.
Okay. All right.
Just for the heck of it.
Yeah, Inga has no problem at this point. It's like this is like regular procedure.
Yeah.
for her.
I don't know if I've told you guys this. This is massive digression, but I once sort of accidentally smuggled a knife into Canada from another country.
Really?
Yes, I will tell you the story if you want me to, but I can also wait for a more appropriate moment. I don't know.
I mean, if you want to, unless it's an incredibly long story, feel
it's
free
very
to.
short.
No, yeah, go ahead.
Go.
Back in the before times, several times over, when it was a lot easier for me to cross borders whilst Arab, I was returning from Dubai. This was I think maybe the first trip that my sister and I had made there. My family was living there. My sister and I headed over. for Christmas. And on the way back, we were loaded up with plenty of stuff. As always happens when people go to the Middle East and come back, you get loaded with like, you know, flavored tobacco for your ergilis and things like that. They're like water pipes and whatever.
Wait, what did we call those?
Nargili.
Nargili. Okay. Over here we call them shishas. That's probably true.
Shisha, ergili. Like ergili is like the actual thing, I think, and shisha is more like the activity. I think I could be wrong about that.
Okay.
But like it just gets called both things. But the point is that you pay duties on those things, and my parents quite grudgingly were like, all right, yeah, we're not going to ask you to do the thing of not declaring stuff. So here is the money you're going to have to pay for the customs fee and so on. I had also, however, been given a gift by my cousin of a quite beautiful, like Armani dagger in a pretty thing, like a pretty scabbard and stuff. It was all curved. And because it's like an ornamental thing that I was intending to put on a wall as a decoration, I did not think of it as a weapon, and I did not therefore tick the box on the customs form that said, are you bringing any weapons or firearms into the country? So we got to Canada and I was going through customs to declare the tobacco stuff. But before I could, the very nice customs man with whom I had spoken many times before, because he's married to a Lebanese woman and always like makes sure to grill me on whether or not I'm bringing kishik, which is like a dried yogurt spread thing that apparently people smuggle a lot from the old country, which I have never once brought, incidentally. But whatever. Point is, this man. What?
Like, is that forbidden to bring to Canada, or?
Yeah, it's a dairy stuff that isn't like it's usually people bringing it from families, so it's like it's not certified or I don't know, pasteurized in the right way.
Oh, okay.
So, point is though that this guy is like, do you have something you want to tell me? And I was like, no, what? No, what? And he was like, pointing at the scan on the screen, and he's like, what is this J-shaped thing in your suitcase? And I said, oh, that's my dagger. And he's like, excuse me? And I said, my dagger. It was a gift. And he was like, yeah, it's a weapon. You have to say it's a weapon. And I was like, but it's not a weapon, it's ornamental. And he took it out. And it was in fact very sharp.
Oh,
and
wow.
he was like, if you stabbed me with this, would I die? And I was like, well, I would never do that. I was like, well, I died 20-year-old innocent. And
quick note, by the way, that an American customs officer would already have pulled guns at this point. Like, which is not to say I know Canada's got its own problems, but man, this is
my checked luggage, and just like to be totally clear. But anyway, the man, like, you know, took pity on my befuddlement. I was genuinely not trying to do that. I just did not think. It was like, I'm gonna hang it on a wall. I'm not gonna kill anyone with it.
Yeah.
But the upshot of all of this was that he let me go through, but he completely forgot to charge me the fees for the tobacco. So
I
to
see.
through. And it was very pleasing, and I did my family proud that today.
And you don't have this knife available to show us at this point, right?
Actually, I do have it.
I was about to say, you said you were going to hang it on the wall. Probably on the wall.
I have moved house a few times.
So that means
is it
it's...
like in your Animal Crossing house where you also have knives hanging over your bed?
It's true. Look, I have other knives. This is not the knife, but here's one. There's another one.
Are we going to start comparing our knives?
Yeah, no, we've done this before. Everyone pulls out their swords and weapons.
Sorry,
and
I will.
Brad's is right there.
Yeah, I mean, really, like just
reach back.
Yeah. I have to go over there to the left.
I totally saw it very recently, as I was telling.
Was it in a suitcase that you were certain you would find it very quickly after
Fuck
you moved?
you! None of forcing me. I refuse this sass. You cease your sass right now. I will find the object in time and I will show it to you.
All right.
It's very pretty.
That's very cool. So All right, let's move forward ahead. That story convinced someone to follow the channel. They're like, listen, if this is the kind of content that I get here. Please continue to help us, by the way, by donating to the Damon Runyon Cancer Research Foundation. We're sitting at $18.55, which is awesome. Let's keep it up. And $2,500 is our goal for the weekend. I'd love to get past $2,000 by the end of this session if we can, and just kind of keep on moving on up. So let's
Someone
make that
donates
happen.
$50, I will be more motivated to actually find this dagger. And
Hey, if somebody donates $30, that'll be 1885, which was the year that Doc Brown went back to at the end of never mind.
That's great, Scott. All right, that's great. Okay, so you checked to make the next keyword "daggers are weapons." That's,
Right.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
that's true. They're awesome. Okay, so let's move forward here. So when so you enter this place now, it should be noted that when you met with Lord Brynny, everything with Brynny seemed to be calculated to kind of was over the top in an effort to make you seem like, oh no, I really am that big a deal. There's a kind of sense of age about this place and a kind of stateliness, I guess. I'm really trying to avoid the use of stately Wayne Manor, but there's this sort of stateliness right to it that you can feel. And when you enter, you are sorry, I accidentally pressed the button I shouldn't have. When you enter, you are invited by the door warden to take your place in the main hall. There is a wooden table that occupies the length of the hall with wooden chairs with high backs that are set along each side. And assuming you do this and you sit down, someone comes in, looks like a butler, comes in holding a decanter, elegant glass decanter of red wine. And comes over to pour it in your cups, and does this. And as you sort of speak to each other, it's very echoey, like because the size of the hall, there's a little bit of a chill because in the inside of it because of the cold stone of the room and that sort of thing. And
River looks around and goes like, "This place could do with some tapestries."
Yeah. Seems a little over the top.
Oh god, now I'm just thinking of that one scene from Indiana Jones, the third one.
Yeah.
Like, we are here to see the tapestries.
Definitely. Holy Grail. Yeah. But it's not quite that echoey, but it is echoey. And so as you're sitting there, after you've spoken to each other for a minute or so, Lord Gunvar himself apparently comes in and enters, and I have a picture of Lord Gunvar also.
That's Caracasoo. No.
That guy. He's like, you will not see the Pasha. You're like, you son of a... no, that is not what happens. All right. Here is the man himself who enters the room. He is dressed in a rich robe, and he comes in and nods to all of you, sort of very, kind of... inclining his head. He is a tall man. He's in his what looks like mid to later 40s. Black hair is shot through with silver, and his eyes are a very bright green. And he
Lord
sort of
Veterinary.
sees you and kind of inclines his head gracefully, and comes over and picks up his crystal goblet at the front of the table. At the head of the table has been already filled with wine, and he says, "Welcome to Ashbrook. I invited you here because I think you and I are pursuing similar goals, and thus I wonder if we could help each other. It is a great honor to welcome you to my home." Now, he lifts his goblet. At this point, I am going to ask someone, it's been a little while since we've done this, to make a intelligence, specifically a traditions check, to introduce the group. This is an audience, capital A. So, which
Only
one of
we had
you
a
would
herald
like-
in the party.
Which one? I was gonna say, who would like to do that?
It
Bolo jumps up on the table. Hiya!
does usually fall to the river to do this sort of thing, except that she's not optimized for traditions. But oh well, nevertheless. So gonna I don't know. Does anyone want to inspire the river for this role?
There are inspirations?
I have heard that there are inspirations that can be given to players in campaigns, and some of you in the channel may even have some of these inspirations to use. if you
Please
haven't
make
already
sure
been
to use
inspired.
them all up on this group here tonight.
Yeah.
The other ones that come later don't deserve them.
They don't count, huh?
The thing is, it's almost to the end of the month, and they reset at the end of the month. And also, I have 2 to use that I cannot use on myself, and so ergo, the chat should inspire the river, since I cannot do that myself. It's just logic.
So what if you inspire one of us and we just give you our inspiration?
Don't think that works.
Does not work.
We've been doing this for years. If that works,
Does not work.
Oh no.
No.
Oh,
You can't
give one
like
of us
a
inspiration, we
basketball
assist you.
pass it to someone else. It is not how it works.
no,
Okay.
you'd have to like look at the river and go, "You've got this," and then you could pass it on. The funny thing is, River can actually do this for any of you, but you guys cannot do it for her.
So sadly, these are the people who have this. Although I will say that, exactly, Malkit, as we talked about. Thank you for the Prime sub, Darksaber 2K. Although Trend does have 2 inspirations available, but I know that Trend's also in his mind thinking about the fact that they've got a mega battle coming tomorrow in his other group.
That's okay. This is
what other group?
I was gonna say this is where this group is like, you're in another group, really?
As long as it's not Espegenesis, that's fine.
I mean, let's be real. Trend is in like every project on this channel.
Basically,
So it's
yeah.
like, and this is obviously the most important one that
This
he's
is the-
in. So
No pressure though, Trent. Other
While
than
we're
that,
waiting to see if there's inspiration coming in for Amal, I forgot to tell Amal earlier that my housemate and I went to a place called Habit Burger just recently, and there's a place called Blaze Pizza right across the street from it, and there was a baseball team out front, so it was Blaze Ball. And
Blaze Ball is a joy. Did any of you catch the Cubs game where
Yes.
Baez did that unbelievable? Oh my god!
the backpedaling. I have been enjoying so much your newfound enjoyment of baseball. I'm like, yes. Welcome to.
It's actually a very old enjoyment of baseball. I used to love baseball as a kid. And
Oh,
I just,
really?
Yeah. I super loved it, and I would have loved to actually play on a team. It just never happened. My brothers got to, but not me. But no, I've always, like, since I was really little, loved. It's the only Toronto thing that I regularly stan are the Blue Jays.
Cool.
Anyways, but then I fell away from it for a long time, and Baseball is 100% giving me like a deeper appreciation for the sport through like just learning elements of strategy and organizing your lineup and various things like that. So it's beautiful. And whenever baseball is super weird, like it was that game, I am all the more delighted, and the resonances with baseball are great. Anyway, sorry. I just want to give people time to do an inspiration. If
don't think it's coming.
Doesn't look like it, because
not
a few
coming.
people checked into it, and it looks like they don't have them, or.
I will just throw myself at the mercy of the trad roll, and let's just see what happens. So, going to introduce the crew.
19.
All right. Okay. Just very quickly, how do you introduce them, River?
So, the thing is, so River will very correctly and very politely introduce everyone in the crew by their titles and names, and say that it is their great honor to be invited to the Lord's house, and that they're very interested in hearing more about this. However, it would be impolite of them to eat or drink before they have expressed their own errand.
And he nods and he says, yes, it's quite understandable. I can imagine that you would want to know more, and having watched some of your actions within Dale over the last months, I think you're the sort of people that would want to know more information. Truthfully,
You've been watching us for some time.
Yes. I've been aware of you, as indeed all should be aware of the heroes of Dale for some time. Also, I make it my business to understand more of what is going on within that city if I can. Dale, you understand, is more complicated than it seems upon the surface, and there are oftentimes people with countervailing motivations, let us say. It's important for me to understand all of those. So yes, I am aware of you, and in fact, you need no real introduction as a result. Your reputation precedes them. I myself am a humble servant of the Kingdom of Dale. I am blessed by a title and some personal wealth, which has allowed me to do something for my king, and it is about that which I wish to speak. And so at this point, he says this, and now the first course comes in, and these platters, there are several platters worth of this delicious smelling, perhaps it might be quail, but beautifully spiced, and like little, hints of basil and, thyme.
Bolo's eyes light up.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's real good, by the way, Bolo. I mean, at least it smells really good. And this
Is it grilled quail like the equivalent of a whole grilled like turkey for?
No, it's smaller than that.
Or...
It's like a hen, right? Exactly.
No. I mean like relatively for Hobbit.
Oh. That's funny.
I know what a quail is.
Okay,
we had a quail dog as a pet. My
Oh,
dad
you
was a
had a
hunter.
Oh, okay.
I know what those are.
Given Hobbit appetites, I feel like
yeah, we're small in stature, but our stomachs are like 3 times the size.
What about second breakfast?
Second quail.
So second quail. So now I am craving fowl, exactly like I was saying. So and there's baskets of freshly baked bread. You can smell underneath the towels, which of course are the cloth which is covering over the rolls, and several large bowls of butter that just that's been placed in there, and so really like going all out. And after just a minute or two, he stands, Gunvar does, and he begins to pace back and forth, and he says,
quick question before
Sure.
he
Yeah.
said that. How did the first the racist lord who I wasn't here for, how did he actually receive everybody? Because we know that the foppish guy had crappy like red delicious fruit bowls.
well,
Sure,
Tren, do you
sure.
want to talk about how
Crankily.
yeah, I was going
Is
to
how he
say
received us.
Yeah, since Inga
receiving
wasn't
maybe
there,
a stretch.
it probably went better because Inga
Suffered
wasn't
our
there.
presence.
Yeah. Yeah. Thorny? No, prickly is definitely a good descriptor for it.
Did he offer food?
Oh no, he didn't even let us in the door.
Oh.
We just stood at the door as he was like, with the door open, like, what? Kind of like the guy with the boat earlier, but a little bit more articulate.
That's
and-
my boat.
Exactly. And more burny, with scarring and whatnot.
I thought you meant like, I am once again asking you for
I 100%
the millionaires and billionaires of Dale cannot be allowed.
I do not choose phrasings by mistake. Okay.
Sorry.
That is a credible impression, I have to say.
No, thank you. That is my boat. A guy who lives in Vermont with a heavy Brooklyn accent. Anyway. Oh, man. Okay. I'm sorry. Did you have a question that you need to have answered, Amal? That I made I don't think you ever actually had the question answered. Oh, no, you did. Just that he didn't receive. Okay.
He didn't. I was just wondering if they're like, because the other guy gave us bad food. This guy seems to be giving us tremendously beautiful food, and the first guy, I guess, didn't give us any food at all. Just what notices these things?
Yes.
Okay.
These are all true statements. So he walks back and forth. He really almost looks as if he's giving kind of like a speech. And he says, I've asked to meet you because I think that you can understand my concerns. The Kingdom of Dale is a young one, you need to understand. It's not more than an infant compared to our neighbors, the ancient realms of the dwarves, and he nods to you gracefully, Inga, and the elves. But our lineage, our heritage, goes back in time for many centuries. We were here before Smaug, and here we are again, reborn from dragon fire, as it were. What matters more is that if it weren't for our king, there would be no kingdom under the mountain, and certainly the woodland realm itself would have been reduced to ashes by the dragon's wrath. And yet today, our neighbors see us as inferior, and treat us as such. Years ago, King Bard stood tall and demanded that we were given what was ours by right. But I'm sorry to say he is not that man anymore. Wizards and foreigners have weakened his will, and the dwarves and elves, I think, have seen it. They fear that the king's weakness will eventually put their interests in danger. What is worse is that most of us refuse to see. We are blinded by greed and are willing to let others take decisions for us as long as we are allowed to get rich. But not everyone is blind, though. Now, warriors and heroes like you, and I wouldn't put myself as a hero, but at least one who cares about his kingdom, see that there are many enemies that threaten us, and not all of them are beyond our borders. We see, and we act accordingly. Listen, my guests, he turns back to you. I said we, for we it may be if you will join with me. Help me to strengthen the kingdom, for the sake of Dale in the first place, but also for Erebor and the Woodland Realm. A weakened throne isn't good for anyone in the region. Will you help me?
So you say that because of wizards and stuff, that stuff has gone bad. You do realize that there wouldn't be a Kingdom of Dale if it wasn't for Gandalf, right?
Oh, I do not blame, of course, Gandalf the Grey. He is, of course, most high in stature. I simply mean that the kingdom has come to rely far too much on these beings. We cannot ever expect Gandalf to save us from every condition. Indeed, that has been part of the problem. We have looked to others instead of looking to ourselves. The dwarves and those who care about the Kingdom of Dale and elsewhere. Even you who come from other places within Middle-earth. You certainly understand the importance of this city. You have in fact helped to save Dale on several occasions. Surely you must understand, then, that there are risks that you have seen. There are threats. And these threats cannot be answered simply by waiting for a wizard or others to come save us from them. It is to ourselves that we must look for our own strength.
River is like listening very, very intently to everything that he is saying.
Okay.
And says, you make some very interesting points, my lord. It has not escaped our observation that Dale could, in fact, benefit a great deal from the generosity and attention of its lords. The realm of the area of Brokenstone, for instance, has been remarkably impoverished for a long time without any attention from those with the power to perhaps change something about it. The children of that part of the city, those who have had to turn to crime to make ends meet, are these the sorts of problems that you are referring to? Are these the difficulties you'd like us to help with? Because if so, we have in fact been making some progress there.
And Gunvar sort of nods and he says, indeed, I think, the river, if I may call you so, that it is quite the case that this is indicative, symptomatic, you might say, of the weakness which I think has gradually infected our kingdom. Indeed, there are many people who have been broken, cast adrift, one might say, by the current structure. And one of the things that I suggest is that a greater focus on what has made us strong, those things that have brought us together, our common heritage, our approach to each other. These are things that I would return to Dale if I could, and had the opportunity to do so. There is a reason, after all, that Dale has a section of itself called Brokenstone. I have noted with some admiration the work that you have done in those areas, the work that the dwarves have done, he points at you, Inga, in working to make that better. Even, indeed, the work that has been done, points to you, Bolo, to raise the spirits of those, and the health, and he points to you, Tawny, of those within Dale and within that region. But you must understand that none of this happens by accident. Why are they weakened? Why are they broken? Why do they call out to a ruling structure which does not hear them? It is because they have been forgotten and cast adrift, and this must not continue. There must be bold action taken to bring us together again. Dale for Dale, I would say, and with a stronger Dale, all around it, including Erebor, the Woodland Realm, would benefit as well.
Dale first, Erebor second.
Not first. And do you say that out loud?
No,
Okay.
God, no.
Make Dale great again.
I did.
This guy.
Yeah.
This guy.
I have a hat,
so...
Mudger. Would you like to know?
red livery. Am I right?
Oh,
Am I right?
no.
See, red is my favorite color, and it just drives me up a wall that it gets associated with. Anyway.
Yeah, River.
Now
does
crest also
not-
makes sense because of the hat.
Yeah.
Ah, yes.
Exactly.
all
River
around.
does not say sounds fashy.
Yeah,
but
I
she
know,
is
I know.
100% thinking so.
Thank you, Prime.
Yeah. So River is quiet for a moment and then says, "What bold action do you propose exactly?"
Ah, now we come to it. And he comes to the, as he was turning to you, now he comes back to the table, puts his goblet down and sort of leans forward. His green eyes, gaze upon you, and he says, "Here we come to it then. There is a mission that I would carry out this same night, an action that I think may begin to move us back towards strength. If you will pledge your allegiance to me and my cause, I would be happy to share that information with you, and in fact, would welcome you as a part of it. I can think of no greater example of a return to the strength of Dale than to bring its greatest heroes on board with what I propose. But I must ask first your allegiance to this cause, and if that allegiance is granted, then I would be most happy to give you the information that is needed."
I'm sorry. River is not bursting out laughing, but I hate him so much. River just kind of looks at her companions to see how they have been receiving this spiel.
Inge has been a bit distracted because, I'm assuming that Bolo told us about the encounter with the little girl, what she told us.
Yeah.
She told you about the dudes she saw. So basically, she's been scanning the room,
Yeah, I was
more
gonna
or less
mention that too.
sneakily. If
Okay.
anybody matches the description of the dude with the scar.
At the
Bolo
moment,
doing
the
that as
only
well.
one who's been here besides him, is the butler. There are no visible guards at the moment. It's just Gunvar and the butler. But
I see.
unlike Brynny, you did see guards when you came in. They did not look like the description of what the girl saw, though.
So what about Bolo and Tawny? How are you guys taking this?
Bolo's kind of blank-faced, not wanting to show distaste and distrust, he's going to say, could we at least know? It's difficult to agree without having some information. Could you share a little bit about what you're trying to accomplish? Some details about how we could possibly help in this endeavor.
Well, and he sort of pauses and says,
Just trying to cajole him a little bit
right.
to give more.
Let us say that there is I would seek a kind of unification. There is a desire, I think, on the part, as I said, of not simply men, but dwarves and elves, to feel as if there is a return to leadership and strength. I would move this forward, let us say, by having this show of strength available to us. And to do so, I would take a short travel, a short journey, along with you and several companions. If you agree to do this, then the destination and information would be made clear. But while I am most, as I said, admiring of your work, I hope you can understand that as reasonable safety for my position, I must have an understanding of your intentions towards this. If you are indeed interested and engaged in what we are about to do, that is one thing. If, on the other hand, you are not interested, that is yet another. I suppose I would appreciate knowing what your inclinations are first.
Can I just be clear here that, this is partly just to make sure that I, as a player, have understood,
Yep.
and in order to better. He is actually asking for treason, right? And he is actually asking us to like go against King Bard, who he has been talking about as like bewildered by wizards. And
He's
so
sure
on.
as hell dancing around it, but I mean, you know, like you can probably put two and two together. So yeah. And I would just quickly say, by the way, that, you know, you have multiple things you could do, obviously, with that. You could lie. You could and say, "Oh, sure, we're on board." You can see if you convince him. You could also say like, "Oh, I don't know, I'm stupid. I don't know. I don't care." You know, so try to convince him you're harmless. You could also defy him. I mean, there's multiple things you could try to do. It depends on what you all strategically believe you want. So he has not said as much, River, but you've noticed, and you know enough about the construction of story and narrative to know, as a bard, that he's shaping. It's the classic, how do you make an elephant from a block of stone? You take away everything that isn't an elephant. So he said everything but Bard needs to go. I mean, but that doesn't mean he has not said it. In fairness, though, he has not said we should overthrow Bard, but.
And this is table talk, obviously, because we're all in the room with him. But
right, I'll only allow a little bit of this, Brad, just a touch, but you can do a touch of it, and then it'll be up to you individually to decide how you want to react. Go ahead.
Through Bolo's head is running like, why would he be asking us this? And especially the other three, knowing how close they are with Bard himself.
Like especially Tawny.
What,
you know?
Yeah, what idea, how could he have gotten the idea that you three especially would be inclined to betray Bard?
Sounds like a trap.
Tawny is just about to just say, fuck what everybody else thinks. He is about to address that point very specifically.
Yeah.
I think keeps her mouth shut, actually.
Yeah, unless we ask for a private audience, then yeah.
But I mean, anyone individually could just say something if they want, as far as that goes. I mean, like,
He's about to.
Okay.
Yeah. Inga won't. She trusts the others.
Yeah, I'm deferring to the
like
others.
she trusts that everybody knows like what her standpoint on that.
Yeah, exactly. The only thing that River is thinking about and like would be like make eye contact with Tawny about is the possibility of getting information from him about the boat, but that would tip their hand either way. So go for it, Tawny. Essentially,
as soon as she makes eye contact, you just very easily sees that Tawny has gone from sitting there holding the cup of wine, which he has not taken a single sip of, and he hasn't touched any of his food or anything like that.
Yeah,
and he's just been holding it and kind of staring at the guy, and over the course of time, the eyes get narrower and narrower and narrower, and finally, when it's time to, Tawny just kind of glances over, it's like, and then he doesn't slam the cup down.
Smash.
It goes down with a bit of okay, hold on, kind of thing. Right. And he's like, you claim that you have watched us, that you are acutely aware of who we are and what we have done, the acts which we have undertaken for the sake of not just Dale, but the safety of the land as a whole, but Dale as well. And I am curious because while I admit I am not the smartest individual in the group, I want to make certain that I want to make certain I understand exactly what it is I'm hearing from you. You are insisting that we effectively swear fealty to you when we know not what you're trying to do. And while my companions may have a different outlook on this, I can guarantee you that I will not swear any oath of loyalty to anyone if I don't know what they're about beforehand. With respect, unless you give me much, much more, my answer will be no.
I'm with him, but without respect part.
Do you say that?
She says while gobbling down on like her fourth quail at this point.
Like the fourth quail. Like, those of you who have eaten the food, by the way, it is definitively
Make
not
a
poisoned
constitution
and delicious. Just pointing it out.
Okay. Right.
Okay, so Inga says what she says. Bolo in the river, what do you say before I talk about the reaction?
Let Bolo go first, I think.
I say I'm inclined to agree. Yes. with my companion.
River says, before you invited us, we were on our way here to ask you for information, and we are unlikely to pledge any sort of allegiance before we have obtained it.
This information I've heard something about. I've heard you've been asking questions about the relations between Dale and Erebor, and I imagine that you've been wondering, as I have, about what is happening with the rising tensions between these peoples. I have expressed a little of my belief as to what has generated this tension. I assumed that is what you came to speak to me about, my knowledge, as it were, of this thing. Is that not indeed what you are here for?
Oh, yes. Although there is one more specific detail that we were wondering about.
Very well.
There was a fire at the docks. Some names the date, was like a week ago, right?
Yeah, a few days, yeah.
A few days ago. We were wondering whether you knew anything about it. Especially as you seem to be quite knowledgeable about the goings-on in Dale, the movements of people and places and goods.
I had certainly heard there was some disruption at the docks. I know not over much about that particular incident, except I had heard indeed that a boat had been burned, yes. But it is not the first boat to have been burned in that area. The docks are sometimes a dangerous quadrant to be. That said, yes, I have heard that such a boat would be burned, that such a boat had been burned.
I know
heard that it would be burned.
Floating on water would just catch fire like that, huh?
And he shrugs and he says, I am afraid my particular knowledge does somewhat end at the existence of an incident. As to how one boat would be set on fire or how a boat would burn down, I have no idea. I assume it was an accident of some kind.
Can I make an insight check?
Sure. Okay, see you,
By
Craig.
the way, what is the butler up while we are chatting? Well, what is the butler up to while we are chatting?
The butler has been the butler is currently not in the room, but has been in and out quite a bit. Basically, refilling water and wine glasses, bringing in. You're on to like the third course now, which is.
Stop it! God. Why? Every time she's like boring into someone's head with her eyes, the insight check roll is bad.
Clearly, you need to use a spoon from now.
Exactly. So she.
Only you had an axe to crack a skull open.
So your information as you try to, you kind of like staring directly, into the man's soul. You don't know exactly. Oh, hi, my son. My son is showing up with his way too short from now pajama. Yeah, I have a hat.
Hello, son of Arv.
This is my son. Hi, my son. Why have I been brought a cowboy hat?
Hey, our son.
Do you want to say hi?
Hello.
Hello. I like the ladybug on the shirt.
You want me to put this hat on?
Yeah.
Okay. Is that good? See, I have it on now.
It is true that Arv is a man of many hats.
It's a double hat day.
It's true.
I remember when he was a baby. What the hell?
He's turning 5 next week.
What?
5 years old.
How?
I know. It is amazing.
See,
right?
there are grains of sand that drop through a little pinch in the hourglass, and they don't
true.
stop.
They just keep going. Thank you, Kaylin.
So are they somehow connected to children growing these sand coins?
Yes.
Or...
Yes. As people age, they eventually degrade into sand, which fills the hourglass and it falls through.
Oh, now it makes sense.
Now it all
not
fits
really. Not really.
Now it all fits together.
So how does the sand get into the hourglass?
This is getting deeply philosophical.
It's like the tooth fairy, but it's the sand fairy, and
yeah.
That's a nightmare.
It is funny. It is funny though, because from chat's
Where
point
my
of view,
money then? Where's my money at? Sand
it's funny
fairy.
because my daughter was 4 when I started. Yeah, 4 years old when I started streaming, and is now 13 and a half, and is going to be going into 8th grade in the fall. And and that little boy going down the stairs was, of course, not even born when I first started. So yeah, we have known each other a while, Burner. It's true. It's true. Okay. So, I'm sorry, I was completely distracted by a straw hat. What were you talking about? Oh yes, you had asked him.
Admitting to us that he's the no.
Yeah. I'm actually the bad guy.
Was that we found a mechanic to combine the dice that I rolled into
the insight check. So your sense of it is that, the one thing that's very obvious is that Gunvar is quite cunning and careful in his speech, and so you don't have any sense as to whether at this moment he's completely making stuff up about not knowing. He seems to have a habit of telling the truth he feels he needs to, but beyond that, it would be hard to say.
Cool. If anyone else wants to make an insight check, I can inspire you. Be inspired by my terrible example.
Be patient.
All right.
I guess Inga would like to try to get a read on the butler because he has been paying attention to him anyway.
Okay. So
if he was like up to anything, like made like any specific specific subtle reactions based on what his lord said and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm. So the butler, and I would say, okay, go ahead and make an insight check.
Do you want inspiration?
Sure.
Hey!
You need to get rid of it, don't you?
Let me
might as well.
I mean, it's almost 3, so
yeah,
I don't know how much longer we have. So,
45. We have 45 minutes because we're going. We're going 3:45 today because a little bit longer.
Okay.
So.
Inspire.
Yeah.
Is that how it works? Yes. There we go.
Cool. Okay, I'm going to use that inspiration right away on my insight check. Boy!
Natural 20!
It actually paid off! Now he
see
only
all.
needs... Yes.
I will say that the butler clearly seems nervous. Why the butler is nervous, it's impossible to tell even with an insight check because, it's not like the pouring of the wine. He's like, be careful. It's nothing like that.
The carrots are clearly overcooked and he's hoping no one will notice.
Yeah, exactly.
Are they overcooked?
But you get the impression that the butler is clearly nervous just from sort of the stiffness of the movement as he walks around and that sort of thing. So that's what you would say.
Does he look like he, might be concealing a weapon?
The butler, no, it does not.
Yeah.
Not from. I would say with that.
I'm
with
just
that
like
insight check of
expecting
yours.
like a red wedding situation.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
exactly. No, you do not get that impression. At least not from what you can tell.
And the entry keyword is stray whats.
Is what? No.
For the giveaway right now, the keyword is
straw hats.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Yes.
Stray whats. Yep.
Wasn't keeping it.
Straw whats.
Hey, for reference, what is Warhammer Underworld?
What
like
is
from
it?
The giveaways? Yeah.
It is a game that is, I think it's basically kind of like a tabletop translation that's been done by Tin Man Games. I don't know if you remember the Warlock of Firetop Mountain. They did a version of that.
That was the first book we did. Of
yeah,
course
but that's right. But like the version that they did is not just the Final Fantasy game, but also like a tabletop kind of construction of it. And they've been doing work with Warhammer now for a while, so it's a little bit like that.
Cool. Also
like the digital version of Gloomhaven, but I haven't played it myself, so yeah. Underworld is the bestest Blood Bowl team. That's true too. Also, Pyron, if I didn't say so already, I think I did, but hi, Pyron Jade. As the crew of the next session is beginning to join gradually. Okay, so yeah, so that's definitely the butler is nervous, is what you would say.
Cool.
I already said
that is
hi
an
to you,
inspiration
troll.
well spent.
Yep, it worked.
Also, people don't forget to donate.
Yep, exactly. Exclamation point donate, please.
Yes. Without the please. I mean, please do that, but like, don't type it please for that. There. Okay. Yeah, I guess Inga keeps like an eye on the door then. Like, where's the door? Like, from her position? Like
the southern, so the southern
the one
side
that
of the
the
hall, basically.
butler gets like in and out.
Oh,
that's
there's a small little door that is kind of leading into out of what is probably the kitchen or the pantry or something, and that's the northeastern side, across the table from you, Inga, in the northeastern side of the room. You came through a bigger door that was in the southern portion of the room.
Yeah. No, like Inga would like try to keep an eye out on the door that the butler's coming in and out of from, to like see if anybody's like.
It's one of those swingy
there.
doors, you know, the ones that you go through and it's like type of thing.
Ah,
Double
yes.
hinge. Double hinge.
Yeah, double hinge. No, not the both sides of it too, the top and the bottom. There's a player piano and whatnot. All right. So you say that. Anything else that you want to mention? Or you? I mean, I guess I'm because he is still kind of waiting for an answer about what your overall.
Oh right. Okay. So wait. So we have said that. So we've asked about boat stuff. He has lied in a way that I can't determine is a lie. What else can we ask him about?
Well, I guess the real question here is like, there are like basically two options that we have. Like either we tell him outright that he's an ass and that we don't want anything to do with him. And the other option is we make him believe that we are going to work with him to get information from him. And it's more like what would be the smarter play here? Is like the risk worth it in either direction?
Yeah.
Because like I don't think any of us would actually want to legitimately work with this guy.
No, correct. The problem I'm so periodically sad about the fact that River is as good at persuasion as she is, but also too honest to really manipulate people on the regular.
It gives a perfect tension though that creates her character the way it does. Like it fits perfectly.
It's just like and she's also overconfident, which is more often a problem than not. So
and you could if you wanted to play the let's go ahead and try to convince him that we want to work with him thing, given the fact that Tawny just told him no. The clear play in that case is for like any one of you to basically say, now wait, Tawny, let's think about this.
That's true.
And then in the process of bringing Tawny around.
That's true.
Oh yeah, Inga is so great at bringing Tawny around.
Yeah, but Tawny would know why you were trying to convince her.
Of course. I'm just like thinking back when Inga had beef with Tawny all the time.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that was so fun.
She was.
Remember back in the good old days.
Yeah.
What
blowing
is
up a cave with cooking oil. Sorry, what?
You learned something about this guy, right? When we were initially looking into the three different potential red livery people. So we know that one guy hates dwarves. We know that another guy is very showy and ostentatious and foppish. What is it that we know about this guy?
I didn't actually write that down. I have information on the other two written down, but not on this one. I don't know why.
If I remember correctly, of the three, it's almost like a Three Bears situation, and this guy is kind of the middle ground. That he has the command, not just insisting of look how fantastically noble I am. He actually,
but he's also racist,
right? But
he's like a middle of the road,
right?
Sorry.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh dear. Sorry. Dora just.
But as we have established, prick.
Yeah.
No, the other guy was a prick because he was prickly, right? This guy is like more. What do you call that? I was going to say slimy. That's the wrong word. That's what you would call him in German, schleimig.
I mean, that's.
Oh. He's fashy. He's just fashy. He's just,
that too.
Like he's just.
But like you can be fashy without being like slimy.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, different. All the different textures of fash. Here's a slimy fash, a prickly fash,
textures of fash,
an upholstered.
Isn't
fash.
that all what fashion is about?
Oh
no, she is dead and her house is burned. Stop opening that old wound.
Oh no. Oh.
That's
Yeah,
not
there,
the
see?
connection I was making. How
Well,
dare you?
she's the only one with any sense of fashion that we've met in the last year. So
Right.
What about River's mom?
That's true. Well, I mean, yeah, she was
She's
not.
What about
literally
Brinny? No,
Weaver.
I'm just sorry.
Oh,
Anyway, okay, all right. Let's to bring this back then. So okay, so this guy has just said what he said. Does Tawny want to say anything in response to that?
leery. That's the word. Thank you, Pirate.
What,
Right?
Hugh?
Leery. Leery?
Oh.
No, well, Leary would be more concerned about, like, I'm not sure if I want to do XYZ. That's a little bit more leering. I mean, maybe the guy leers. I don't know. But
I think he's
Consult the
sinister.
internet.
I think he's sinister, and I mean, from the portrait of him, I think he is self-interested and sinister, and I don't know. I would call him slimy, but like a drier slime. I don't know. No, it's embiggening.
this is while he's walking back and forth doing his
Oh
little
God!
feet, and
No,
he keeps
I
getting
hate it.
closer.
Thanks, I hate it. I hate it so much. No. Anyway,
oh man,
this is how, you know what? Is this your mandate, Arv? Is just like to make me hate men in this game?
oh man, that is the conversation about hating men. Let me tell you,
God.
I have my own strong feelings. But as far as this, not always. Hey, listen, I also did I not? Well, but okay, but you're, as you're saying, just men. Yes. Although, well, Balin, awesome
No,
dude.
Balin's great,
you
but he's
know?
a dwarf. I
So just male humans is the problem.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, actually, no, Longo was a dwarf. Was a hobbit. So
Right.
yeah. And I sure did despise that one.
And you kind of thought that
technically
Harwold the
human.
Reeve was pretty cool, except he was like harried, but you know.
Slime ball,
the Reeve was
according to the dictionary. That's what I was looking for.
Tawny
He's
is
a
technically
slime ball.
human.
Anyway, okay,
Technically.
all right. We need to actually make decisions.
Indeed.
Just snark on this terrible man.
No, Tawny did not respond. Tawny's basically just kind of staring at him like, prove me wrong.
Okay.
Which the only way he could prove Tawny wrong is to tell us what he wants to know.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I think River is going to lean towards Tawny and quietly but audibly say, "Let's not be hasty in our judgment."
I want everybody to make an insight check for me, please.
An unnatural 20.
Okay.
Get inspired by Treebeard? No, don't be hasty.
Let's not be hasty. Yeah, prove me wrong. Prove you aren't Batman. Okay. Well, everyone's on point today. I love it. Yeah, everyone's so staring at him. You're like, So all of you can note that when you say that, River, Gunvar's green eyes flicker from the River over to you, Tawny, as if very curious about your reaction.
And Tawny basically just looks from Asvar, whatever the fuck his name is. Sure. Okay.
Gunvar.
Sure. Just looks over at the River, and his expression softens a little bit, like. And then he looks back up at Gunvar, but his expression isn't as hard as it was before. Like, for her sake, I'll listen. Kind of an expression.
I would like. I'm going to give River a chance to do either performance or riddle. You're going to be making, this is essentially a final audience check, so to speak, okay? But I'm going to be giving this to you, unless it is countered by inspiration from somewhere, at disadvantage. And I'm going to tell you why, which I normally wouldn't do, but your insight check revealed this. Gunvar very clearly, as I said, is deeply cunning, and is also clearly preternaturally suspicious. And so Gunvar is not when you're like, all right, fine, I'll listen. Okay, well, here's my you know, like he's very cautious about all of you, and it seems like he does know of your reputations in all respects, including the relative honor you've demonstrated previous to this. As a result, disadvantage unless that gets counteracted using either performance or riddle.
Burner would like
for
to
you
know how to check if they have.
It would be exclamation point inspiration space dash have, and that will tell you if you have it or not, Burner. But it's
forgot the space there. Have, not who.
Yeah, dash have. And the who one live suing only mods can do, which I'll do if I have to, but just that's what you can do. Inspiration.
There we go.
There you go. You do not have one, Burner.
Wait, is Prince Justin here?
Prince Justin, I don't know if Prince Justin's here. Aww. Yeah, you do not. Dragon Spear's got one. Echo's got one. I don't know if you heard before, but Darksaber 2K was like, look, I'm fighting a blue dragon in an hour. Like, so they're all like,
I saw that.
Yeah.
And honestly, if you guys are so great, then you don't even need the inspiration.
You used one earlier this month, Dragon. You had 2 of them. You used one earlier this month, I believe.
I will inspire the river.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, so now it's just a normal
future
roll.
Trend. Why did I use both inspiration? No, it was this month, Dragon.
Fool of a trend.
All right, so you are now. It's just a neutral. Now it's just a flat regular roll.
Good. So.
Thank you, Trent.
I think what River is trying to demonstrate here is that she is troubled by whatever they're investigating, and is interested in like I think what she's going to try and communicate is that this isn't actually about him, it's about something else which he could be of assistance with.
Okay.
And that in fact, I think what she's going to do is she's going to look very troubled, and she's going to say, in the guise of like sharing a confidence, that let me just think this through for a second. Essentially what I want is like for her to say in the guise of sharing a confidence that we're investigating the murder of a very beloved figure, essentially.
Okay.
And it's a sensitive matter, and we would like whatever insight that he can give us in order to help shape that investigation, I think. And like,
yep.
I'm trying to make sure that this is like the like without actually tipping their hand. So I'm going to make that roll.
Before you make the roll, I'm going to give you I'm going to make a proposal to you.
Okay.
I always hoped you guys would get together.
It's going to be a problem for both of our spouses, I think. But
polyamory is an option.
But it's across national lines. I'm going to make.
That is the issue.
I'm going to make this suggestion, which is this is actually I'm taking this inspiration partly from the I think it's the Powered by the Apocalypse games, in which they have what they call a devil's bargain that you can take. So what I'm going to tell you is this: you can be extra convincing about this, and I will, now that it's been counteracted to a neutral roll, I will give you inspiration, but because of the river's honest nature, it means that the river both knows how to do this well, but also the cost of doing so. So if you are willing to take a shadow point, I will give you advantage on this roll.
Oh, God.
Oh, boy.
I don't think she is.
Okay.
I mean,
go to the dark side.
Yeah, no. I mean, like, I
so be it, Jedi.
Specifically, the reason to not do this is like for her is that the reason it makes sense for me. Although I super love that this Devil's Bargain is on the table,
I really feel like making this move is motivated by how much she dislikes, distrusts, and like rejects everything about this man.
Right. Yep.
So so I feel like she is, channeling genuine concern for stuff. And just like organizing it, pivoting it, and making it into a story that might have a shape that he might take.
Gotcha.
But we'll see what the dice will say about it.
All right, we will find out.
But I super love that you offered that. That was, yes, thank you.
Sure.
So I'm gonna go with performance. I think that makes more
All
sense.
of the dark side was strong, but she resisted.
You're wrong, Your Highness. I am a woodsman, as my father was before me.
Oh.
So, just to point out, if you had taken the shuttle,
Yeah, I know.
No. Your explanation was a good one. So, as you go through this, you can see the green eyes are just kind of, as you're describing this thing about the I want to have this information, and it's kind of the point. He says, "Your reputation, as I said, precedes you. And it is well known that your entire group, indeed, has been, if one may say, paragons of virtue within Dale and elsewhere. Thus, I have no doubt you may be investigating something and trying to gather information about it. But I doubt very much that you have any particular interest in serving me. It is quite possible that I made an error in believing that you might understand the particular nature of what faces us now. It is unfortunate, for I was not lying when I said I admired what you have done. Nonetheless, decisions must be made one way or the other." And 30 men from every part of the hall walk in. Now, I want to point out, Inga, you were talking about that door. What you may not have noticed in this hallway, which, as I mentioned, was a hall with tapestries, the thing in the front, from behind the tapestries, these men all emerge, step forward. They are armed to the teeth. Like, just, they are way overmatched for all. I mean, you guys are amazing, but no, there's no way.
Yeah.
With this many people, without weapons, even with Tawny's staff, I will take you all out. Like, I mean, who's the dude from Rogue One? Like, even that guy, I don't think would be able to.
Chirrut Imwe.
Chirrut Imwe, yeah. Even Chirrut.
I love him.
So he comes in and he says, "I am most sorry that you have not been able to see the light in this affair. But it is important to recognize that we are moving towards a new order. One in Dale that I think will be a better and stronger one. And it cannot be held back by investigations elsewhere. By the time my men and I have finished what needs to be done, both Dale and Erebor will understand the cost of inaction. Take them below to the prisons. Make sure they are well treated. Make sure they are under lock and key. I will determine what the disposition is to be done of them at a later point. And while you're taking them down, be careful of the Bjorning's staff. I doubt very much he uses it as a walking stick." And he takes a step back and whatever this works out to, quick math, what is that? 7.5 guards, right? Per person, basically, all gathers around you, and they sort of wait silently. They'll heave you up if you don't get up on your own, but they're not going to do it unless,
River is going to say, demonstrating sort of oh well. This is River's just going to say, bold moves on your part, Lord Gunvar, considering that we are working on behalf of the king, and it is well known in Dale that we were on our way here to you. Do you really wish to breach hospitality in such an egregious way?
And he smiles and he says, "If I may say so, it is precisely because I know how close you are to the king that I do not release you now. And as for what people in Dale will think when you have gone missing for some time, By the time they send someone to look for you, it will already be well past time for action to have been taken. I have, you may understand, River, some vested interest in ensuring that my plans are not disrupted by you or anyone else. As far as my hospitality, it extends to not killing you where you all stand. I would not bloody my house to do it, but I will also not let you undercut what must be. Dale will no longer come second to every other person and every other race that exists within this place. Dale will be strong again, one way or the other.
Well, since we are going to be your prisoners, I suppose that there's no point in beating about this bush then? So, did you in fact kill Balin?
And now I need an insight check from you. This time just from you, River.
Okay. Oh wait, what just happened?
Roll high.
Oh, okay.
What?
Sorry, I just like looked at the thing and like Bolo, something like.
Yeah, I saw the art of disappearing. I'm like, why would you be looking at that, Bolo? And I do want to say, Bolo, you may have a chance to do this later in the prisons. You're not going to be able to do this with like literally 8 dudes looking right at you. So I just want to be clear, you know, that even as good as Bolo is at disappearing, it may take a little bit of, you know.
I'm so fucking glad right now that Inge took that one feat last level up, which is gonna fucking save them.
I do actually have a
Nobody
question.
knows about it.
Okay, I'm going to take that for a minute, River. I said only the river, but actually, how? So, I know you. I can trust you to say this honestly. The other 3 of you, how many of you were gazing like I must find out exactly what Gunvar means? Like, were any of the 3 of you also doing that, or like looking with particular interest at him, or not? I know the River was. That's why I gave her the check, but.
No, Inge wasn't. Inge was like still like having her eyes on the room.
Got it.
Yeah, I'm actually scanning for the Scar guy that I was told about from.
That's you make a perception check for me. I'm glad you mentioned that, Tawny. What about you? Are you?
Tawny would have, as soon as people started popping out, very acolyte like from behind tapestries. Would have not even us. There we go. Finally, it registers.
Such a fan. I can't even tell you, Trent. Such a fan. This is a reference to a book that Trent is doing the audio for that may or may not be published in a couple of months. So
yeah, but basically, having started picking up on that movement, he would have glanced around, but he would have immediately looked back towards Asvar and been like, "Really?"
Okay, then I want you to make. Then I'd like you to make an insight check also. Bolo, you sure do see him. There's absolutely someone with a scar from the chin all the way up to the left ear. And he looks just as ugly as Morella described.
Okay.
Yep. Straight
you
up.
said insight?
Yes, insight. I do want to note, by the way, that none of these people currently in the room, except for Gunvar, are wearing this red livery, though, for whatever that's worth. They seem to be dressed for... These people look like they're ready to go somewhere. And so... okay. So, 11 and a 12. I think that's actually enough. When you say, did you murder, were you the one who murdered Balin? He sort of, kind of steps back a little bit and he says, I heard of what had occurred to Balin, but I am not responsible for anything which may have occurred to him directly. These are times that are very trying for all of us. Sometimes, simply on the road, one can fall afoul of a common criminal. It is a symbol of our weakness, don't you think, River?
Indirectly murdered.
So you paid off some brigands.
And he kind of, his eyes flicker over to you for a minute and then back, and he says, circumstances have been arranged, and I am sorry to say I can spend no more time on those circumstances to speak with you. I wish you good rest. We will see what happens when new leadership is in place. And he turns and strides from the hall, and the guards, I don't want to say fall upon you, but, they basically are like, all right, let's go.
No, River's not going to put up a fight on account of, especially not wanting them to fucking touch her. Excuse me.
They will not, so they will not touch you. Like, it's very obvious that they have been told not to, I don't know, they're not going to just grab you unless you literally are just like, like if you start to do some fisticuffs, then they will restrain you. But otherwise, they're very obviously trying not to do that.
Mm-hmm.
For whatever.
Inga tries to give a death glare to the next best guard who's coming at her. Just to fuck with them.
These guards, by the way, they are grim. Men and women, you can see that they are grim, and they look like they have, including the Scar guy, Bolo, that they have some combat work upon them, readiness upon them. Yeah, go ahead, Bolo.
As they're closing in, I am going to slide up close to Tanya and just say, cause a distraction on the way down. And I'm priming the pump to try to disappear at some opportune moment.
Okay.
Wait, does only Tony hear that, or?
Yeah, I would say. I mean, if you're going to be next to Tony and say it, you can't say it louder without the guards here.
I was going to say, Tony's ears are a lot farther from Bolo than hers are.
Yeah, Inga's more close to the height. If
Right.
you're gonna.
I would say, and I was going to say that, Bolo. I would say I'll let you make this, but I'm going to say if you're going to do this, this is going to have to be the equivalent of a stealth check, because if you don't, if you could be overheard. The guards are right on top of both of you. In fact, even sidling. I'm sorry, Trent. In fact, even sidling next to him may not even be an option, Bolo. They clearly have been given.
Who am I next to in the in our dinner?
You would be next to them, except the guard. Right now, you're next to like 3 guards on either side of you, basically. So yeah.
Well, okay, yeah, but I wanted to do it as they were closing in. Whatever.
No, that's fine. My point is they're on top of you almost immediately. Like, I'm not trying to undercut what you're doing. They're like right there. So I will let you do it, but it is possible that you're going to be heard even if it was just as they were coming in.
All right.
So what I was going to say is that I can possibly help with that because they were told to take my staff. And so what Tony is going to do is just like clumsily be like, here, whack, and just, hit and try to smack somebody in the face with it as he's handing it over to them.
Okay, I mean, it's up to you.
I mean, he was going to do that anyway. So whether Bolo chooses to take advantage of that moment of, Tawny just bang. Oh, right. Sorry. You were supposed to take my staff.
Well, it's okay. I mean, if
as he does it, he's like, oh, we are fighting, and like grabs a knife from the table. And then sees some stuff, is like, oh. I guess.
If that happened, I
on the table, grabs another quail.
Yeah, they're going to lead you from the room, so it'll have to be while this is happening. But go ahead, Brad. Go ahead, Bolo.
Well, I wouldn't try to do that with Tawny then, because he's the center of attention for those few seconds.
Yeah.
So whoever's closer, Inga or River. I mean, if I was like seated next to Inga, that would be whoever.
Yeah, you were all in a row, so I'd say if you want to be next to Inga in this situation, that's fine.
All right. So stealth check.
Yes. Yeah, I think probably Inga would have heard that whisper that, hey,
okay, and that happens after or during Tony does like the whacking thing?
I would say, I was assuming that happened before the distraction, because it was sort of like get ready because
they're closing in.
In that case, like she would like start acting as soon as she like sees Tony
and so
whacking the dude, and it's like, oh, so we are fighting, and jumps on the table and like tries to drop kick one of the dudes.
Okay.
Before you make that choice, I would have tried to make it clear, like not here, but like on the way. So we're not so confined. Eyes aren't on us. So I was like, make it distract them on the way down is what I say. So you can do whatever you want at that point.
Okay. If it's like specifically on the way down, then she would wait.
Yeah.
But then she does like the thing with the knife, putting it back on the table and like shoving a quail in her mouth.
I was going to say there is a quail still on Tawny's plate because he didn't eat it.
Oh, she probably ate that one already.
Yeah, River.
Take a couple for the road.
River takes the heraldic, rules of like, will not eat or drink before they have said their errand and stuff like that seriously. But yeah.
So,
I was going to say what Tari could do is she could like hide one of the quails in her beard. Like Dan Aykroyd in Trading Places.
He doesn't have enough beard for that. Sorry.
Beard quail.
Just make this whole like alter ego.
But
so
that's what,
Inga
like, big
quail
beards
beard.
are for. You store snacks in them, right?
Yeah, right. Exactly.
Right?
For later. Okay. So you are let out of the room, and as you're heading down towards where you will be brought, you pass by down the hallway, and you pass by a closed door, and you can hear something coming from inside the room. I would like all of you to make a perception check as we go by here.
Is it the purring of kittens?
It is not the purring of kittens.
Okay, just check.
Doop, 18.
Okay.
Sorry, I was taking a second.
Okay. Now let's see. So who do we get that was over there was a 15 or over? So we have Inga. Okay, 3. All right. So
I got a 20.
not Bolo, presumably because Bolo's planning like the
I'm looking everywhere to figure out what I'm gonna do. Yeah.
So now I need to know this. This is important. The order of how you're walking down, because you're being led down single file. So I'm going to assume Bolo's in front. Let's just say, just for the sake of
well, no, actually, I don't want to be. I want to be
in the back or in the middle.
I think River would probably be in the front.
Okay, River in the front. Who's second?
So, question. One thing I need to figure out, because we haven't really talked about it. I don't know if Stone is with her or not. I was kind of
yes. Stone is with you. Yes. There was I forgot to mention at one point that Stone had a slight growl when you first. Yes. Stone is with you. Lilimon is not. Is out somewhere in the stable.
Gotcha. Okay. That was the main thing, because I was like, abandoned weapons, Stone.
No, Stone was allowed in. There are also like 4 guards on Stone. So, yeah. Okay, so the River's in front. Tani, are you and Bolo? I'm sorry, you said you wanted to be all the way to the back, or
I want to just behind Inga.
Okay, so then Inga, are you okay? Well, that answers that question. Tani is in back, then Inga would be second. This is a logic puzzle, right? So it goes River, Inga, Bolo, and Tani, if I got that right.
Which of us is going to eat the goose, Inga?
So, okay, so River. So this is why I mentioned that. As you go by River, you hear, "There's a journalist that fools not why." I told you, but there's an argument. Clearly, someone is talking in raised voices, and one of the deep voices is clearly Gunvar's. Okay, so that's what you hear, River. The second one here is what did I say, Inga? And so, Inga, as you're going by, you are able to hear something along the lines of "Then send your men to Erebor now." Is what you hear. And the
send your men where? And she like tries to get loose and kick down the door.
Really?
Yeah, really.
Okay.
Bolo wanted a distraction. Inga's got to give him a distraction.
Well, the reason I ask is because that's why I asked about the order, about what the next person hears. So that will be.
Too bad. That's what they.
All right. Okay. So you hear, but our master. No, I'm just kidding. That was the real mastermind, whose name is okay. So you do that immediately. There is a commotion. There, everyone's just like, like they try to gather you and put you all together. So Bolo, as this is all happening,
she tries to buy the boy and like break a few noses and stuff,
Okay, yeah, I would say that you succeed with one of them probably. You at least you not know if you broke their nose, but you definitely get a good punch in before you are forcibly restrained.
All while still having the quail in your mouth.
All while having the quail in your mouth, of course. You are going to lose 2 hit points during this action, Inga, because you are,
fine.
So that's the deal with that. As that's happening, Bolo, the thing I want to note is you're not going to succeed in your attempt, but I want to tell you why. The minute this happens, in a very disciplined, organized way, your guards immediately do not get involved in what's happening back there. They immediately surround you, and one of them stares right at you, is like, "Stay right here, please." It's as if they have been told this is what these people are going to do. You have never had this happen, Bolo, where someone is like prepped like for this.
Okay.
Never happened before that you've ever seen that happen. So, for whatever that's worth. And Tani, I don't know if you wanted to do the whole like staff hit. It's up to you.
My staff.
Oh, right, they
There's
took
no
it.
way they would have let me.
By that point they did. That's right. So I mean, did you take a swing then, or were you just sort of like assume not? You were just letting Inga do because you didn't hear any of this thing about the distraction.
No, I presume they would have taken his staff in the room.
No, I didn't mean about the staff. I just meant, do you do anything with like your fists or kick out? Or
no, but when she hits the guy, he's like, "If you need somebody to look at that."
That's funny. So the guy gets you all back into line, and you are brought down to these cells in the lower portion of the manor. You're separated room by room by room by room. Although they are next to each other, but it's a good, I don't know, maybe 10 feet between cells. These cells have iron bars. They are not like a lattice like right next to each other, but they are, small enough that you wouldn't be able to sneak through them. Inga has some personal, experience with being put in jail cells, in this adventure. So the door clangs shut, and as the last guard sort of closes the door, he looks in, and I believe this is probably at the river that he looks in and sees this, and he sort of nods at you, and then he says, "The master will be back at some point to deal with you. Rest well, and we will see what happens in the morning. Things are about to change." And as you walk up ahead, you hear the faintest sound of... It is a mustering horn. And with the sound of that horn, we are going to bring this session to a close. What a delightful session in every respect, my God. So good.
So exciting!
I really want to eat some grilled chicken right now.
Yeah, no, we need some quail. We need some quail. Good work, everybody. First of all, as I'm
a lot of meat on it, so
I'm gonna let everyone say their goodbyes and everything on their way out. But as they go out, I do want to remind everybody, please, we're trying to continually move forward with the Damon Runyon Cancer Research Foundation for ArvCon. !donate, and then !donated space is the amount that you actually donated. Please put that in chat, because that way we can actually update the total. Our goal is 2,500 for the weekend, and we're already well over halfway there, 2/3, I think, almost of the way there. So let's keep that up. And I also want to say to the mods, I love the freaking giveaway words have all been on point. This one is predicament. That is what's going on right now, which is really sweet. Thordax Mommy has donated $50. Thank you, Thordax Mommy, so much. Thank you so much for that. That is awesome. That brings us over $1,900. We're almost to 2,000 people. But the mods have been doing wonderful work all afternoon on giveaways. So thank you for that, mods, and thank you for these on point, giveaway words. Those are really awesome. I appreciate it. Thank you. All right, so I'll start down below with Amal and the river. As always, great stuff, Amal. I feel like a lot of this was able to showcase one major aspect of the river's personality, which is that Devil's Bargain was inspired by what you said about this frustration that the river is very good at persuasion, but also has this level of honesty that makes it sometimes where, like, she wouldn't want to do what her persuasive skills might allow her to do. And I almost felt there's a little anguish there that could be associated with that. And that's what gave me the idea. So that came from you. So, really good work with that. And with figuring out, oh my God, geez, okay. Well, Amal is given another $100, which means it was $200 today, which puts us over 2,000. It's over 2,000. Thank you so much, Amal. That's very kind of you. And so that also means, by the way, that Amal has now moved into third place for this thing right here. That's moved into third place. Thank you, Amal, so much. That's really, really lovely. Thank you. And that means actually that we had coming into today, we had 1,600, I believe, and 15. So this group put together $400, I believe, is how much this group has raised during their session. So thank you, Amal, very much. It's very kind of you. And thank you so much as well to Thordax Mommy and to everyone who has donated today. So having said all that, all those thank yous, so good work today, Amal, both with that and with the role-playing. How did you feel about today?
I super loved it. I super loved it. It's so interesting to me. I think this is like the first time that we've had the audience mechanic with someone who we actually do not want to play or get on board with.
Yes.
I mean, like, the only thing that comes close to it is the audience with the dragon at one point. But that, like, our clear outcome there was...
You wanted something from the dragon, right?
We wanted something from dragon, right? So in this case, I mean, even though we wanted information from this guy, just getting the opportunity to say no to a villain monologuing and saying, "We're not so different, you and I," like, is a real pleasure. And the only, like, I so appreciated the Devil's Bargain situation because of exactly this tension. I feel like ages ago, when the fantasy white supremacists the first time around with like the Bandit King and stuff like that were trying. I mean, like I think River has had a few times had to like play act a terrible person, in order to and like she has that skill set, and but it is very, very inimical to her and stuff, and getting to be like actually recognized as a hero means that she needs to use that less, because she can actually rely on prestige and stature and stuff like that,
right.
and to actually just get to honestly fight with the people who she despises. So in this case, like I think I'm pretty sure that on some level, as soon as like their weapons were taken, I think that she could probably get a sense that this is not on level, but it's not worth it, essentially.
And you needed info,
we needed information, and we got the information.
Like, yeah, you did.
This dude is bad.
Guess who?
What? So there is that. I mean, I think that. So I mean, there's a lot of the stuff that wasn't kind of foregrounded is that River sort of trusts that Inga can get out of a dungeon, and that she actually herself still has her belt dagger, and that like and that all of this is actually just a better approach than actually throwing in with a terrible man. But anyway, it was delightful to get to play that. I really like this kind of villain as well. I really like getting to confront this kind of villain. It's more I don't know, it's there's something about it that is refreshing. Like, he's just got kind of an honest villainy, unlike Longo's horrible gaslighting villainy. This guy's just like, no, I want to be king, and for terrible reasons, obviously. And
Dale for Dale's sake, right?
Dale for Dale's sake, like, I mean, this dude is just bad, and he's like, yeah, I'm bad. So I'm fine with. Anyway, it's all to the good. I super enjoyed it. Where people can find me, the Nebulas are coming up, the Nebula Award weekend, that I will be in attendance to that. I'm not on any panels, but it should be fun. There is something else coming. Oh, right. On June 3rd, I'm going to be moderating a conversation between Christopher Paolini and Martha Wells for the Library of Congress, which is quite exciting to me. So that's going to be on June 3rd at 3 p.m. Eastern time, I think. I presume there are links and things to that, which I don't have to hand just now, but if you go to amalelmuhtar.com and sign up for my newsletter, then you will have that information in your inbox shortly. But otherwise, I will be here twice a month, loving this game and my crew mates, and that's basically me.
Good stuff. Thank you so much, Amal. Again, great stuff today. I should point out, by the way, that there was one little clue. The one part of it that was partially scripted in his speech was the line where he says, "We, I say we, for we it may be." And I don't know if anyone knows what that's a reference to in the work of Professor Tolkien, but there is someone who does exactly that while trying to convince someone to come over to his side of the.
Saruman, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gandalf, my old friend, it is we. I say we, for we it may be. Like, and I pulled a lot from. I was thinking like Christopher Lee's voice for this dude the whole time, because I was just like, that's this guy basically is Christopher Lee's type of
I
character.
was thinking of Charles Dance the entire time.
Of who?
Because Charles Dance, because he played Lord Veterinary in one of the Discworld novels, and like this guy is giving me like major Lord Veterinary vibes.
Yeah, I could see that. But thank you, Mal, as always. Terry,
Christopher Lee's birthday.
It is today?
Not today. Yesterday.
Yesterday was his birthday. That's awful. Siberia's creator Benoit Sokol passed away at 66, battling cancer. Yeah, I know. Siberia. I've actually played Siberia. That's really well. Yeah, this is what we're doing. I'm sorry to hear that, but yeah, that's wow. Terry, good stuff out of Inga again today. I wanted to say that the image that I had when you said that you wanted to look at the butler and you're focusing on that, the immediate vibe I got from that is my belief, maybe the best action scene ever filmed, which is the Captain America elevator fight in Winter Soldier, and the sequence where Captain America looks over at one of the guys and a bead of sweat is rolling down his face. That was the immediate image I had when I'm like, the butler is nervous, like that image that I was picking up on from you to look in that direction. Also, I love the fact that you were like, you're going to be doing the right kind of distraction at the right time. Was good stuff. How did you feel about today, and where will the lovely folks find you next?
Oh, today was delightful. Well, I got to eat virtual quail.
Yeah,
so
tons of
nice.
quail. I mean,
Tons of quail. More than I could possibly eat as a real person. God, I'm so hungry right now. Wow, now I'm just thinking about quail. I'm a very one-minded person. But yeah, looking forward to punching a fascist in the face. That's something fun to look forward to.
Mm-hmm.
A bit of wish fulfillment. And I cannot wait to get to use my cool new ability that I got last level up and like you all know, I will be turning like some of these quail bones into ships. So there was a plan behind like smuggling a quail into this prison cell.
It's gonna be great. Secret quail.
Yes. I'm just thinking of the Team Fortress 2 comics where Spy has like a tiny grilled chicken hidden in a secret compartment in one of his teeth and eats it in prison because he saved it for just a day like that.
I see.
Yes.
That will fit with this too. So you should follow Terry on all the things with Terry Tunes, Patreon, etc. And and thanks again, Terry, for the contact with Beamdog as well. Thank you for making that
welcome.
Happen.
Hope that the person who wins or the people who win those keys, like that they are gonna have much joy, at least half as much joy as I had with these games. Like these are my favorite games of all time. So that's me. And other than that, like people can find me here on every other Tuesday, if not for this and for Gamebook illustration streams.
Yep.
Which are very unique and you can't find anywhere else.
It's true.
And yes.
And they're awesome, and I really have a good time doing those with Terry. Thank you, Terry, so much. Moving right up on the line, Brad Bolo had a very eventful session this time, not only with the stuff going on with everyone else with the in the room and having to figure that stuff out, but also the very extended thing, which I hadn't expected at first we were going to go down that path, but with Morella and the cats and all that, which was really enjoyable. Got a chance to see not a different side of Bolo. I love the consistency you bring to his character, which is, roguish and mischievous in ways, but like obviously has a soft spot even and always comes across as a character who really is actually trying to help people out, even at the times when he's trying to gather information or whatever the case may be. So I really enjoyed that quite a bit, watching you play that out. How did you feel about today? And also, thank you for the donation as well. How'd you feel about today, and where will the lovely folks find you next?
Yeah, that was a great interaction with her. It was interesting to see another side of the city and stuff, and our understanding of Dale is sort of deepening, and our ties are deepening. It's kind of neat. I mentioned a couple of sessions ago that one of the sessions wasn't fruitful in terms of like progress, but in a storytelling way. One of the ways we tell stories is by sort of pruning the things that aren't the solution, right?
Yep.
And so that's what we've been doing the last few sessions, and now we get to the the payoff.
Here's the tree.
And it's that much more enjoyable, rewarding, because we went through those other tries and failed essentially to get what we wanted. So this was a payoff session, and we can all feel it, right? Because it's like, oh, this is so cool, and that was set up. It wouldn't have been as impactful if we hadn't done those other things, So I didn't get a chance to mention, but I did stop by the Battered Mug to let them know Morella's name, and that sort of thing.
Sure.
So yeah, great session today, and looking forward to seeing where this heads. I will mention in terms of where to find me. I was just invited to give to be a in-residence teacher at a boot camp, a writing boot camp in Wisconsin. I pinch hit a couple years ago for this outfit. It's the Novel in Progress boot camp, and I'll put a link to it in the chat. But it's essentially like a 1 week instruction where you get some feedback on your writing, but then also, I think it's 5 days, maybe 6 days of instruction as well, like different seminars and talks with the instructors. It's Clarion-like, but it's all, or Viable Paradise-like, that type of interaction. It's all on site in Wisconsin. So I'll put a link to it and people can take a look at it and sign up if they like. I think there's like a couple of seats left. So
awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome. Good stuff. Thank you, Brad. As always. I'm looking forward to seeing how that all plays out in our sessions next month with Bolo as the escape from Alcatraz happens. Yes.
Yes.
Did you invent Morella for the purpose of this excursion, or
Yes.
is he actually?
Oh, can I mention Morella? That was like the name of one of my very first D&D characters.
Oh, really?
Also was an orphan, actually.
It all comes back around.
I knew that after extensive. No, I didn't.
Yeah, of course. Of course.
Yeah.
Wouldn't have been that difficult to find out.
Actually. I even though I'm technically more of a dog person than a cat person, I did lean a little bit into the cats for the benefit of the cat lovers in this crew. So I just want you all to know. But thanks, Brad. It was always a pleasure. And finally, Tren, Tawny first of all, the staff thing was cracking me up, like the whole business of just the slow, I like the fact that you rolled your eyes before you were like settling onto it too. Was really great. But then, of course, we also got a chance to see, Tawny's also very consistent in the rendering of like, look, dude, like, here's how this goes without being like flip table, like, but it was just kind of like, here, I'm going to lay this out in terms of how we want them to be. You appreciate my cat lean? Well, good, Aaron. Thank you. So we got some of that, and that was needed as well because, there needed to be kind of even if you were going to decide to try to deceive him, which you could have all done and sort of tried to do a little bit as the river was trying to do. But that only gets set up if Tawny establishes I'm the bad cop here or whatever, in terms of my reaction. So that was really enjoyable to kind of see play out. How did you feel about today? Where will the lovely folks find you next?
I thought today was wonderful.
Oh, and thank you for the donation also. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, whatever. I thought today was wonderful as always. I mean, it's always a good time to get involved with these folks, and even when we don't have a moment to kind of metagame at the table and talk about, when we have to play off of each other, not knowing, oh God, what is he going to do?
Mm-hmm.
We still find a really fun way to roll with it and get some really brilliant moments out of it. The one question I have is which occurred to me later, is how big are the bars on these doors? You said that there were bars that they weren't big enough for us to climb through, but how big are they?
Oh gosh.
Are they like,
yeah, exactly. Like maybe
thing.
like 6 inches. I want to make sure it's maybe 4 between them. They're not like tiny close
right.
together.
Just the reason that it came to mind is I was thinking that, if we still had this little mechanical bird that, it could be wound up and, sent back to Thrun and saying, they've captured us, we're in the thing, and they're coming for Dale.
You know that at the very end of this adventure, if you get through it, you're all going to be like, all right, that all worked out. And then the thrush is going to fly up and be like, and it's going to be like, and the message will be like, having a great time, signed Stubbis. Like,
right, exactly.
God.
And then Inga's going to be like, excuse me. She's just going to pull out her axe and leave. It's going to be gone.
Oh, man.
Yeah. As for where people can see me next, it'll probably be here tomorrow
for the big marathon of D&D AiME, the conclusion of Palace of the Red Pasha.
Less one inspiration.
Say again. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
And maybe we'll see whether they survive without that one inspiration. I got to let these folks go so I can get ready to set up for the next thing. Thank you so much, everyone, for being willing to give a part of your Saturday and for the donations today and everything. I really appreciate it. Chat, can we get some love for the amazing crew, as always, of Adventures of Middle-earth, Trendane Sparks, Brad Bollier, Terry Toons, and Amal El-Matar. Thank you all so much, and I will see all of you lovely people soon. Bye for now.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye all. All righty. Okay, so good. Now, we are, of course, far from done. We are far from done, folks, because we have got other stuff that we have got to get to, including D&D with GOG Storm King's Thunder, which is coming up in just about 10 minutes. So what I want to let everyone know about that is, first of all, we're up to $2,005, which is pretty sweet. So far, the top raising group in terms of money has been the Aspergenesis crew with $1,400. But we raised today, I believe it was 15. We raised 500. I believe we raised about $500 was what was raised by the Adventures of Middle Earth crew, which was more than credible. So we will see how the D&D with GOG Storm King's Thunder crew is going to be like, because they are going to be coming up next. We are only $495 away from our goal for the weekend. So if we can hit that today and we have like half of the con left to go, that would be amazing. So let's make this happen. AiME was 505. Okay, cool. So AiME was 505, which is awesome. So let's keep this going. Let's keep it on. Let's keep on rolling here. With that said, I'm going to take another one of these breaks here. I'm going to take, it'll probably be about 10 minutes. I'm just letting you all know. Good chance for you to get up and stretch and do. What do we have going on here? Oh, we have a raid coming. Oh my goodness. Hippolito Bachardo, you weren't lying, Echo. Yes, we have a raid. I love it. It's awesome. Super cool. For those of you in chat, Pyron Jade, if you could let everyone know, Darksaber, anyone who's in chat, let all of the D&D crew go. We are going to get started, but it's going to take a couple of minutes. I got to talk to the raiders here, and then I got to get things set up. And the community D&D crew, as you know, I'm also going to try to make sure we wrap up in time to get you folks going. But as I already mentioned, it's not going to start right at 8 almost certainly. So please bear with me. I'm trying to make sure we get room in for everybody. So please bear with me. Thank you, raiders, so much for coming in. What's up, Hippolito? Good to see you. Hello, Wizard Man tonight. That's a great name. Thank you to all the raiders. Welcome to ArvCon 2021. This is our 7th annual con that is done to benefit the Damon Runyon Cancer Research Foundation, which is a organization that raises money for researchers, young researchers in the field. We met 3 of those researchers today. They are amazing people, and this organization has put through incredible work in advancing the cause for cancer research. Right now, we have $2,005 that has been raised so far. The goal of the con actually is $2,500, and we're only $495 away from that. So we just want to keep on pushing and make as much as we possibly can for this cause. If you are interested in supporting it, may I please recommend that you do !donate. That will bring you to a page which has specifically been set up for this event. At the bottom of it, you will see a link that says donate now. If you click on that, it'll bring you to a place where you can pay via PayPal. You can pay, which is, thank God, makes it so much easier for everybody. And then if you're willing to come back to the channel and type in !donated, DONATED, space, and then the amount that you donated, then I can update the total as we move on forward. So thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate it. We have stretch goals past 2,500. That's right. At 2,500, also, I forgot to mention, John Helfers is going to be shaving his beard. Once we hit 2,500, he will live stream the shaving of his beard at that point. I want to make that point out there because I'm sure that's hugely important because all of you know what that matters. So that's the deal with that. He also may or may not be doing it because that's on its way. So that's the plan. But in any case, that's happening at the $2,500 level. We have lots of giveaways left to go. I do, however, have to get the next thing set up, the next D&D session. So if you stick around here with us, please stick around, and I'm going to go get that set up. In the meantime, please talk to everyone else. I will do that for sure, Arvin. Please do that. I'll do that for sure, Echo. No question about it. So please do that. Please consider supporting us here. Please spread the word. Please let people know that you're here. We're really trying to get as many people in here as we possibly can so that we can continue to build this awesome session. We have the conclusion of D&D coming up here with GOG Storm King's Thunder, a battle against an ancient blue dragon. Tonight, the community D&D crew is dealing with spiders and stealth and fortresses, oh my. And then tomorrow we have a marathon session of another finale of a D&D session with Palace of the Red Pasha, and then a concert tomorrow night, and a 4th day coming up even with 2 more RPGs, tabletop role-playing games coming up. So we got a lot more coming up for you and a lot of giveaways coming as well. Thank you so much for the raid. Please consider jumping on board and donating. That's right. 5 years today. We will be ending right back at ArvCon, this particular campaign. So that's really awesome. So yes, let's do it. Make it happen. And I am going to I'm going to head and do what I need to do. I can't play anything that requires sound echo because I need to be able to talk to these folks. And if I put on the desktop and you can hear me talking, then they'll hear that. So there's no way to do that. So you just need to donate $500 to see John cry. Yes, that's a good way to look at it, Brahms. That is a very good way to look at it. Okay. Can we pledge to keep it? No, it's going to have to come off one way or the other. That is the thing. All right, I'm going to head on out of here just for about 5 to 10 minutes. Please hold tight. Talk amongst yourselves. Donate. Talk to each other. Talk about it. What an awesome day this has been. It really has been great. And and I will be right back to you folks in just a bit. Thank you again to the Raiders, and I'll be right back. Hold tight. That is what I'm talking about. Welcome, everybody. Welcome to my amazing Arvanauts. Welcome, everyone, to the third out of 4 events on this day 2 of ArvCon. What a momentous day it has been. We began with an interview of 3 of the scientists, fellows of the Damon Runyon Cancer Research Foundation. We moved on to an amazing session of Adventures in Middle-earth, and we have now come to the third event of the day, and it is our first, if all goes well, finale of this event, and that is the D&D with GOG Storm King's Thunder is going to be concluding today, if all goes well. Before I get there, I do just want to quickly thank everyone who made this an awesome event so far. We are now up to $2,005. We are only $495 away from our goal for the entire weekend, which is $2,500. So please consider jumping on board. Those donations are going to make a huge difference. There have been giveaways all stream long. We are still only at the $1,200 mark, so we're still behind. We're giving away a ton of stuff, and it's awesome. So I am super excited that everyone's been a part of this. And accordingly, I'm just going to quickly jump on using something I like to call a camera, and there we are. Good to see. There we are. Good to see everybody. We're still here. We're still cooking, and I'm very excited to bring this next crew on. Just before I do it, again, a reminder: !donate is the way that you find the link to go over to the page where you can donate. Once there, you can donate the amount that you want to do. There's a donate now button at the bottom. Once you've done that, please come back over to this Twitch chat. Type in !donated space and then the amount that you have given, and we will then be able to add that to the total. And of course, if you want to keep this anonymous, you can always just back channel me by private messaging me on Twitch, and or letting one of the mods know they can get a hold of me, or something along those lines, and I will then be able to add it to the total and thank the anonymous person without necessarily without calling you out by name. I am so glad that we've had such a wonderful event so far. It's been emotional, it's been great, it's been awesome. So I am very excited for it to continue, and with that said, I am going to unmute myself as per usual to let them know that we're ready to go, and then I'm going to unmute them. I think it's fair to say that this crew is excited. I think it's fair to say that they are excited about what is to come, because we have a dragon fight to deal with, people. And I am here with, usually I'm with this crew on GOG, but today I am with this crew on my own channel. And this is, as has been pointed out, a very full circle thing, because if we do manage to wrap up tonight, the campaign began, I think we said 5 years ago, 4 years ago. Began 4 years ago. We started playing this campaign, the Storm King's Thunder campaign, and it all comes to a conclusion, hopefully, tonight. We all come to a finish tonight with this crew as we battle the evil dragon Imrith. Before we get started, I do want to point out to this crew that the Esper Genesis crew last night had $1,400 come in on their watch. The scientists this morning raised another $100 or so, and then the Adventures in Middle-earth crew, which just finished, raised $505. So the gauntlet has been thrown. And the question that I have as I move on to Pyron Jade here, of course, our wonderful stream team leader, my question is not only who are you playing today and how are you doing, but also, do you feel confident that what Mike has called the S-tier team, are you confident that the S-tier will successfully overwhelm the fundraising prowess of Adventures in Middle-earth and or Esper Genesis? What are your thoughts about that, Pyron, and how are you and who are you playing and all that?
Absolutely.
Okay.
We will crush this. And a dragon. And a dragon, while we're at it. Like, crush all the things.
And that dragon.
All the things. And the gargoyles. And whatever else we find down here. But, of course, it's not like me doing this. This is all Greeter Goldenfire, Dwarven Cleric of Faltus, Mazeline Shine on your way. And who will burn this sand to glass and this dragon to ashes? It's on, people.
Very nice. I just realized when you said that, the game that is called That Dragon Cancer, which is literally deals with this subject. And I'm like, we're doing both today, aren't we? We are going to crush this freaking you-know-what, and we're also going to, take out this dragon. I am excited for it. I am very much a DM that likes to root for my players, and I am excited to see this this bastard go down in Hellfire. So let's hope that actually happens. Always a pleasure to have Pyron Jade with us, and also always a pleasure to have Darksaber 2K, who for the first time in a long time I don't have to say thanks for doing the dashboard and all the stuff for me, Saber, because I did it myself on my own channel. I'm a real boy now. So it was that was the deal. But in all seriousness, so yeah, same question to you, Saber. I know that you've been preparing by listening to various songs, epic Glory Hammer songs, and many others. So, I guess my question to you is, do you feel not only that you will successfully destroy this dragon and so forth, do you also feel that you will destroy the competition when it comes to raising money to, fight this cause? What are your thoughts about that, and also how you're doing and who are you playing and all that?
Well, I'm fairly confident. In fact, I've been waiting for this. So if you just have a look in chat, assuming I've done the command right. There we go.
Snap! Saber with the 150 drop. Wow, right out of the gate.
There we go. Right, get everybody started.
Oh,
let's get this stream off right.
Let's get this stream started right. Oh,
thank you, yes, I am very happy to hear with what I have dubbed now the Rainbow Fire Lizard Smashers. That's our team name.
That's official.
Yeah, maybe plagiarized a little bit from Glory Hammer, or
where does Rainbow come in?
My sword, my Gambler's Rapier, which the arcs of rainbows.
Yeah, and gambling coins everywhere that when you hit things. Yes. Thank you, Saber, so much for that donation. I appreciate that very much.
No problem at all. This is again, this is where it all started. So it is very, very special. Apart from being a great cause, it's also very meaningful, like on a personal group level, I think, as well, because this is where the campaign began and my first experience of D&D. In fact, I dug these out. When I started this campaign, I owned, this was the only tabletop RPG stuff I owned. The Fighting Fantasy tabletop RPG in the source books. I've got 2 more which are missing somewhere. And since then, I've gone on to now, and I blame you for this, Alf. Hang on.
I accept this blame, by the way, easily.
I have the D&D Player's Handbook.
Good start, yep.
The Xanathar's Guide to Everything.
Good. Tell me more.
Tasha's Cauldron of Everything.
All right. What else we got?
Talisman Adventures.
Yeah,
And the Judge Dredd and World of 2000 AD source book.
You see, it was a gateway drug. I mean, it was the thing that that's awesome. I'm so happy. And yeah, it's so amazing to me that you've been doing this the whole time. Yeah, it's really cool. You're right. It is very much full circle, and I'm so glad. For this one, who are you playing in the process of?
Quite possibly, hopefully it's a mixed word in this situation, but possibly for the last time, I will be Selsig Mauer, Halfling Rogue, with no embellishments.
Oh,
none are needed.
Wow. That's the subtle moment, right? That's the big character moment where you're just kind of like, instead of he's like, are you anything else? Not today. Today I'm just Selsig. And everyone's like, wow, super dramatic.
You know who I am.
And then everyone immediately demands like a spin-off series for you on Disney Plus or whatever. Like that's how this goes down, right? That's so awesome. Thank you, Saber, so much. I appreciate it on all levels. Thank you so much. And that leads us to the gentleman who is right with us, checking out the new, look at him flexing the new space. I've been following on Twitter the recording space and all that kind of good stuff. And my question here, now I have announced this already, but I will allow you to announce my question to you, sir, Peripheral Mike, of course, here, Mike Smith. My question for you is, A, do you think that as the S tier we will crush this team? B, is there something unique that you're bringing to this situation that may make that possible? And then C, who are you and how are you doing and who are you playing and all that good stuff?
Excellent stuff. Thank you. So, firstly, I am thrilled to be here. Like 100%. I have been listening to heavy metal and superhero theme tunes for the last 3 or 4 days and just properly getting into, I keep having flashbacks of the campaign where I'm just like, this music reminds me of when we did the thing, when we dropped the tower on someone and when we did the other thing and when I nearly died. Although that could be the most.
So every adventure, every session.
Yeah, basically. Most fights, definitely. I'm just like, I'm invincible. We have a cleric. It's fine. Tempest. But yeah, I am playing Urash, the half-orc barbarian and devout follower of Tempest, who has recently gained a lot more faith in his deity, and I believe his deity has gained more faith in him. We are going to, I would say, annihilate this goal without a shadow of a doubt, both in dragon form and in the fundraising form. And that's partly because we are bit of a humble brag here. We are the S tier team of your campaigns. I'm going to say that right now. That's right, Darkside Rob. I said it. But also because we're bringing to the table as well, or collectively we're bringing to the table some fundraising options. And if you'll give me just a second, I will run through those, or I can do those afterwards, whichever's best for you.
No, tell me now, and then we'll lead into Shire for that. Let's find out what you got the stuff.
Peripheral Media is sponsoring ArvCon 2021 as an official sponsor, and we have got some donation tier prize draws that we're going to have. So if you were to donate during this 4-hour slot,
let me just pull that up while you're talking. Hold on one second.
Fantastic. We have the B tier donation prize draw, which basically means you get your name goes into a prize draw to name my next character in D&D for Ghost of Saltmarsh. The character's already made, and we can share details about the character, but he is currently known as yet untitled, so I have no name for this person. If you were to donate $10 or more to the fund, then not only are you entered into the name a character tier, which is the B tier, but you're also into the A tier, which is helping me build my next talisman character. So after I've finished playing as, if you're a fan of the channel, after I've finished playing as Ashflower, I'm going to be changing characters, but I'd like chat input in that, so I think that would be pretty cool. And also, if you were to donate $15 or more, you get entrance into both of the previous prize draws, but also you get to become an NPC with myself's helps and Arv's help as well in our Ghost of Saltmarsh campaign. One of the special ones that we really wanted to do was to actually give someone something that they could like purchase video games for. So we've got 3 double S tier in the Capcom school of grading, the double S tier donation prize draw. So if you donate more than $20 during the stream, you will be entered into a prize draw where you can win $50 worth of either GOG, Stream, Nintendo eShop, PSN, or Microsoft Store vouchers. Your choice, entirely your choice. All of these prize draws will take place after ArvCon, and the pièce de résistance is the triple S tier for the super sexy stylish tier, which is also entry into all of the other prize draws. So if you're very lucky, you could win everything, though I'd have to call shenanigans probably on that one. We check the tape on that one.
Probably
definitely.
That would happen, right?
Yeah, I was going to say there's definitely ECAG who's probably going to just donate once and just win all of them.
Exactly.
So you get entered into the Triple S prize draw. So if you donate more than $30 during this stream, not only do you get a bonus entry into all of the previous prize draws as well, but you get entry into the prize draw for a $100 Hero Forge voucher, which basically Hero Forge, for those of you who don't know, hopefully some of you do know because this is a tabletop thing. Hero Forge allows you to build a custom D&D miniature, and they will 3D print it for you. It can be made out of various materials, and then they will post it to you. This voucher should cover a pretty decent miniature. I'm a bit of a fan of making these miniatures and then never purchasing them online. So this should let you make like your perfect miniature that you want to make for your next tabletop game. So that's it.
That's awesome. And let me just say quickly, go ahead, Byron.
Just a question.
Sure.
Can we also win that? Like, could I, if I win this, name your next character?
Yeah. So I'm in all 5 of these at the moment then.
I would say that's a conversation for myself and the event organizer afterwards. Normally, it would be a case of people associated with the company wouldn't be able to enter it. So I couldn't enter it. But you guys aren't my employees, so fuck it, yeah.
I just like the potentially surreal situation of meeting the NPC that I've created.
Yeah, like it's already been pointed out in chat that like Triffid was like, so basically another player putting his thumb on the scale for the, and I'm like, yeah. And I'm like, and I want to note, by the way, that this was totally Mike's idea. And all of this is only happening during this portion of ArvCon, and it was Mike's idea and is a separate thing. So our donations and our giveaways continue, and the top donator prizes and all that continues. This is coming from Mike's company, Peripheral Media, for which I am most grateful that he came up with that idea. So, but it only is during this time. So if you want this to happen, Chad, and this is why Mike, I think, is so confident that we'll crush the goal, now is when you need to make this happen. My answer was, of course, Pyron can do that. That's totally fine as long as Mike says it's fine. So that's my view.
100%.
So yeah.
So if I were to donate, or Peripheral Media were to donate, then that would be not entered into it. But because all of this is coming from my company, then you guys don't work for me, so that's fine.
I'm not saying that I desperately want to name your character, but if I were to split my donation into a lot of $5 donations, would I get multiple entries?
Oh, I don't know about that. Yeah,
I see we have entries from Pi, Ren, J, D.
No, I'm not saying that I desperately want to do this.
And I'm not saying I really want to force Arv to have an NPC that speaks a lot of complicated Welsh words. But...
Oh, Jesus God, please. I just do a lot of like, you know.
Wow, that's not offensive. Yeah, so what you want to do is, Paran, basically you want to just split all your donations into $5 donations. These will stack as well. I'm totally fine with that. Like if people want to really want this Hero Forge voucher, for example, but they don't want to spend $100 on it, they could spend like 2 lots of $30 or 3 lots of $30. That's still less than the voucher amount, and then you also get entries into all of the other prize draws as well. If you just want to name my character next time, or you just want to build my character, take a look at the graphic. I'll link it in chat. I'll link to the tweet. Obviously, I will have it on stream every now and then. But yeah, every donation, we're going to get all the details sorted out afterwards, but every donation of a certain amount will go into a prize bucket draw. And then you want to make it stack, it'll stack. Trust me, we'll definitely make it stack. I used to do this shit for a living, so I definitely know how to do this.
So that's
Even
the two.
Yeah, we need to donate.
This is I am so excited to see how well this does. So seriously, this is a serious thing though, folks. You can absolutely do this during the next, let us say, 4 hours. Now's the time to do this. Thank you again, Mike, for doing that. And I'm not going to keep it up the entire time because it's going to be linked in chat, but that is what it looks like. Mike, I got to move. Thank you again. I got to move on.
Absolutely,
but before I do that, who are you playing today? I don't believe you said that yet. I did,
yes. Urash.
Oh, sorry. I was too amazed by the S tiers. Yes, that's right. You did say that. Sorry.
That's fine.
Thank you, Mike, so much. This is really great. I appreciate it. Let's move on down to a person who is not going to be, talking about what her company is donating, because I think, that's not what's happening. But we are so glad to have Chai with us for Sad Face the last time with this adventure, but not the last time in Talisman Adventure. So you will still see Chai with us. But Chai, my question to you is, do you think that a dominating experience in terms of dominating everyone else with raising money, do you see this as likely to happen? Do you feel the superiority sweeping through you when compared to the other groups in terms of raising money? And also, most importantly, how are you and who are you playing today?
That's just tailed on at the end. It's like, oh yeah, and also who are you? But anyway, I think we set ourselves up really well. I mean, like Celsig just like swooped in right away, and then of course Urash with that awesome like tier thing that he's got. So bring it is what I have to say about that. Anyway,
okay.
I am playing River, Silver Dragonborn, who has been informed that she is outside, apparently. So, but I'm glad to be at a computer, because the last time you guys went live, I literally had no internet. I had no cell service. I had nothing. And I was just like, you guys are going live in 5 minutes. I can't even turn on my computer because nothing works.
Yeah.
And so that was exciting. So now I have a setup. I have a microphone. I'm in a garage that's really echoey. So it's all good. It's great.
You have an internet setup. I can see it all. It's good to have you back.
Yeah, it's great. It's great. And I am sad that this might be like the last half, because we might have to get another session in case we can't finish up here, but at least we'll always have Talisman, so that's good.
Yes. That will always be good. Thank you very much, Chai, playing as the River Dragonborn Sorcerer. It's going to be great. And yeah, I noticed we were talking about this in chat that the first encounter was, did I see it was the thing about riding in? Oh yeah, that River flew in with that Harper Dragon, right? But the fact that you met River, of course, looking when you were exploring through that land, and you were near a dragon, I think you called Mr. Sparkles, if I'm not mistaken, was the name of it. So all of that stuff was great. So, yeah, also I was just brought, apparently my son wanted to make me a dinosaur. So this is a dinosaur. You can clearly see that. It says Dino on it. And you can clearly see the subtle shading, I think, right, through here, that really demonstrates what my son, who's going to be 5 next week, y'all. He's going to be 5. That is crazy talk. I can't believe that. But anyway, we have a dinosaur who is our mascot of this stream. So, all right. With that said, the time has come. Let us get some playing going. And while we're doing it, chat, remember, !donate, !donated space, and the amount that you donated. Please do that also so we can keep track of this for ours and for Peripheral Mike's, the giveaways that he's doing. And seriously do that because most importantly, we are here to stop cancer in its tracks. We are making progress on that front. And that's what we do here. So I'm so happy to be with this crew. As far as the monthly donation thing that I just saw, Gamer, I'm really grateful to you for suggesting that. And the only thing I can say about that is I can't do it. I can't keep it in track of it as an ArvCon thing. It has to be a certain amount that's done here. And the reason simply is because there's no way for me to kind of coordinate it. And not that I don't trust you or anybody else who did that, but I can't be like, well, you're going to do it for a year. And then I have to, I can't do it on that basis. I hope you'll understand. I just wouldn't be like feasible logistically for me, but I very much appreciate that. I would love for you to be able to do something like that and to let, Damon Runyon know, let us know, that sort of thing, because that's obviously amazing. And that kind of steady support, I can tell you as someone who's not a charity, but someone who gets support on a monthly basis, what a big deal that makes for folks of us who are in the streaming business doing stuff like this. So obviously that would be great for the charity. And I appreciate you thinking about it. So yeah, that's what I wanted to say about that. Now, with all that said, let us get into what we've got going on here. I'm going to fire up what is obviously going to be combat music. And I think we have got, what have we got here? Quickmaster, possibly? Yes. Do I want? No. I want, how about Orc War March? Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
How about no orcs war marching now?
Sounds like a battle law song.
This is gonna be something.
I'll have you know.
Listen, I didn't specify which orc, right? I mean,
actually, my heritage states.
So
me and my people.
Yes, exactly. So
should have gotten orcs to come with us. Oh crap.
Yeah. Well, you did get, however, some the sort of rallying cries of all these things. So just to set up what we've got going on here, chat. So what we have right now is a situation where we're facing quite something. So the party has come here to face down in final combat Imrith, the ancient blue dragon who has caused all the problems with Storm King's Thunder over a 4-year period. All of the issues come down to this, masterminded by this one evil creature who masqueraded as a giant so as to disrupt the giants, managed to engineer the kidnapping of King Hecaton, caused all of these issues, caused countless lives to be lost, incredible disruption, and all these other sorts of things. And so now we are bringing our curses, as it says in Tolkien, we must bring our curses home to Smaug. Here they are bringing their curses home to Imrith. And this is indeed her home, this isolated arena that was a former dwarven city that lies here in the deserts of Anarok. And the party has come to this place. Now, they have come not alone. They have come here with Hecaton himself, plus 4 of the giants that have also joined with him, the bodyguards that have joined with him. And the party has, of course, come with its own considerable resources. Urash, who is here, along with Selsig, along with Greta, along with, of course, River. However, as they were in the process of going in here, they wanted to try to get as close as possible before figuring out what indeed was going to, how to sort of go about this in the best way. And so they decided to, and I put this in quotes, stealth over to determine what was happening here. So Selsig had no problem with this. Urash was not quite so easy, especially when Selsig came up behind him and kind of freaked him out. And so Urash was like, "Ah!" type of thing. And you may notice that, the chat, that there are a lot of what look like statues. Those are all gargoyles that all seem to be moving and facing in their direction, spreading their wings. They are, in fact, living gargoyles. There are 30 of them, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, including some that are now manning the the trebuchets on the northwest and northeast side of the arena. And we still have not had an appearance from, actually, Imrith herself, so we'll see what happens there. So as we pick up the action here, I'm going to ask everybody to roll initiative in just a second. But as we pick up the action here, the situation we're facing is Urash is right here. We have got Greta, who is right here. We have got Selsig, who is almost fell down a sinkhole, and there's some purple wormling creatures, things down there. And last but certainly not least, we have River. And I think River is over here by the Giants, I believe is where you placed River, I think. So that's where River is going to be.
I think River is not there. I think River is still with Kalismana.
Yep, River's on the back of Kalismana, circling. She's
circling. She's going back up.
Yeah.
I thought that she landed with him, though. I mean, maybe not here, but I thought that she landed with him and then she was coming in. Is that
I
not?
I don't remember. No, I think that token was put there because that's where all our tokens were dragged to.
Oh, I see.
I genuinely thought, because I thought the idea was River and Kalismana would be like air support flying around until the point where you could land, because like River's a magic user and incredibly squishy, so like this probably isn't the best. No offense, River, but this probably isn't the best.
If she decides to land with the Giants, that's of course her thing. She has the dragon. If she decides to land there, then that's what she does.
So, first of all, just quick note. Thank you, GamerMain, for the $20. And again, as I said, I that is noted, and I'm really appreciative of that. To Damon Runyon, thank you very much. That's a big commitment, and I appreciate that very much. I can't, go beyond what I've already said in terms of how that gets taken in, but that's a big deal. So thank you. And also, Gamer, that also means that you've got that $20 that fits you into the. Well, I'm letting Mike handle that. The
Absolutely, that makes you a double S tier donator.
Double S tier. And did I see something about Thor donated?
Yes. So I don't know
did
if
you
Thor
donate
donated...
another? I'm sorry, Thordak. Did you donate another 50? Is that right? Is that right? Just double. Can you add that in for me, Thordex? I'm so sorry, party. Give me a second. Exclamation point donated space and then 50. Okay, can you just do that for me, just so I have it on record and everything? It helps when I'm going back through the VODs, and that way I can get it picked up here. So can you do that, and then Mike will tell you what they've won.
Awesome.
Absolutely. So Thor, you are you are in the running for the $100 Hero Forge voucher, the $50 video game store voucher, become an NPC in our next campaign, build a character for myself in our next campaign, and name my current campaign character. So
awesome. There we go. That is all set. We're now also to 2225. Quick note that means we've raised 200. Oh, nonstop is added another $20. I can't even get it out of my mouth. All right. 2245. So that means that we have now raised 245 with this crew so far. We have not even, I haven't even asked them what they're doing yet. And do I get the Price is Right showcase now? I know, right? Seriously, gamer. But thank you all so much. Thanks, Nonstop. I appreciate it, man. That goes on top of what the $100 Nonstop donated already yesterday. So thank you, everybody. And you already will be able to find out from Mike over the time, as you said, about what you're eligible for. Thanks, everyone. Keep it coming. We are $255 away from hitting our goal, from hitting the goal for the weekend now, which is amazing. So let's keep it up. Thank you all so much. Okay. For
the interest of continuity, what I'll do is I'll communicate with everyone in chat if you donate, to let you know what you've been entered into. So I'll repeat, I've got an Imager link so people don't need to use social media. It also means that we don't need to pause the action every time somebody donates if Arv doesn't want to do that at a pivotal moment.
Cool. All right, so good stuff. I'm going to fire up our turn order. And ding, ding, ding.
Why would you fire up a return order?
And I am going to. Why would you do that? And I am going to.
I wasn't also aware we'd entered combat.
I am going to ask the party
for initiative
for the final time in this campaign, one way or the other, to roll initiative, please.
Whoa!
Initiative.
Let's not be.
Let's make it happen. Don't wait for the translation. Answer me now.
Can I use my inspiration to stop the initiative happening?
I do not accept initiative. You can feel free to not act ever. I mean, that's totally up to you. Okay, let's get.
I need my character sheet because I am unprepared.
Greta added. Okay.
Oh, I get advantage on initiative, don't I? Fantastic.
Holy cow! I think that's the highest I've had at the entire campaign.
Yay! Look at that, huh? All right, Celsic.
I want to say I do love how fighting fantasy themed the donation giveaways have been. I was digging through my big box of fighting fantasy books to find my Dungeoneer stuff earlier.
Yep. Okay. Why can I not? Can I add you? Why can I not add you? Oh, I know why. Because I keep select.
Since I'm circling far above the battle, should I have rolled initiative? Am I part of the initiative?
That would be the case. Yes.
Okay.
But her initiative should be 17 and not 10. 10 is mine.
Oh yeah. Why
I mean,
is
you
yours...
can have it if you want,
Yeah, I don't know
because you're
why I
down
put-
there.
Oh, that is so nice.
Okay, there we go. Good. So, and then
Just
Urash.
giving Greta a little push.
Right, and Celsig is a 20, not a 16. And there we go. Okay, now last is Urash. And Urash is
Yeah, I
a
had that with
16.
setting up my Ghost of Saltmarsh character. It randomly added extra hit points to my character, which I'm in favor of. But I was looking at it going, that doesn't
I
seem
figured
right.
out why that is, and I can tell you about it next time.
Join in next time, folks.
Okay. Right. Let me get rid of that. Okay, so we've got River on 17. Okay. And then 16 is Urash. And Greta is 10. Okay. And that means I need to come up with not one but two rolls here. And hang on a moment as I consult my information. So we've got that, yes. Right, so let's do that. All right.
Just trying to get Ebenezer to donate over there. He's a bit confused right now.
It's even PayPal is
That's
accepted
fair.
this time. It's
Hey.
It's actually a whole thing. Okay. I was about to put, I'm not putting 30 separate hit point counts. 30. There's 30 gargoyles. All right, there's 30 of them. solve the problem for the 30 gargoyles.
I tell you what to do.
Yeah,
Roll 20. I tell you what to do.
You know what I'm saying? Okay. And
Didn't stutter. Roll 20.
certainly at least. Let's see. This in the appendix. This is because I didn't know exactly when this was happening with this stuff. I'm very tempted to put the purple wormlings that are right in the sinkhole on an initiative counter. So you should know that, Celsig. It's right there. I could at any moment, you know.
I'm good, thanks. I'm good. They're fine. They can chill.
They can
I don't need to fight them.
they're fine. I have allowed them to exist without fighting. Okay, and let's head up there. Okay, good. There we go there. Right, lovely. There we go. Make sure I get all of the hit points. That's very important. Okay. Okay, good. All right. So now we're all set to go. Thank you all for your patience. And we are going to begin with Urash. So you can see where you are. You can see where you've been positioned. My thing is frozen for some reason. One sec.
Oh, that's not good.
Okay, there we go. That's better. All right, so you can see where everyone is positioned. Just one quick highlight that I want to note. There are, of course, holes that are leading down to whatever lies below this place. So I did want to mention that. I'm not telling you what to do, but you can also bail out on aspects of this, or some of you could if you wish to do so. So I'm just letting you know that is a thing. But also, I wanted to mention, I guess I'll put that over there. There's no good place to
Sorry,
put this.
starting on Urash.
Yeah, I'm. 16.
Oh, I'm sorry. I missed.
Yeah,
sorry.
I
No,
was going to say it should be Celsig and then.
Didn't want to be that
no,
guy.
no.
but-
No.
Don't want to be that guy.
16
but
comes before
I-
20, right? I mean, that's how it works.
That was his highest initiative roll through the entire
No, I know.
5
Listen,
years.
I don't want to take that away from you either. I mean, like, that's just okay. I don't know why I did that. All right. Yeah, I had this I had this mislabeled. I beg your pardon. All right. So yes, it's Celsig. That's what I meant. That's totally what I meant. Celsig,
yes.
You are up first. And yes, you can see the situation that exists. There are 30 gargoyles up here. Some of them are now moving into place behind this trebuchet that, again, is over here and over here. And then, so that's the deal with that. That's all you've seen thus far. But they are clearly aware of the presence of all of you, and so, yeah.
Yeah, just checking. Okay, so 2 options, but they're both taking action. Alrighty. Is there a roof on the building I'm in at the moment?
There is not a roof on the building. These are just walls.
Okay. Then I am going to cast Dancing Lights 120 feet in the air above me. And I'm going to combine the 4 lights to make a light of humanoid size, which I believe was the agreed upon signal.
Ah, I see. So a rainbow. I just want to be clear. A rainbow humanoid symbol is the clue. That is the setup. Okay. All right. And
sounds good to me.
Are you going to move anywhere, or are you staying where you are?
I'm going to move into this corner up here. And I guess that's going to be my turn. I mean, it's not great for concealment, but it's all I've got, and I'll be damned if I'm moving down a bunch of steps that I haven't got an action to check for traps.
I thought you'd just leap into the hole. You'd be completely concealed and make friends with the worms. Friendly worms down here.
How you doing? Celsigmauer, sandworm.
When
Just
not playing a
them.
ranger, I also play a
Just
purple
convince
sandworm.
them, yeah.
Okay, next up then, I believe, unless I'm mistaken, is River on the back of Kalismana. Now, I do want to tell you, River, that you're going to have a little bit of a cool, well, I don't know how cool you'll think it is. So you're on the back of Kalismana. So what I'm going to allow you to do on a, is you'll have a decision to make, which is you can move as one with Kalismana. If you want to move as one with Kalismana, you can attack and move as if you were Kalismana. If you do that, you cannot move or attack as yourself during that turn. So in other words, you can be you, or you can be you telling Kalismana, now is the time to release your anger, or whatever. Like, you can do that if you wish. Or you can get off the back of Kalismana, and he will act independently, and you can act on your own. So you have kind of like balancing here. You can either have him act on his own, and there's you, so you're like, oh, now I got 2 instead of 1. But that also means that you don't get to tell him what to do and go where he wants to go and whatever. Or you can act as him, essentially, by telling him what to do while you're on his back. Or you can act as yourself on his back, but then he doesn't get to go.
So what you're saying is I can either be a dragon
or
I can be a little squishy sorcerer. Those are my
No. A dragon or a dragonborn. That's all.
Okay, a little squishy sorcerer. I think I'd like to be a dragon, if that's okay.
Sounds like a plan. I am going to pop up for you then the statistics, which I have looked up for this. Although I keep forgetting if he's a brass dragon or a bronze dragon.
Bronze, I thought.
I think he's a bronze dragon.
Bronze.
Yeah. So. All right, I'm gonna pop up this statistic for you. Okay, here we go. I give to you in Zoom chat the statistics for a young bronze dragon.
Oh boy.
No big deal. AC 18, 142 hit points. Can breathe air and water. Makes 3 attacks. Breath weapon recharge. Also the target, I'm just that's the thing.
I'd just like to remind everyone this is the stats for a young bronze dragon, and we're fighting an ancient blue dragon.
Yeah, I'm sure it'll be fine.
It'd be fine. It'll be
There's a message somewhere in there that I choose to ignore right now.
Okay, so having said all of that, so Kalismana says, the game's afoot. All right, if we're going to do this, let's do it right. Who do we kill first?
Okay, so let's see. These guys. Oh gosh, it's always hard for me to ping it. Okay, there we go. So the trebuchets aren't actively there aren't guys on it right now.
Oh
right?
no, they're
there?
going to be there within a turn. They're literally
Within a
gathering around it now. Yeah.
Okay, so let's see. And I get 3 actions. I would like to target. I guess. Let me look. but either trebuchet sucks. So let's target that one and just try to take it out. Try to take out one of the trebuchets.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know, bite, claw, whatever he'd like to do to do that.
Oh no, you have to tell him.
I have to tell him?
Yeah, you're
Okay.
calling the shot.
Well, we'll have to land on it, I think.
Yeah, so if you want to attack this thing, that's right. You would have to land on it, or you could breathe on it from a distance. That you could certainly do.
Can she grab it and drop it?
That's what I was gonna ask. Can
Yes, you can try, but it may be like locked into the stone, which means now it's not that he can't eventually get it off there, but it is possible that when you if you just reach down and try to keep flying like a bird picking up a fish from the water, this thing may keep you, in which case his trying to do that could cause him to land rather more roughly than he would wish on the arena if it doesn't just immediately pull up, because it's a big trebuchet. Like that thing is what is that, 30, because these are 10-foot squares, that's like 30 by 30. I mean, it's or 30 by, no, that's not right. 30 by 20, let's say, at its front. That's a big trebuchet. So, I have a lot of respect for Kalsmana, don't get me wrong, but.
Okay, so how about instead of trying to do that, we do a lightning breath, 60-foot line that's 5 foot wide, kind of like that. Not that, but like that direction.
Okay.
So we'll try to take that out.
I think that's doable. He has fly 80 feet. So 10, 20, 30. Okay, here's what I'm going to say. You know what? I'll allow that because that's you coming in at this point. I am going to put a bronze dragon up, which I know I have.
That's your cutscene entrance, that is.
Yeah, it is.
Exactly.
Has anyone seen River? No. There she is.
Yeah, it just needs like a little turn to the camera and, hey guys, missed me?
Like, oh, hi.
Well, I was doing this last night on Esper Genesis. I have this image of coming in, like, has anyone seen River? And then you hear, like, he was a man, like the Iron Man entry, like with the rock music blasting off the back of the dragon as Kalsman is coming in. All right.
Oh my gosh, can I have a boombox? Is that okay?
I assumed you are the boombox.
I have the boombox.
Hey, if you got the minor illusion cantrip.
We do have a boombox.
We do. Oh my gosh.
We had a boombox.
Hey, you.
We had that thing that played music.
Well,
yeah,
it was a little music box.
Yeah, it's probably not going to have the impact that we want it to have, but we definitely have a music box. Oh wait, I need to wind up again.
You also have control over, I've given you control of the token now, River, as you're on top of this dragon. So 60 foot means 10, 20, 30. So you'll get definitely in a 60-foot cone. That means that you would get the trebuchet and the gargoyle underneath it. So you can get those two in your breath. And I believe I gave you the link, but I think it says that an attack with breath weapon is, let's see, that would be a 60-foot line. So they'd have to make a DC 15 dexterity saving throw. I'm here to tell you the trebuchet is not going to make that saving throw since it is in place. And then it's going to take 10d10 lightning damage on a failed save, or half as much damage on a successful one. So you're doing that, is that right? The lightning breath. Okay, keep in mind, remember that means you'll need to that recharges. So every time it's your turn again, you roll a 6-sided die to see if it recharges or not.
Okay.
61 points of damage, huh?
Yep.
All right, let's see what that does to the trebuchet. Oh, okay. See siege equipment section in Chapter 8 of the DM's Guide. Okay, thank you for telling me that. Fortunately, I have the Dungeon Master's Guide.
Please see this other book.
We here at Wizards of the Coast would like to help you make your experience.
The siege weapons section is available for $2.99.
No, stop.
Like, come on. All right.
The trebuchet section of the Siege Weapons chapter is available for $2.99. Let's get this right.
That's the trebuchet DLC.
Yeah.
You get horse armor with it. All right, let's see. Right.
But when it goes off, it goes DLC. Yeah.
Oh, Pyron, you missed a D there in chat.
Oh, okay. Oh, wow. This thing is quite strong. I'm so glad to know that. All right, that's good. Okay, so it will take all of that. So 61 points of damage. That is a lot of damage. Okay, I see that there is a donation that has just happened. I am very excited. I will get to it in just 1 minute.
Stuff's blowing up first.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
First, let's talk about what happens with
First chaos, then donations.
Okay, so and they're going to be on.
Urash hasn't even gone yet.
Initiative. Okay, that's right. This will speed up.
Urash just looks around and goes, "Well, I'm not needed," and leaves.
Yeah. Let's have you do
he's
so.
Just, he's just like, who invited the other orc?
Okay, let's see. Now this is a. Do you have it there, Chai? It says it's a dexterity saving throw. It is a dexterity saving throw.
Yes.
All right. Let's see. What? Somehow, so the gargoyle, which is winged in fairness, does leap out of the way. So it's only going to take 30 points of damage. But you see like big chunks of stone falling out of its wings. It gives a strange croaking cry as this happens. It has definitely been quite hurt, but it is not dead from your attack. Now I am going to add to the mix. I'm going to thank Pyre and Jade for being amazing in so many ways, but today, because of the donation, and that is $30 to the David Roney Cancer Research Foundation. So we are now up to $22.75. We are $225 away, folks, from our goal for the weekend already. So let's see if we can get there. Thank you. You're also entered into one of the multiple mega tiers that Mike has going on, and it's awesome. And yeah, so
all of
them. So that's the deal with that. So all of the things. Okay, so River, you do that, and then now you also, because I'm starting you at that spot, you have a chance to fly past it. Now the fly speed is 80 feet. So you could fly past that at like 10, 20, 30, 40. Like you could go, let's see, you could go like, you know, here. I mean, you can count for yourself how many squares, but it's like, depends on what, you could breathe it is what I'm saying. And then you could, having breathed, head left, right, or straight over it, or however you want to be.
Okay, let's...
So start your move from here. Sorry, I didn't mean to do that. Start your move from here. So there's the move. You just did the breathing. So now you can go 80 feet in either direction or whatever.
Is that like there-ish? Like. So
you're circling away. Is that?
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. Because I don't want them to flip around and be like, ah, you know. Okay. I want to remain a dragon for as long as possible.
Okay. No, they're conscious of the arrival of a dragon. They're like, oh god. They're like, you do not stealth in with your lightning breath.
Yeah.
You know. Like, I don't know. I was just there, and then Bob got hit by a lightning bolt. I don't understand. Okay, awesome. That was a good opening turn for River and Kalismana. And Kalismana laughs, and he says, that's right. This is what it means to have real wings, you stone pieces of garbage. And Kalismana, like, is just delighted as he swoops left. I am also, there are going to be occasional moves. This was not one of them, but if Kalismana is hit, you will occasionally need to make a dexterity saving throw, River, to avoid from falling from his back. Okay, I'm just letting you know. All right, with that said, let's move on to Urash. Urash, what would you like to do? The battle has been joined.
Indeed, I've forgotten where I am. Oh, I'm on the side of this building, so I'm going to move up to this area near where Greta is. So I'm moving up to here.
Okay, that's basically going to be the equivalent of a double move, which is fine.
That's fine. I'm not doing anything else. So,
okay, so you have moved up there. Good.
I'd just like a quick overview of this hole. Like, what can I see in this hole?
There is so you can see, first of all, Selsig over here by the stairs, and down in the hole. Now, you'd have to get a little closer to it, but it's a big sinkhole, and you think you see something moving down below, some weird moving purplish thing, but you can't quite make out the details. You'd have to get closer.
Yeah, nope, pass.
They look very friendly, and
they look huggable,
delightful,
really squishy.
So that is what you see.
Nope, hard pass on that.
Now, having said all of this, there is a massive from below the surface, the ground rumbles, and all of you on the surface, so not River, of course, but all of you, including the giants, everyone stumbles as the floor of the arena, the floor underneath you in the house, and everywhere you are, rumbles. Something moves underneath, and you hear, oh, sorry, let me try it again. This huge cry from below that echoes and fills the space. And as if in answer, all of the gargoyles all move and leap off their pedestals. That came from below. And Kalismana says to you, I thought we'd hear from her soon enough. Bring her on then, he shouts. All right, it's the giants' turn. And predictably, the giants are not idle. Hecaton roars a challenge and strides forward. Let me move like that. Strides forward. He's heading right for the sinkhole in the middle of the arena. As he does that, the other four giants begin to climb up. This is about, what, 34? So they begin to clamber up here. They basically just have to, like, jump up a little bit and pull themselves up with a pull-up, basically, because of how tall they are. Pull themselves onto the arena steps. They are pulling themselves up this way. These two, on the other hand, are heading, following their liege in this direction. That's what the giants are doing. All right, that's going to lead us to Greta. And Greta is up next. Greta, what would you like to do? Besides run?
We've only heard Imrith, right? We don't see her
Don't see her
anywhere.
yet.
And do I have an inkling where the roar is coming from? Like, is it coming from above or
underneath?
Underneath, definitely.
Yep, definitely.
And Celsic is at stairs that are leading down.
Yep. These are all true statements.
Okay. I have seen that big hole there in the center. That is there where all the trebuchets can very comfortably shoot at me. Right?
Yes.
Okay, Celtic has Urash with him. He will be fine.
You're fine.
I don't trust that the campfire over there and all the mystics and all of that. I do assume that Imrith will come out of that big hole because she is rather big. No offense meant. And I would like to run and circle back towards the giants, and then make my way to the hole, but from the outside, not running through the building. Like you see where I moved my thingy.
Give me 1 sec. I'm adding one thing. Bear with me.
I can also draw on the map again if you would like me. I like drawing on your maps.
Okay. Yes, actually, go ahead and draw on my map.
Yes, I will.
Fine.
Yes, we get Camp Sadface again.
Okay, here we go.
Freehand. There it is. So I'm coming from here. I was standing next to Urash, and I would like to run here, with my plan being to then hopefully get Imrith here. This is the plan.
Okay. Okay, I see that. 1 sec. All right, can everyone hear that?
Yeah, just about.
Ebenezer just started chuckling, and then I'm not sure why, and this is disconcerting. I was like, I'm going here, and he was like,
It'll be fine. Okay, here we go. So you are starting, okay, so now you're here, dotted line, okay. This is from my view, like there's this comic in the States called Family Circus, which was not particularly funny, but it always involved one kid and like a dotted line as they went through their entire like room and you could trace it. So this is, I'm just following your dotted line there. Okay.
The dotted green line is not mine. Mine is the yellow one.
Oh, you're the yellow. Oh, right. Okay, you're going the other way, right? Because you didn't trust the mystics, right? So you're going up around the other way. But I'm sorry. Then I'm so sorry, Pyron. So you're going north. Then is the plan along that line, or east?
First, okay. Oh wait, I did the wrong thing. So I don't. So I'm just leaving that there. And this as well. So I was standing next to Urash. And I remember that these squares were quite big, so I don't think I'm going to make it around the corner full. So I'm like this, with my very obvious plan, is running up there towards the hole. Because I think that might be a good plan. I'm going to find out, but this is the plan so far.
So this is I'm going to put you here. That's what you can do if you go at double move from there. So that's right at the corner. Okay, cool.
And I shout back to Ursh, I'm going towards the hole. Take care of Celsic.
Okay. I'm just thinking, what hole? What hole? Like that? Like there's a hole there.
There's a hole. All right. So that is going to lead us to the bad guys, specifically the gargoyles here. So let's see. There's 60. 60. 60. Okay. 4 of those go there. All right. So they get there and immediately move the trebuchet around. Let's see. According to my handy-dandy siege equipment, brought to you by Dungeon Master's Guide, Wizards of the Coast, this thing has range of 300 to 1,200 feet. That is what I thought. So this thing moves like this, over in this direction, and it sees a flying dragon, and it is going to lift up, and then, because it was already loaded when they moved it. So it fires in the direction of Talismana. So, let's see. 10, 20, 30, I think this is going to be a long-range shot, though. 100, 200, yes, it is definitely a long shot. But it is within 1,200 feet, which is its long range. So, that means it is going to be making this ranged attack upon Talismana. All right. That is going to be... All right. That's quite a hit. All right, that is going to be a 24 to hit Talismana River. What is... I think, do you have your AC there for the dragon? It is on that link I gave you. I can tell you.
AC 18.
Yeah. So that is going to hit. And it is going to do... Let's see how much damage it's going to do. Let's just do it this way. Okay. That is going to do 36 points of damage to Talismana. As Talismana is hit... I'm going to put Talismana underneath you on the initiative turn order so I can see what I'm doing here. All right, so 36. So we had 142. Okay, so he's currently sitting at... what did I just say? 36, right?
You said 36. Yeah,
Okay,
that brings him down to 106.
106 out of 142. Great, cool. He says, or shouts as the thing strikes into him. And I would say he gets hit, but he does not pitch over yet, so you don't have to make a check. But you definitely feel the impact as it goes into him. All right, so there was that one. Then this one, as far as the other trebuchet, this one that you've already hurt stumbles over to this one, as does this. And this all looks, by the way, coordinated. Like, this is the setup. This is what they do, basically. And the trebuchet... The trebuchet is also going to fire Talismana, and this is going to be at closer range. But fortunately, a critical miss is definitely not going to hit. So it goes flying past, and Talismana roars his defiance as the second one goes by. That's the good news. Now all the battle is joined. 2 gargoyles go onto this giant. 3 more gargoyles are going to go onto this giant. Okay. It's going to do that, which is... Okay, alright. So there's that. You just see the gargoyles kind of swarming over there. And then these ones are going to move in this direction. They are going to fly down this way. So here, here, this one's going to get down to here, here, this one's going to get down to here. They are very clearly, I think, Urash, you could see this, that they are definitely flying down in the direction of the place where the three of you are clustered at the moment. So they're definitely doing that. And these people are heading in this direction. These gargoyles are heading in this direction also. Okay. That takes care of that. I already did that. So that brings us up to the top of the round with Celsig. River is on deck. Celsig, what would you like to do?
Helps when I unmute. Yeah, I want to move over to the steps and then check them for traps.
Okay. Go ahead and make an investigation check for me, please.
Okay. Finally, it gets a use. 25.
25. All right. Yeah, these ones down here definitely do not seem to be trapped. I will say that you can see or you can sort of smell. There's a strange, sickly sweet kind of smell that you can smell sort of wafting up from down the stairs here.
Okay. And then for my bonus action, I'm going to hide. Because I have cunning actions.
Okay. So you are going to hide. Do you have any particular spot you want to hide? You're going to dive down the stairs to hide?
No, I'm just going to flatten against the wall and trust to my stealth.
Okay.
Just like, oh, they can't see me.
I'm not moving. Okay. All right. Sounds good. That leads us to the River Kalismana duo with Urash on deck. River, what are you and Kalismana doing?
I am rolling a d6 to see if my thing comes back.
Yes.
Does my thing come back? No.
Does not. On a 5 or a 6, it recharges. So
5 or 6. Bugger. Well, okay. Plan B. Creature is pushed 40 feet away. Okay, so that's probably not the best plan. Let's see. Because I was hoping that my breath weapon would come back and then I would just like hit him again. Now that they're all clustered together so nice.
Mm-hmm. Like little honey bunches of oats down there, I know.
Yeah.
Sadly, no. Hey, Shadowed.
Okay. Let's see. How close could I get to this to assist what's happening over here?
At 80 feet speed, flying. If you double move and that's all you do, you could get here on this turn.
All right, let's do that.
Okay.
Oops, I just moved myself off.
You leap yourself off, and thus you should be able to like. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, there we go. Okay.
And in an ignominious end, River face plants from 100 feet up, and it was terrible. Okay, cool. All right, and you're presumably now you're up a little bit. Are you moving around the corner to try to basically assist with the gargoyles? Is that the concept?
Yeah, that's the plan. I want to stay kind of far enough away out of the range of the trebuchet, or at least out of vision of it.
Yes, this would definitely qualify, I would say.
Yeah. I don't want to get so close that gargoyle can reach out and thwart me. So we're trying to find a happy balance.
Yep. Okay. Cool. All right, that makes sense to me. That leads us to Urash. Urash, what would you like to do?
How big are these squares?
10 feet. 10-foot squares.
10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70. Can I make it to Celsig?
What's your normal move speed?
I knew you were going to ask something like that. 40 feet. So double move is no action but 80 feet.
Okay, so here's what I'll say. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60. Okay.
Is diagonal 10 feet?
Yeah, it is 10 feet.
I don't want to hit this hole.
Well, here's what I was going to say. I'm all about the devil's bargains today. I will say that if you want, you could jump the corner and get to Celsig. Or you can get to about here. You could be right next to him if you jump the corner so you don't have to go around the hole.
Nope, not jumping that corner.
You sure?
Not today. Not today, Satan. I will be skirting my way around that way.
Sigh. Okay, that's fine.
Not at this point. I'm not at the Hail Mary point yet.
Okay, that's fine. You can still get to that square then that I mentioned, which was about like here. Yeah, exactly the way. Yep, you can do that.
Like there?
Yeah, that's fine.
Did you say? Yeah, cool.
Yep.
So I'm literally just like low running, axe drawn, low running. I can hear explosions and rocks hitting things and people screaming. So I just want to get, to be honest, I just want to find this dragon.
Okay. Sounds like a plan. Speaking of this dragon, you hear again from down below, and this sound, again, the gargoyles react, and you see parts of the hole that you just passed are beginning to drop, and the creatures, you hear this, like the writhing of the sound of the writhing of the creatures accelerates and increases as if excited by this sound. The rumbling also seems to get much stronger. All of you feel the rumbling getting far, far stronger as this is going on. And while with you all thinking about that, it's now time to talk about the giants. So the giants pull their way up here, and now they're up on the top. And this one begins to swing their mattocks, their massive hammers at this thing. The first one hits. Let's actually, before I decide if they hit, yeah, they do hit. Like hits into the side of this thing. Big, massive chunks of rock comes out of the gargoyle. This one pulls up and is basically immediately swarmed by 3, and just, you just hear rocks being hit, things falling everywhere, shrieks. You hear the challenges of the giants, and then over here you hear the sound of Hecaton. Imrith, come forth, you worm! And calls out, and just basically calls out as moves right towards it. The giants behind him screaming, for the giants, the storm, and come running right towards that hole as the sound echoes across the battlefield. All right, and that leads us to Greta, who is up next.
Am I pretty sure that I hear the dragon from that noise coming from that hole?
Well, it's coming from it's definitely underneath you. You can hear it coming out of this hole, but also out of here.
No.
So
yeah, the open to 2 hole, the big one.
Yes.
Not the worm, not the one with the purple wormies.
Well, you hear it from both. I just want to say you heard the sound from both. They may be connected down below, but anyway.
Give me a minute, because I think I have an idea, but it might take a little bit of preparation, or I have not prepared that spell. Yeah, I have not, because it took so long. Damn it, this was a bad idea. Okay. So the gargoyles are coming down over there, right? One little, how much is a little square? 10
feet.
So let me count. 1, 8, 9, 8, 9. Okay, I'm gonna need one more. So I would like to run to the next corner of the building, like here.
Okay, let's see. 10, 20, and what's your usual movement speed? It's 30?
I don't run around so often.
Because I think a dwarf is usually 25.
Yes, 25.
So I would say if you're doing 50, that would get you about here, Greta. if you're running at full speed.
Okay.
Very dangerous over short distances.
If I took the giant potion, would I be faster?
Yes, and giant.
How long does it? How long?
I think it's 24 hours.
Yep.
Okay, I think this is.
That's what you told me.
Yeah, let's do giant Greta here.
Yes.
That's the signal, folks.
Yes. Okay. So you drink this potion, and indeed, you grow to this.
Greta smash.
You should imagine that like in one of the old gummy bear cartoons, like me just running up and while drinking, like quaffing it down.
So right. So the visual is like you're going fast, and then as you're like getting bigger and bigger. Actually, Saber, you can help me out because you just did this. Did this double? What did this do to you? What did I say that it do to you when you took the?
I need a pen.
I actually don't know because I undid all the stats.
No, that's fine. I'll because I assume everyone's going to take these potions at a certain point.
Probably best to make these notes all ourselves.
I know it was a bunch of temporary hit points and a big strength bonus. Like to the point it was plus 20 to your strength.
I got it. I'm going to mark this down. So your strength is now 25. Greta.
I'm writing it down.
Okay. Strength is 25. Your hit point maximum is doubled. So you are right now 154 out of 154 hit points.
Okay, got it.
Your reach of your melee attacks increases by 5 feet, so you can hit something from 10 feet away now. And when you're rolling damage for weapons enlarged in this manner, you roll 3 times the normal number of dice. So
damage dice.
I don't even think I got that benefit last time.
Yeah, I may not have done that one.
Sneak attack with 3 times the dice.
I can still, but I can still spell cast as I used to, right?
I'm sorry. Actually, wait. I may have been looking at the wrong thing. Hold on. It was 25. That was correct. No, not giant strength.
Double hit points, I think, was right because that's what we did on the boat.
We did definitely do double hit points.
Yeah.
That sounds right.
There we go.
I'm gonna strangle that dragon.
Okay, so
I'm gonna challenge it to an arm wrestling contest and bring this entire thing full circle.
I'm gonna bring you its
That's how
arm.
you joined the party.
I'm gonna bring you its arm so you can do that, and I'm gonna get you a chair.
Nice.
No, that's 100% right, and I'm sorry that I didn't give that to you, Saber. Yeah, that's 100% right. When rolling damage for weapons that are enlarged in this manner, you roll 3 times the normal number of dice. So an enlarged longsword would deal 3d8 slashing damage instead of 1d8, or 3d10 slashing damage instead of 1d10 when used with 2 hands. So this is right out of Storm King's Thunder. This is where this potion came from, actually. So. Yep.
I can still spell cast.
Sneak attack just became infinitely more complicated.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh my god, that's like a nuke.
And then, I'm sorry, what did you ask me?
I'm not losing my spell casting ability or anything, right?
No, you are not losing your spell casting ability. You are going to be losing anything in terms of, I'm small, so I can go into small places. Obviously, you lose that.
Yeah,
as far as your speed is concerned, your speed is going to increase, but it's not doubled. Your speed would increase by another, I think it was 10 feet. So it's basically half again as much as you can normally do. So instead of going 25 feet, you can now go 35, which means double, that's 7 squares.
Double, that's 7 squares.
35 and 35, yeah. 35 plus 35, right? You can
so 7 squares, okay.
So 7 squares is 70 feet, 1 square per 10 feet.
Okay, I put me at the wrong place, so the right place, so this is fine.
Yep.
Okay.
All right.
There we go.
Good stuff. All right.
Bring it on, Imra.
Okay. Now the billion and a half gargoyles.
I'm just waiting for Greta to start running towards open to 2 hole, and then Rush is just going to join her. We just don't dive in the hole.
Thordax Mummy just suggested me doing a sneak attack with a trebuchet.
Yeah. You just pick it up, like using a crossbow. Okay. So the gargoyles attack. You can hear some pretty... some screaming, and you can hear some. I love that the giveaway word right now is giant smash. That's good stuff. So there's a big. You hear this terrible sound of rocks impacting flesh, and the grunting and yelling of giants as the gargoyles fall upon them. These gargoyles are continuing to make their way this way. They are rushing over in this direction. These ones are headed this way. They are going to be on top of you, not quite literally, but close, very soon, Orash and Selsig, as they jump down there. And these ones are going to operate. Okay, now let's see. Are they going to aim for? They can't get to Kelismana, but they do have a nice juicy target of a King Hecaton. So this one is and is going to fire. Okay, let's see what we've got. Let me see, is that 10? Just in regular range, not long range. Okay, but critically misses. And so it misses Hecaton, who laughs loudly as it misses. And then Trebuchet on this side is also going to fire. And that one's not going to miss. That is going to hit. And let's see what it does as far as damage is concerned. much. Yes, that much. Okay. Okay, so that is... Okay. All right. Okay, that is going to hit that. All right. And these ones have all gone down. That's all the gargoyles and the trebuchets that are being powered by them. That's going to bring us back up to Celsig. Yeah, no, EKEG is definitely not a bot. EKEG is that's been an on-running joke for many years on GOG. EKEG is decidedly not a bot. No, it's not a bot. That's the big joke, is that EKEG always is the automatic auto winner of a lot of these games, but definitely not a bot.
Little bit of analysis paralysis right now. I'm going to sneak down the stairs. Just to the bottom for a look. Not trying to expose myself to danger in any way.
Okay. So when you get down to the bottom of the stairs, right down here, let's see. I think that actually may hook up with the downstairs map. Let me just confirm. If it does. Does it? Oh, it does. Lovely.
Uh-oh.
All right. I'm going to take this off screen for just a moment because I don't want to reveal anything suddenly. There we go. So bear with me for just a second, chat. Okay. And
it's one of those. I'm not sure if it's a good choice, but it's a blind spot, so I have to know at least a rough idea of what's down there before I can be comfortable.
In this scenario, there are no great choices.
yeah, I mean, we left the Great Choice Station behind a long time ago. Right?
We've got Orash in chat just saying, like, are we jumping into the hole?
Yeah, in the Zoom chat, I'm like, let's jump into the hole. Are we jumping into the hole? I really want to jump into the hole. And Save was like, haven't you fallen down enough things already? I'm like, never!
See you at the bottom! Alright, so this is what they see, chat.
To be fair, the last hole I jumped into, I mean, I did go giant in a panic move and just jump in, but...
Hey, and that worked out all right.
Right, exactly. It worked to everyone's benefit. Okay, I'm going to bring you
I mean,
down
you didn't
here.
stay a permanent statue.
Here you go, Saber.
I'm
so
back.
you can see here, indeed, that appears that the worms that you saw from above, that this is a kind of, if you had to guess, a purple wormling nursery. There are, if you had to guess, maybe 30 of them at least that are moving back and forth. I don't... Okay, I'm going to write something in Zoom chat. Back to Pyron. Okay. Right. Okay, so, yeah, that's what we're looking at right here. So that is what you've got, is these creatures. You also see that there is some kind of an exit that is out this way over to the western side. And it's obviously a big room underneath here. So this is like, it looks like it's about 90 by 140 or so.
Wait, where are we?
I've gone down these.
The
I went down the stairs.
There we go. Yep, sorry.
And I will momentarily be coming back up the stairs.
Oh my goodness!
Simpsoning,
Okay,
sort of like, nope.
You
know what happened? Okay, I want to explain this quickly so that I can talk about this to my mods as well, and then we'll come back right to the game. What happened, Pyron, was you sent me that, and I didn't see the thing that said expand. So I thought it was just 2 codes, and when I put it over my thing, my my mods were like, "Oh, they're only giving us 2 codes." I'm like, "Well, I guess." So I had no idea. Okay, let me just.
Because I was a bit of wondering, like, because I knew the game codes that were in there, and so I was like, there is Why?
But only if you donate during this session.
I mean, we could like do a little bit of spoilers because, like I said, I know the game codes that are in there. There is stuff like Little Nightmares 2, Dorfromantic,
Great game.
R-Type Final 2, Strangeland.
Yes, I love that game.
Mundown, which I might have just messed up pronouncing. Mundown. The Tenants, Lost Words Beyond the Page. Oh, and of course the Siege of Avalon Anthology, which every retro gamer should definitely have. Mutropolis, Gods Will Fall. Like, we have the good stuff coming here. So, chat.
Okay, there we go. Now I've got the message out to them, and
Strangeland
they'll
is
adjust accordingly.
so worth
Totally
checking
my
out.
bad. I didn't realize. I was like, what do you mean it's only 2? And then I clicked on it and I'm like, oh, there are more than 2.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, at least, come on. We still have a few days of ArvCon left, so it's not too late. So
I'm sure it'll
everything
get
is
used.
fine.
Okay.
We're getting these keys to the people.
It'll get used. Okay, my apologies. Right. So
No, it's fine.
So Celsic, I'm sorry. So you saw that. What did you do after that? Having seen these creatures.
I'm going to use my cunning action to dash back up the stairs.
You're like, great. And then you run back up the stairs.
Nope.
Okay, that sounds good. Also, hi, Prince Justin. Good to see you. You've missed a very eventful and awesome day so far. Not missed, but I mean, welcome in because it's been a lot of fun so far. Okay, I will bring you back up. Yeah, so you're back. So I would say you come back up, and Urash, you just see like a very, very, however Celsic wants to looking like as you run to the top of the stairs.
Just looking at Urash, just go.
I see you go down the stairs, and you just come back, you're just like, nope, wrong way.
Yep.
Not down there.
Oh, that's cool, Prince.
That's a whole different issue.
That's a whole different can of worms.
Right? Okay, let's keep moving along here. That is going to bring us to because that double move down and back up. I think, right? Celsius, you used up all that.
Well, it was a bonus action.
Oh, well,
but
then
I do, but I don't really have anything. Actually, you know what? For the hell of it, I'm going to use my action to cast Minor Illusion 30 feet away from me, which is probably this. Hang on. Deselect my token. Probably about here, I reckon. That's 10 feet each.
Okay.
I'm just going to, absolutely the loudest, which is apparently the size of a scream, and I'm just going to project my own voice yelling, "Hey, Imrith, you cowardly newts! We've demolished your plan and we're at your doorstep!"
Okay. So that scream happens.
I just nudge Celsic. I'm like, nice.
Yeah, that's good stuff. That's good stuff. All right, awesome. That goes echoing across the arena. I did want to note, by the way, that, and of course I knew about that from Pyron, and was obviously very sorry to hear about both of those, and one of the people was referring to as Dialad, and I knew about both those things. And Thordax, Mommy, I knew that from, I had been told that might be the case, and I am sorry that you've dealt with it, but I hope everything is okay. I'm really glad that you're here with us for this. And this is one of the reasons we're doing this, is to help not only the people that have gone, but the people that are with us, and to try to make a difference for them. So it's great to have you, seriously great to have you here and chat with us. All right. With that said, that is Celsic's turn. That leaves us to the River Kalismana buddy duo that's going along. Actually, I don't know, but buddy comedy is not right. But I was like, what do we call that? Like just buddy action movie, like something like buddy, But in any case, it is your turn, and yeah, you see where you are. What would you like to do?
Well, I got my breath power back, but I'm not going to use it.
Yeah, you do.
So I just make a mental note. I have that.
Okay.
And then let's see, 1 with its bite, 2 with its claws. Okay, so I'm gonna come over here and do my multi on this guy. Okay. So the dragon makes 3 attacks, 1 with its bite and 2 with its claws. So the bite is okay. Let me do reach of 10 feet, reach of 5 feet. So I'm not. Would it be possible to hover and do this instead of having to land and do this?
So
it has a reach of 5 feet.
Right. The thing about it is that to get purchase, like clawing on something like in the air on another flying creature, yes, but with it on the ground, you are not really in a position to do that. You'd have to at least perch to be able to do that. Now you could try to do that and then take off again. It may or may not, depending on what you do, cause an attack of opportunity unless you destroy this thing, in which case you can take off again.
Okay, well, let's perch then.
Okay.
Okay, so I'll roll. This will be the bite. So it's +8 to hit. So that, I imagine, hits.
Sure does. That is quite a hit.
Okay, and then the claws are both also +8. So that one and that 15 and 20.
All right, let me check that 15. I think. Yep, those all hit. So so go ahead, roll damage. I think you got what is it, like 2d10
plus 5.
5 and then 2d6 plus 5 twice, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we'll do 2d10 plus. There we go. Whoa!
Wow!
Whoa!
Dang!
Whoa.
Someone was not happy. Kalismana is just like, like,
holy crap!
God damn! All right. Well, that's just the opening salvo. Let's see what else happens.
Yeah.
Okay, so then we have let's see.
Damn.
6 plus 5. So 10 and 12 on top of that.
Okay, so a grand total of 37 points of damage. All right, no, what am I saying? 47 points of damage. Yeah, given the fact that this thing had already been hit by the giant, you just obliterate it. Like, it just goes, blows up, rocks going everywhere. And the giant that was fighting it, which looks fairly hurt, actually. Not like close to death, but has definitely been hit a few times, looks at you and kind of like, for a moment, like eyes widen as it sees the dragon, then sees that it's not a blue dragon, and kind of nods at you and then turns to deal with the other gargoyle that it's fighting.
So since I obliterated that guy, we'll do the takeoff thing again. I think.
Okay.
Is that too far? I can't tell if I moved.
I think that's fine. That's fine. Yep.
Cool.
And you're still, now just to be clear, did you drop down also so as to stay out of, like, are you, you know what I mean, like behind the wall so that you're not a shot for the trebuchet?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure. Okay. Lovely. All right. Good turn there. Let's move on to Urash. Urash, you were up next. You just saw Selsig running up with his face white and saying, no, not this way.
Well, then I can only think of one possible course of action right now. If I can find Roll20, let me just get back to my point on the map and not looking at the horrible puddle of worms that were in the ground. So, what is the distance? Okay, let me ask one question. How many squares can I cover if I had a potion of giant strength in me? So potion of giant form in me.
Your normal movement would be what? Without that?
40.
Sorry?
40.
So then you would get half again of that. So your movement would then be 60.
So that would be 6 squares, yes?
Right. And you could double move, obviously, to 120, to 12 squares, 120.
I think we all know where I'm going with this.
I was like, do we really even have to? I mean, like, do we know?
No, absolutely. So Urash immediately uncorks the potion, just downs it, and does the whole kind of... If anyone's seen the scene in one of the Avengers movies where the Hulk is running, or Dr. Banner is running, and changes into the Hulk halfway through running, it's that kind of motion, where he just seems to grow, smashing through this doorway. Yeah, pretty much smashing.
I don't actually think you're 90 by 90. I don't think you're, but you're big fella now.
Hey man, I didn't change the size of that.
I can inspire him.
Not. Yeah, absolutely. So through this doorway and then immediately towards this hole, and I want to take a second and I want to see what's down in that hole. Roughly how far is this drop?
Okay. The drop is probably...
If it's within like 50 feet, that's livable. If it's like 100 feet, I'm going to
It's in between. It's probably about maybe a 70-foot drop if you had to guess.
Sweet. I'm going to rage and jump in the hole.
All right. So you just right. So you're like now. Wait. Can you rage as a bonus action? Right. As a bonus action,
Yes.
you can rage. So
You're damn right I
uncork
can, friend.
Poster, and then just freaking straight into it. Okay.
Pretty much. Yeah.
Let's talk about that. So here. Oh man. All right. So here's what we've got as I pull up the 65th map.
We all knew this was coming. As a player, I'm really sorry, but as an orc barbarian,
you're not
giant
sorry
orc
at all,
barbarian, this is exactly the way this should go.
Oh yeah.
Can I just say, called it? I absolutely
Yep.
said when we were warming up, Urash was gonna Leroy Jenkins this.
Yep.
Hopefully it goes better than Leroy Jenkins, because that was a party wipe.
Probably not.
So I'm
Probably
hoping
not.
this
Yeah.
is much better.
I so love it that you're reminding us of that it was a full party kill.
Yeah.
Did you
It
know
was,
that?
I'm sorry.
Well, these guys are the distraction, right? We said we were going to get to Imrith, and that's the only other way we saw. Telsig said, nope, there's another hole. Let's go in the hole.
Yeah, you jump in the hole, Imrith flies out the hole, then what?
I grab onto Imrith, and then we have a Shadow of the Colossus style
All
fight
right.
in the middle of the air.
Okay, I'm on board for this. Never mind, forget it.
Why did Celtic nope out of the hole? I didn't quite understand that.
Well, he just said nope. If it was Imrith, I'm pretty sure he'd have been on board, but oh good, my token's moved.
To be fair, it's a 10-foot stairway. If there was a giant dragon down there, it wasn't using that as the entrance.
No, but speaking of a giant massive dragon.
Oh, good.
We're at this part of the game.
Well, you've been hearing roaring, and
Yes, but this might have been her snoring. What do we know?
very loud, angry snoring.
Yes, she's not having a good dream.
Hey, stop talking about my sleeping habits.
But why did Celtic nope out of the hole again? That's what I didn't get.
15 giant worms in there.
Yeah, but they were in a in a pool on the floor. They were not running around freely.
Didn't trust them to stay in the pool.
Oh.
Okay, so
Okay,
what
I
happens
totally get
with
that.
this is, Urash, you land almost right next to, charging out of the room above, what is clearly an ancient blue dragon. And so you land right next to it. Your hit points now, by the way, are, I believe it is 200 out of 200.
200 out of 200.
And that's good, because guess what?
I'm about to get smashed.
So because it literally it goes next. So you were just like, so you showed up and it was about to fly out of the hole, but it sees you, and it just says, "You've come to my home, I see, and you've decided to pretend to be a giant. Good. You'll make a louder noise when you fall." Ah! And then it just sort of shouts like that. Yeah, I totally meant to blow up people's ears. Sorry, we are in the middle of a dragon. It's all immersion.
R.I.P.
Okay.
headphone users.
All right. Okay, so it is going to attack. Let us see what we've got here.
Come on. This is what Urash lives for. Come on.
Yeah.
Strangle her!
Okay, first of all, I need you to
Grapple.
make a wisdom saving throw, please.
What?
It's a bit late for wisdom at this point.
It is
He's left
currently
that out.
intimidating you
Sailed.
with its frightful presence. Now,
That
admittedly,
ship has sailed.
your rage is going. I feel like you're not as likely to be affected
hang
by
on.
this, but
Just give me 2 seconds. There's something about being.
Was this wise? Make a wisdom saving throw.
Sorry, Wolf Soul.
Sorry,
Don't
bear
need
with
a
me.
D20
Just-
to tell me no.
No, exactly. Oh, okay. Additionally, so Feral Instinct is the skill I was thinking of, and that means that I get advantage on initiative rolls. But additionally, if I'm surprised at the beginning of combat and aren't incapacitated, I can act normally. So it's not that; it doesn't counter that.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so
wisdom saving throw coming up.
wisdom saving throw. I mean, you are facing down a dragon, like.
Yep, 12.
Yep. So what that means is that you are officially frightened of this
good.
thing. And frightened.
I landed right in front of it, so.
Means basically that you are going to, because I want to get the exact right thing. I mean, it did yell in your ear. So you have disadvantage on ability checks and attack rolls while the source of your fear is within line of sight. I'm here to tell you it's not going to be easy to get out of this creature's line of sight. and you cannot willingly move closer to the source of your fear. Now, you can repeat your saving throw at the end of each of your turns, and when you end the effect, then you end it. When you end it on a success, then it's over, and you can't be affected by it again for 24 hours. So that's the deal. But at the moment, I mean, look, anything in front of a giant an ancient blue dragon, you know, it's so it does that.
Can I just was that specifically a fright save?
I guess.
Okay.
Technically, yes.
No
Why do you
reason.
ask?
Nobody worry.
Okay, no reason. Okay.
I'll tell you when it's relevant.
It's frightful presence. Okay. And so now that it's done that, and literally it says the dragon uses its frightful presence, then makes 3 attacks. So,
God.
Except in this particular case, I guess it's going to do, I think it's going to do that first. So then it's going to attempt to, just as Kalismana did, bite and attack with claw. So let us go with the, let's go with the bite situation here. So we're looking at, never have enough room. Need to get a 4th monitor. Just kidding. Okay. We have a 24 to hit.
That just makes it.
Okay. And
my
let's
AC is
see.
14, so yeah, that just makes it.
Just barely.
Just scrapes by.
Okay, that is going to be 20 points of damage on the bite.
So is that? Have you rounded that down already? Because I'm pretty much impervious to most damage.
Right. That's, I should say, 20 points of piercing damage. Also, I forgot I missed the 2d10 lightning damage. My bad.
Cool.
So
glad I reminded you of that.
So that's actually that is going to be 35 points of damage. 15 of that is lightning. The rest is piercing. So if you have that at rage, then we're talking about 18 would be the points of damage.
Cool.
Because that's all damage, right? That we're talking about, not just that you're affected
yes.
by. Okay,
other than psychic damage, that's the only thing I'm not resistant to when I'm raging. Hence the rages.
So 18 damage. So we're looking at 182 out of 200.
Yep.
All right. Now that was its bite. Now it's time for the claw attack.
If it bites me, where is it biting me? Like, is it just trying to bite my body, or is it like go for my face, or? Because
I would say it's trying to bite your body,
comeback.
probably.
Trying to bite my body. I spit on it and say, "Is that the best you've got?"
And then it says, "We'll see." And then is going to claw you. As I love the thing that Windows does so much, where you'll closes down. If you happen to highlight one window the wrong way, it will minimize every window. I can't tell you when I've got 30 effing windows up how great that is to go through this again.
Yeah.
Why is that ever a thing? It's like having the panic button on a freaking remote key starter. What the hell is the point? Oh, look, someone's stealing from my car. Let me hit the key button. What is the point of this thing? All right.
The cameras have all frozen.
What, the cameras have all frozen?
Yes. On stream.
Not anymore, they haven't. They shouldn't have. They had frozen for a moment.
What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me. No more.
No more.
No, it's still.
Yeah, they have
I fixed
frozen.
it. There we go. I fixed it. It's a stupid minimized thing. Sorry.
There
All
we
right.
go. Yeah.
Okay.
This is brilliant to watch coming back in.
Okay, here we go. So now we've got the 2 claw attacks.
2 claws.
2 claws. Disney trying to muscle in. Okay, that is a 32 to hit and a 20 to hit.
Just, yeah. Yeah, they both just scrape me. Yeah.
18.
I need some tips on how to. Oh, well, not right now. I mean,
Okay.
this is the end game.
So
but I
33
need some
points
tips
of
on how my
damage
armor
minus the
class.
7. So it would be 17 more points of damage.
17 more points of damage. Okay, cool. 2. I smile. I literally just smile at Imrith and I go, "Come on. I've been hit worse than that by people far smaller than you. You can do better than that. Come on, try again. Come on, don't bother going up there. You try again. I give you a free one."
So Imrith does not look pleased at this situation and at the taunting. Okay,
big bad blue dragon.
That was Imrith's first turn. Meanwhile, back up here, We are up to the Giants here, and this is a good moment while I get up to find out what the Giants are doing to remind everybody that we are in the midst of our Damon Runyon Cancer Research Foundation charity convention known as ArvCon. Right now, we are sitting at $22.75. We're $225 away from our $2,500 goal. We have giveaways not only from us, but from peripheral media, as long as you donate during this stream. So now's the time to jump on board if you haven't done so already. ! Donate will allow you to donate to this charity event, which is so important. An ! Donated space, and then the number is the number that you actually donated in chat. And if you can do that, that would be lovely, so that we can continue to move towards defeating that dragon cancer, as it were, to use the example of the game that was on the base of this. What's up, Inquisitor? Nice to see a bunch of GOG folks over here, Almed and stuff like that, checking this out. All right. So meanwhile, we have the Giants. This Giant turns around here. Is going to try to attack that. Is going to miss. This Giant is going to attack these three. There's a bunch of rock smashing sounds. One of these is hurt. And now we get Hecaton, who's heading over here, and the gargoyles are here sort of fending him off. So Hecaton basically just yells a challenge, and these two Giants peel off in this direction. Hecaton heads all the way here and looks like he's going to be jumping down a hole in just a second. So we will see whether or not that's actually the case. Okay, that takes care of those, and that's going to lead us to Greta. Greta, what would you like to do?
I brandish my Faltus symbol, and I call out, Faltus, send aid! And I summon a Celestial.
Ooh, you summon a Celestial.
Yes, this is what I did with my new spell slot.
I see.
Yes.
All right, tell us about what this Celestial is going to do when you summon it. Like tell us.
Yes.
Let
me open the thing. So, I call forth a Celestial Spirit in its angelic radiant form because of who I am.
Okay.
And it's going to be the Defender, because I can choose between Avenger and Defender. Avenger would have been the ranged one. I take the melee form.
Okay.
And it's an ally to me and my companion, so it's not going to attack everyone. It obeys my verbal command, but this doesn't require an action from me. If I don't issue a command, it will just try to avoid danger. So, anyway, it has a Radiant Mace attack, which is a melee attack of 1d10 plus 3 plus 5. The last 5 are radiant damage. And it will give itself 1d10 additional temporary hit points, so it gets 40 plus 1d10 hit points.
Wow.
So I would need to roll a d10 now.
All right, I'm going to put this under your control as well. So I've now done that.
Yes, and I'm going to roll 1d10, so it's 43 hit points.
Okay, so the Celestial has, 43, you said?
43, yeah, it's...
Okay.
Next
43
time,
hit
bigger
points.
stuff.
I'm going to put it on your initiative count, Greta, which means that, on your turn, you'll be able to go and then tell it to go. If you want it to go before you, you can do that, but it's on your count one way or the other.
Plus 2... I'm just going to do plus 7 because I don't think I can do 2 plus. So it's 1d10 plus 8 is then the attack.
Wait a minute, I'm sorry.
1d10 plus 8 is its...
That would be its damage, you mean, right?
It's damage roll, yes.
Okay, so first is about... Yeah, so what are you having it attack then, now that you've summoned it?
I'm just gonna call out it because it's not stupid. It has intelligence and everything. It's well, intelligence 10, but that's as much as most players have. So it's I will just say, fend off the gargoyles, and then I'm gonna let it do its thing.
Alrighty. Okay, well, it can definitely get to this gargoyle, so you can control that if you want. If you want to move it in on the gargoyle and have it attack, you can do that.
This little thing? Well, so you know what? I'm gonna put it here because Celsing might come out of the doorway as well. So I would like to put it over here. Is it okay?
That I think is okay. Although I need to figure out the
I can tell you the speed and everything.
Yeah, the speed. What is the speed?
30. Is it flying? Wait, give me a moment. It can fly. 30 walk, 40 fly.
10, 20, 30, 40. So if it double moves, it'll get here.
Yeah, okay, but then I would like to move it somewhere where it can actually attack a gargoyle.
It could do that if it... Yeah, I was going to say, yep, it'll come there.
And then let's do that. So because that is actually helpful.
Go ahead and make your attack upon the deadly gargoyle.
Trying to figure it out because it's not listed here, which would have been so good. Is it just a d20 then? I don't know because I don't.
No,
I'm not the thing. Wait, hit
Celestial
one
Spirit.
Feed the chosen creature. Blah.
Yep. Hold on. I'll give you a link. It'll take a second.
Your spell attack modifier to hit. There we do. Got it. My spell attack modifier to hit. I'm so getting this. My spell modifier. So it's +7. So d20 +7.
Okay, lovely. Oh, and I see that we have gotten another donation from Lone Wolf, $5. Thank you, Lone Wolf. I appreciate that very much. Thank you. Up to 2280. Thank you.
21.
All right. So 21 points of damage, you said?
No, that's to hit.
Oh, my bad. Yes, 21 will definitely hit.
Okay, and then it's 1d10 +8 damage.
All right.
+8, 16.
16. All right. So it slams into it. The gargoyle croaks in its strange way and turns to face the angelic figure. Okay. That is that. That is the Celestial. That's going to lead. That was Greta's turn as well. Now, Greta, you were right on the edge, so you could theoretically still move if you wish.
No, this is a concentration spell. If something hits me, that Celestial is gone. So
you don't want to move. You don't want to be hit, is what you're saying.
I don't. I just want to spell cast for now. I'm gonna use my ranged spells.
Got it. All right. That is going to lead us then to the gargoyles. Okay, so we've still got the fight raging up there on the western side of the arena. That is a miss. This one over here with the 3 is getting pummeled. We'll talk about the trebuchets in a moment. This one is going to attack your Celestial. Oh, we got a community challenge? That is good timing. Let's get that done. If people can use their channel points to get this community challenge, that would be amazing. That's awesome. That's about the best timing I could imagine. Let's make that happen, chat, please, because we can get more people in here. So you could just use channel points to boost that. That would be really super good. We've also gotten I've had 6 of these, and we've gotten 5 out of 6. The last 5 in a row, actually. So that's awesome. Let's make it happen. Okay, so this one is going to be... All right, let me find the thing that I'm looking for, which is that. Okay, so we're looking at a 19 to hit your Celestial. What did you say the AC was on this?
Let me check. Summon Celestial. Armor class is 16.
Oh, you already did it? Oh, so the stream boost is already there. Good job, everyone. Everyone immediately jumped. This is what happens, like 80 people in chat. All right, so
16.
16. All right, so that means that's going to be a hit. And then the claws, it's a multi-attack, so the claws will hit 2, or try to hit. And then we have a 5, which will miss, obviously, but a 23 will hit. So we're looking at a total of... So that's 13 points of damage to your Celestial.
Okay, got it.
All right. And then these 2, this one actually is going to come in and also try to attack the same way. Your Celestial is a focus of this thing. Okay, an 8, however, is going to miss. And then we have an 18 and a critical on the claws. Wow. All right, so that is... Wow, that's another 16 points of damage. The Celestial is clearly attracted the focus of all the things.
Okay.
Okay, these ones are not going to get there, though. This one's going to go like that. This one's going to head this way, is not going to quite get there, but it will in the next turn. All right, you hear Selsig, a whirring sound, I think would be a good way to put it. And it is, in fact, a flapping sound as these creatures, one of them perches basically on top of the wall, and the other one comes around the door and is going to attack you as you're at the top of the stairs. Now, I know you're hidden there, but it's like literally coming around to see where you are, so it's not, Only the one, because the other one on top of the wall probably can't see you. So it's just this one here that's facing you. That's a 9, a 17, and an 8. So I don't know if the 17 hits.
You're muted.
Equal hits, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, then
Tie
the
goes to
17
the
hits.
attacker. All right, so that's going to do 7 points of damage to you, slashing damage.
Okay.
All right. All right, those guys are all there. And now we have the trebuchet. It's a target-rich environment for the trebuchets. Let's see. I think they're going to aim at this cluster. So the trebuchet... they are going to fire at the one giant over here. He's going to just hit. It slams into its side. That's the first time that giant's been hit, though. Other trebuchet. This is a completely authentic trebuchet sound, by the way, chat. Completely authentic. All right, and is going to fire at... I guess it's got a shot at Hecaton, so it will fire there. That is going to hit. Okay. A big slam into this thing. Although he seems to be not interested at all in them. He seems to be more interested in... Seems to be much more interested in dealing with them over there. All right, so that is that for the trebuchets. And that is going to lead us up to the top of the round. And that's going to lead us up to Celsig. Before you go, Celsig, though, I am going to reset and just say welcome, everybody, to Day 2 of ArvCon, and specifically to D&D with GOG Storm King's Thunder. I am joined, as always, by the amazing and awesome Pyron Jade, the incredible and awesome Celsig Mar, the amazing and incredible Peripheral Mike Smith, and the amazing and incredible and awesome Tasty Chai. You're with you as we are doing our finale. We will see if it's a finale of Storm King's Thunder. And we are here again to support Damon Runyon. I've already talked about that, so I won't say anything more for the moment, but you will hear me talk about it a lot because it is important. ! Donate. And if you're interested, DRCRF, ! DRCRF, will give you more details about Damon Runyon. With that said, Celsig, you're up. What would you like to do? You have just seen your good friend leap into a... I mean, I guess you haven't seen it. You've heard it. And you're facing down a gargoyle.
Okay. I want to drink my giant potion and then disengage from the gargoyles with my bonus action.
All right. Okay. So you are now up there.
Hang on. Let me... Oh, right. So I now have... Give me a second. Strength 25.
And you're at 88 out of 102, I think?
That sounds right. If it's, double HP, so 88. Okay. And then with my cutting action, I'm disengaging. And I'm going to dash as far as I can over to this door. And then if I make it that far, come around the corner for the hole.
Okay. So to do that, so we're talking 10, 20. So your speed normally is what?
I think it's 25. Let me double check. 25 speed normally.
So it would be 35. So that means if you're dashing, that would be, or basically, so 70. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that means you could get here.
Okay.
Because that's, and actually, because you're disengaging with your cutting action. Yeah, that's fine. So yeah, here is where you could get.
Okay, that's fine. So,
thank you so much for the stream boost, for the channel points, everybody. And as new people come in, let's keep telling them about Damon Runyon. On you go, Celsig.
Just seeing if I've got anything else I can actually do at this point, so just bear with me a sec. Check the spell list, because why not? Yes.
Cast destroy all gargoyles.
Cast invisibility.
Okay. So you're going to do... So you Now, wait a minute, though. You disengaged, right? And then
bonus action.
And then... Right, that's fine. And then you... But you double moved.
Right, okay.
So you can't also cast invisibility.
Disengage doesn't grant movement. Yeah, okay. No, that's fine then.
I mean, it does, but 5 feet. And so that's...
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah. No, that's fine then.
But I wish it could have happened. It would have been awesome. Next turn, Okay, River Talisman.
Quick, Does disengage count as an action or a movement action normally then?
Normally, disengage is a movement action. That's how I use it. Disengage.
So I
is
could have
normally a move.
disengaged, dashed, and then cast invisibility?
No, it wouldn't have got you as far. I mean, you
Right,
could have
okay.
dashed, but it would have gotten you half as far.
All right then. No, I'll
So-
stand by it then.
Yeah. Okay, that's going to lead us to River Kalismana. When last we left our favorite Dragonborn duo, they were over here, right in this spot, below the level of the wall. What would you like to do?
Yeah. So my breath weapon, or rather Kalismana's breath weapon, has been revitalized. So I'm trying to figure out if I can move close enough to utilize it on these guys. Just like pop my head over and
So let's see. If you go 10, 20, I think we said 80, right?
Yeah,
So-
it's 80. It looks like I could get barely close enough.
Yeah, so here's what I'd say, because you got to fly up and over. So I would
Yeah.
say you could land here, let's say, and that would give you enough to breathe. Here's the one thing, though. If you do that, you are technically at risk for the trebuchet over on this side of the arena to try to hit you. However, or I guess this one if you don't destroy it. However, this one right now this one over here seems much more occupied in trying to deal with the massive giant king that's like running towards the sinkhole. So it may not even notice you, but I'm just letting you know that you won't be able to land and then do that and then fly off again. So, you know, these are always trade-offs, right? So.
Yeah, well, I mean, if I can get a good hit, then I take out a chunk. So I think that's worth the gamble.
Seems
so
reasonable.
We'll go there, and then oh gosh, what was it? 60-foot line. So every creature must succeed a DC 15 Dex throw, saving throw.
So let's see, 10, 20, 30, 40. Yep, that'll be just enough. I think if you're here, you can go, actually, you can be right here, River, and then 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60. I think that means that you're going to get the 2 gargoyles and this one, but you won't get the ones on the far side of the trebuchet. So you'll get the 2 gargoyles plus the trebuchet, which is, you know, still great.
Still good.
Yeah,
I'll
and again, the
take it.
trebuchet will not make that saving throw just like it did in the last time. So, so you can do that. Did you donate 10? Is that what I'm looking at, Burner? Or did you donate? I think you accidentally donated the button. I think what you meant to say was donated $10. So correct me if I'm wrong. Make sure that's true. Just do exclamation point donated space in the number. There it is. Thank you, Burner, very much. That's another $10. We're up to $22.90. Let's keep it going. Thank you, Burner, so much. All right. Awesome sauce. All right. So, yes. So roll your damage on those trebuchet, and I'll see what happens with the saving throws in the guard.
It was 69.
Nice. I'm sorry. I was just right there. I had to do it. It was just, it exists.
I put it in the dice chat.
I can't. It's just right there. And like, you know, I feel like I'd probably be violating terms of service if I didn't make the meme at the moment.
You have to do it.
Yeah, it's just, it is what it is. Okay. Your lightning breath has messed this thing up. It is not destroyed yet, but it looks very damaged, like just broken pieces, you know, everywhere. It's in rough shape. As for these, as for the gargoyles, one of them is going to make, one of them is going to miss. The one of them that misses is just freaking blown up. The one that's blown up, the one that made it is not the one that you hit previous to that. So it is definitely damaged, but it is not destroyed. But I have good news for you, and that is that these trebuchets require 4 of these gargoyles to operate. So at the moment, it's only got 3. Now, others may come to, you know, join the party, but at the moment, this thing can't move, and it's also been pretty hammered. So, good turn, basically, is what I'm saying.
Good news, yeah.
Yeah, that's all good news. Okay, so good stuff. You can't move anymore because of what we said, so that's going to do it for that. That's going to lead us to Urash. Now, meanwhile, down here, Urash, you've got a problem in that you're not only facing this dragon, but you are frightened of it despite your brave words. So you can't move closer to it. So that's a problem because it means that you basically can't, you've either got to throw something at it or, and obviously you're going to keep making saving throws or whatever, but you can't really like charge or like you can't do any of that because you're frightened by its presence.
When do I do my saving throw?
At the end, unfortunately, of the turn.
Okay.
Yeah.
And it's not the end of the turn I've like just had, so I am frightened, but I can't do a saving throw for that.
That is unfortunately the case.
Okay. Damn it.
Yep.
Okay, fortunately, I have a javelin on me, which I've been carrying around for... It was in my starting kit.
It's been a long play, but it came out.
5 years later, it's time to shine.
Yeah.
Javelin of dragon piercing death. Okay, so it's just a bog standard javelin, and it's, as far as I can see, the only thing I can do. I cannot move towards this creature, is that correct?
That is right.
Crap.
Not until you get clear of the frightened.
I'm going to look up into the hole and shout as loud as I can, "It's down here!" And then I'm going to unhook my javelin and I'm going to throw it with all of my might.
Okay.
At Imrit.
Okay. Go ahead and make your attack roll upon it.
Ooh, javelins. How do attack roll on javelins?
Let's see.
It's an excellent question, isn't it?
That is an excellent question.
Javelin of lightning. No, we can say it's a javelin of lightning. So I now know what.
I'll tell you what, a javelin of lightning isn't going to help you too much against a blue dragon.
Well, it'll look nice.
It'll look pretty. Okay, javelin is that's just going to be a dexterity roll. So you're basically attacking. You will add. You don't have proficiency with thrown weapons, I don't think.
Nope. No.
So you're just basically doing straight attack, adding any dex bonus that you may have, and then it does 1d6 if it hits.
So my attack would be whatever with my dex plus whatever the javelin is.
Well, the javelin isn't anything though.
Yeah, so just dex. It's just d20 plus dex, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, that's fine. That's all I needed to know, friend. All I needed to know.
Yeah, and this will not be double damage or anything either, because even if you're raging, you can only throw something so hard.
Yeah, no, absolutely. No.
Really?
D20. Let's do an advanced dice roll. Let's do a D20, and let's add 2 to that for my dexterity. Let's roll that. And I rolled a 11.
That is cast aside by the mighty Imrith. Yeah, the javelin of dragon toothpicking, exactly.
Yeah.
Okay.
The only thing I could do.
That's fine. You can you can move away from it if you wanted. You can't move towards it. Do you want to do
Nope.
Okay. So then I need you to make your saving throw your wisdom saving throw to try to get out of
I
this.
yell inspiringly at Urash, "Kick its new ass!
You can do it!" There are inspirations chat available to you. Let me remind everybody.
That's the one I earned tonight.
So you're using it. All right. So you are
using it.
So
Excellent.
you are now inspired to do this. It's a wisdom saving throw.
So wisdom saving throw at advantage, which is going to be that and that.
Oh,
and
boy.
I will take the 10 and I will still be frightened.
Yeah.
But thank you very much for your service.
Sorry. At the end of your turn, the dragon is going to take one of its legendary actions. It does this on your turn because that's a dragon. So it is going to do that and is going to make an attack with its tail. It whips its tail around at you. That is a 35 to hit.
Just
gets it. That is going to be 15 halved again. So we're looking at 8 points of damage to you. So I think you're 157 I have you at. And now it is Kalismana's turn. It's Kalismana, I'm sorry. If only it were. This is Imrit's turn. And on Imrit's turn, I love that the toothless, that's awesome, is the giveaway word. It is going to, stop me if you've heard this before in some other context, breathe lightning. It is a 120-foot line that is 10 feet wide. And before we get people in chat being like, won't that bounce back and hit the dragon? It is immune to lightning. So yes, it will do that because it loves to breathe on things. That's its thing. You need to make a dexterity saving throw for me, please.
Good. Another dexterity saving throw that I'm not very good at. There you go. I hope I nailed that one. It was a 20.
The DC is 23.
Oh my days.
I
can't even make that roll.
Yeah, well, you could if you critically succeeded on it, but you are going to take. Normally, you would take 85 points of damage, but because of your rage, you are going to take instead rounded down and 1 up. 43 points of damage here.
Okay.
So there's 114. That is.
Can we just shove Hackathon down the hole to help?
Come on. Well, he's trying. I mean, he's making his way downtown. Okay. So that is the deal with that. You are, yeah, as you.
I'm fine.
Okay. So far, it is a good thing you had that giant potion because 86 points of damage so far. In what is this?
I'd have been a stain on the wall.
2 turns, I think, so far. Ancient Blue Dragon. All right, so it is going to stay right where it is because it is now enjoying itself. And that is
anytime, people, anytime.
Yeah, the queue is now. The queue is now. All right. The good news is it is now the giant's turn, and so the first one to go is going to be Hackathon. And fortunately, thanks to the careful placement of the Celestial by Greta, the gargoyles, which would have been able to get attacks of opportunity, are not paying attention to it. The ones over here didn't quite get to him, so he leaps down into the hole with a shout of challenge and lands right on top of the dragon. Now, it does not successfully hold on to the dragon, though, but he's going to basically, this is his attack, and then he'll roll off it. So let's see what Hackathon does on his attack. Let's find out. I know I had his statistics somewhere. Okay, no, not that one. Oh, that's okay.
I looked away for a moment. Did he jump down the hole?
Sure did.
Yep.
Yeah.
And
wonderful.
landed on the dragon.
Yep. That
Nice.
was his attack. Okay, let's see.
Also, Ebenezer brought me chocolate. Everything's fine now.
Okay, everything's good. That's all good to go. Let's see.
I'm fine, by the way. It's fine.
All right, let's see. So this is good.
Hey, you jumped in first. That's on you.
I heard the cue. Okay.
I was looking critically at you when you said that. It was so good.
I heard the cue. I leapt into action.
All right, here we go.
Apparently, the cue was me coming up downstairs, going nope, 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 nope.
Okay, so he is going to make two attacks with his greatsword. He is going to make these attacks, and it's something to see. These 2 attacks that it makes. Okay, these are going to be close to hitting. Wow, neither one of this. Ancient Blue Dragons have quite an AC. All right, both of those are misses, but that's the bad news. The good news, though, is that you now have actual Storm Giant's Thunder, about which this was named. Hackathon is there, and he is ready to go. And he looks at you, Arash, and he says, "All right, you have the heart of a giant. We'll take him together." And he kind of, raises his sword in challenge, and the dragon roars his rage at both of you. So we're about to see what happens there. Meanwhile, these two are going to move in on the gargoyles. They are both going to attack the gargoyles. They will both hit. All right. These ones up here are still swinging away. Okay, that was not a good round for them. That, I think, is all of the giants, and that's going to lead us to Greta and the Celestial.
It's fireball time.
Yeah, you can go whichever direction, like whoever you want to go first, Celestial or you, that's fine. You got a bunch of gargoyles on the Celestial right now, Greta.
Yep, fireball time. Fireball directly in the center. It should not hit the Celestial because it's 20 feet. So it should actually hit all 4 gargoyles.
Nice, clustered
Boom.
up. Let's do it.
Yeah, let's do this. So, where did I put my character sheet now? Fireball. Dexterity saving throw. It is from them, and it's 8d6 fire damage. Okay, let's do this.
What's the DC that I'm trying to hit for the saving throw?
One moment, I need to...
Sure.
One thing at a time, otherwise I'm gonna fail. Oh, nope. I'm just adding too much. I should just kept this. Okay, 8d6. I'm rolling this and telling you the target in a moment.
Okay.
So it would be 26, and the DC is... What was him?
Good night, Arnowski.
I guess it's my spell thingy then. Which would make it 15.
Okay. So all of them miss, you'll be happy to know. So they
Yes,
will all
wonderful.
take it. They will all take that. None of them are dead, but that was not cool for any of them. They did not like it. Are you moving anywhere?
Nope, I still have lots of ranged stuff. Although we have these two. No, I'm just gonna move a little bit forward so I can see the one that are coming from the right.
Gotcha.
And that's it. And now the Celestial can hit people. Just the thing that is right in front of it. I mean, why not?
Sure.
So that is this 22.
That will hit.
And then we do the damage. 14.
Okay. That plus the
Which is radiant.
Which is radiant. Yeah, that's so the 14 points of damage does not destroy it, but it's pretty badly hurt since it just got hit also by the fireball. So, but it's not destroyed yet. But that it takes that. It does not like it. As it does so on the end of your turn, because again, dragon, which has multiple legendary actions that it can take. As a second legendary action, it is going to... Let's see. Actually, did it... Oh, I can't recharge it yet. So instead, it is going to do a multi-attack. And I think it's going to do this... Because Hecaton should be a little closer, like right there. So I think it's going to actually do this on Hecaton. Because Hecaton just, attacked it like death from above type of thing. So it is going to use its Frightful Presence on. Now, this isn't going to impact you, Urash, because you've already, you're dealing with the Frightful Presence is already there. So we're going to see if Hecaton is... And Hecaton does seem to be somewhat cowed isn't the right word, but he sort of leans away somewhat. And now it is going to make its multiple attacks. Okay. Most of which look like they're going to hit. All right. Let's see. So that is... Okay. All right. Okay, that is a lot of damage as it slams in and hits with all of its attacks upon Hecaton. Now, he's still hanging in there, but he's definitely been slapped around a bit, you might say. It has been smacked around to this point. Okay. That was the legendary action at the end of the Celestial's turn. Now it is the Gargoyle's turn. The Gargoyles are going to continue to press the advantage if they can against the Celestial. That is a 17 on the bite and a 5 and a 19 on the claws. So are those two hits? Am I right about that, Greta? 17 and a 19?
17 and 19 both hit.
Okay.
How much damage?
It's 4, I'm looking now. That is going to be 12 damage.
Okay, we have a barely standing Celestial.
Barely standing Celestial. And the other one, the second one, is going to make its multi-attack. Is going to miss with the bite with a 6. And then we have an 18 and a 15 with the 2 claws.
Yep, that hits.
Okay. It's 7 and 6. That's 13 more damage.
Yep, Celestial is gone.
Oh, poor Celestial. Still, it occupied the space for some time. All right. That was those. Meanwhile, up here...
Also, it frees me up for another concentration spell now.
That's true. So you played into my hands, you yell at the gargoyles. No, all right. This one up here is going to attack this one. This fight continues to happen. You can see, by the way, River, that these two giants over here have are a little bit up against it. They've been taking a lot of hits from these gargoyles, especially this one who you can barely see because it's just swarmed at the moment, has been a problem. This one that just got hit by the fireball, as if it is being called to action, one might say, flies up here. It looks like it might be heading towards the trebuchet. These three are going to stay where they are. This one is going to come around here and is going to try to make its attack and will miss terribly. Okay. Now this one is going to come towards the giant Selsig. 20, 34, 50. All right, and is going to attack the giant Selsig with a 7 with its bite, a 23, and a 12 with its claws. Is that so? Just one hit there?
Sorry, 23 hits.
Okay. So that is 8 points of damage, slashing damage. All right. This one is going to, let's see, now that you jumped there, where's it going to go? It's going to go over this way, and this one is going to head this direction. Okay, that is the gargoyles, except for the one over here, the trebuchet that's still functional. What are they going to fire at? They are going to fire at the giant that they can see right here, and they are going to miss horrifically. So, all right, that's going to lead us back up to the top of the round with Selsig. And River's on deck. What would you like to do, Selsig?
Well, at the moment, I was just laughing at the classic turn-based strategy thing of, oh crap, I moved my person in the way of the other people.
Yep.
Well, I'm going to disengage 5 feet towards the hole.
Okay.
And would it be possible in a single movement to jump into the hole from here?
10, 20, 30, 40. So I think we said your speed was
35 as
35,
giant?
10, 20, 30. Yes, if you double move.
Double move. Okay.
There we go.
That complicates what I want.
I would say, you know what? Actually, let me see. This is what I would say. If you were literally 1 square further along, you could do it in 1 turn. But because you have to go around the wall, you do have to, even if you diagonal, like 10, 20, 30, 40, it doesn't quite work.
Yeah. To be fair, I was covering over the part of the wall, so it looked like the door was a bit
Yeah,
bigger
if you were
than
going
it was.
direct from there, that would have been fine, but you're not quite there. That's why.
Yeah, that's fair.
You know what is right next to you, though, Selsig? I mean, there's a convenient hole right down to the bottom level, right there.
Yes, I've seen what's at the bottom of it. I've jumped into
Soft,
enough pits
comfortable.
of... Yes, I've jumped into enough pits of crap on this campaign, thank you very much.
Oh, yeah. Celtic Man, also known as...
Oh, God.
Well, after disengaging, then I guess I'm going to move over here to the back of the giant. That seems with it, or at least as far, as close to the hole as I can damn well get
right.
at this point.
That's about right.
Okay. So, and since I haven't used my action, I'm going to go invisible.
All right. Now we have an invisible giant. He seems to have an invisible giant. All right. Let's just put that there so that they cannot
Who makes
see.
the rules? Cause that sounds silly now.
Oh, good. Thank you. Thank you for having someone who actually knows the reference. Why can I not find... Okay. There we go. Ninja. All right. You are now invisible. All right. Lovely. That takes care of that. And that's going to lead us to River and Kalismana. What do you want to do, Kalismana? No recharge for you. Well, you're just another breath. Let's go. Yeah, no recharge.
Like, do it. No, okay. So let's see. I'm perched. I'm trying to think because I'm like right between, but I feel like I'm just too far to reach either of them to actually attack either the guys on the trebuchet or the guys down here with the giants.
10, 20, 30, 40. If you fly, well, it depends. I mean, if you fly and perch, you could definitely hit the gargoyle that's right here. You know, you could do that.
I could do that.
Or if you went 80 feet. No, you could do it because the fly is 80 feet, I think, on the dragon, right? So
Yeah, but oh wait, so is taking off not an action?
No, that's part of the same movement. No, that's fine. That's same movement. Just you're
Okay.
flying in the air to do it, so that's fine.
Yeah. Okay. Well, come over here.
Okay.
And then can I do my multi-attack on that guy?
Yeah, sure.
Cool.
Beauty of having a dragon. An attack is a multi-attack.
All attacks are multi-attacks.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's
Go
see.
Team Dragon, River and Kalismana. Exactly.
Really? +8? I get an 11? Oh,
Wow.
okay, but that was my bite.
Sadly, that is not a hit.
That is a claw, and that's a claw.
Wow,
so
those
my
are
claw
hits.
work.
Yeah. Hell yeah, they are.
Okay, so let's see. D20 plus. Oh wait, no, it's. We'll roll a D20. 2d6. Okay. Oh, come on.
Well, listen, you can't always do max on everything, right?
I know.
Okay, that is you actually. It is really badly hurt.
Yeah,
like a stiff breeze could maybe knock it over at this point.
Okay. Good. Well, I can't do anything else because I've moved and smacked him, so I'll wait.
All right, that was good stuff, and that leads us to Urash. Meanwhile, down in the hole, the battle rages. You are still here and still frightened.
This is a very one-sided battle right now. This is me just taking sucker punches off of Imrith. I can't really do much. What I am probably going to do is move. What I would like to know is, would moving away give Imrith an attack of opportunity?
It would, unless you disengaged first and then moved.
Okay, and then disengage is my action, correct?
Disengage is the action, and then your move is on top of it, right?
Cool.
So,
Whoa, God, what am I going to do with an action that I can't use? Yeah, so I'm going to safely disengage, and then I'm going to move. If I wanted to move to, say, I'm going to freehand something here, to, say, this spot right here, would that be possible?
10, 20, 30. Yeah, I think so. Yep, sure.
Okay, I'm going to tactically retreat to that spot. So basically I'm going to disengage, and I'm going to jump down the stone steps that I'm currently on.
Yep.
Hook myself around the pillar here that's currently there, and I'm just going to catch my breath, because I've never really been in the situation where I'm like, I don't know if I can beat this. Like, I don't want to go near that thing.
Yep. Okay, that makes a lot of sense to me on all levels. Okay. And at the end of your turn, it's going to take its third legendary action.
Sorry, did I not get to roll to see if I did my wisdom saving?
Oh, I'm sorry, beg your pardon. You're quite right.
Yeah,
my
thank you.
fault. Yes, do that.
Wisdom saving throw.
Also, you've been inspired going forward. Thank you, Lone Wolf, for the inspiration.
Oh, Lone Wolf, thank you.
And I yelled that out while muted.
Oh, right, okay. Lone Wolf, I love you. I love you so much. Yeah, I'm going to burn that inspiration right now. So wisdom saving throw.
Okay.
Wallop and wallop. Come on, please. Oh God.
Oh jeez. You're still freaked out. This thing is so scary.
This is much bigger than I remember.
I didn't think it was this big a deal. Thank you nonetheless, Lone Wolf, for the inspiration. Yeah, it's so now it's going to do its thing.
Yep.
And
take it away.
Let's see. So it is going to. It's going to tail attack. Yeah, I think it's going to do that. So it's going to tail attack, which is a. It's going to, with its tail, it smashes into the side of Hecaton. Okay. So good.
Really sorry to interrupt. Just after you've done this, this another legendary action from Imrith.
That's correct.
Why not? Could I do a quick RP moment?
Absolutely, you could. I encourage such things.
Thank you. Thank you. Just after you've done rolling like tons of damage.
That's okay. Yeah, not tons. Although Hecaton is starting to look a little messed up at this point, having gotten hit quite a few times. Yes, you may now do your RP before Imrith takes her turn, because that was all on the end of your turn. Because again, legendary.
Yes, yeah, obviously. So I'm gonna whip myself around the corner. So I'm basically in cover at the minute, or I feel like I'm in cover. And even though I'm giant and I'm incredibly excited and pumped for this fight, and I know this can end all the strife. There's something within me that's just like, oh no, I don't know if I can do this. So I've retreated back, and I'm holding my symbol of Tempest that's around my neck, as well as Astotska's necklace that she gave me.
Yeah.
And I'm just calming my breathing. I'm taking a few deep breaths, and I am not out loud, but not like screaming it like I normally would. But I'm basically saying, Tempest, if you can hear me, this is a really good moment for intervention. I do not know if I have the strength within me to complete this battle. And if this costs me my life, that's understandable, but I at least want to go down in the way that would be befitting of one of your followers, swinging my axe, not being full of doubt that I don't know if I can beat this creature.
Okay, I will take into account what that's about when we get back to your turn. I'm reminded of it's like Conan talking, Crom, if you've ever like cared about me at all, what, you know, like,
yeah.
Just like yelling out to his god. All right. So you do that, and we will see what the effect of that is, as it is now Imrith's turn. Okay, does not return. So all right. So is going to, let's see, is going to take. It's going to attack Hecaton again. It is going to do its multi-attack. One bite, 2 claw. So, wow, that was a lot of bite. And a lot of claw. It will hit with all 3 of them.
Bye, H-Dog.
Gosh. No, but not only does it bite and claw, but it also, Hecaton, you can see, is sort of like there's lightning running up and down his body after that attack happens. That was a huge, huge hit. And he still stands, but looks very hurt now, as this thing just keeps just smashing into him. And Imrith yells, "Get out of my home, weak little king! I didn't do what I wanted the first time with you, so now I will destroy you one by one. What good will this attack have done you? All you have done is made your own end and that of your people that much faster. In that knowledge, despair and die!" And Hecaton sort of wearily holds up his axe and kind of looking away. "I'll see what happens in the end, you filth." Okay. That is going to bring us on to the giants. Hecaton is going to... Ooh. That might... What is his wisdom? Let's see. What is your wisdom, King Hecaton? You're wise, right? I'll be damned. He makes his save. So he actually turns around and he's like, so he sort of stands up and just sort of points his axe at Imrith, and he says, "If you destroy me, you'll destroy yourself, Imrith. I am here. I am the king of the storm giants." And he lifts up his hammer, and for the first time, you see lightning. Sorry, not his hammer, his sword. I beg your pardon. Not his hammer, his longsword. And you see lightning coursing up and down his longsword. And from above, all of you see lightning from above the sky, like down into the hole onto his sword. And the Imrith just laughs. "Lightning. I am most afraid of your lightning." And Hecaton says between gritted teeth, "You should be more afraid of the cut." And then slashes through. And let's see whether he hits after I made that super dramatic speech. Misses once, but hits once. He does hit once. There was a hit. It's true.
It's not going to be a flawless victory for Imrith.
It's not going to be a flawless victory, exactly, yeah. It's a big hit, and sort of shouts out in rage and anger and pain as it strikes into the side of Imrith. And Imrith, in response to this, is going to take another legendary action. Did I mention that legendary actions get restored at the beginning of the dragon's turns? So the dragon is going to, yep, says it right there, will, quote, regain spent legendary actions at the start of their turn. And Imrith is, for the first time, begins with its huge wings, and a massive wind buffets King Hecaton, who does not make his dexterity save. And he takes that much damage. All right. And is knocked prone. So he falls to the ground. Like so. I don't know why I put that on the dragon. That's supposed to be going on him. Okay. He lands prone. And the dragon takes off. So literally lifts up into the air, and emerging from the hole, obviously Hecaton, who is prone and frightened. Well, he's not frightened anymore, but he is prone. Can't do anything about this. And of course, you're on the other side of the pillar and freaked out anyway, Urash. Emerging from the hole is the mighty Imrith. And Selsig, you can kind of see as Imrith kind of emerges, the sort of horror of the greatness of this thing falls upon you. And you're not frightened yet. We'll see about that when we actually get there, but that has not happened yet. Okay. And Peripheral Mike has, out of inspiration at this moment, thank you, Mike, donated $100. That is right, $100 to the Damon Runyon Cancer Research Foundation. We are up to $23.90. Thank you very, very much, Mike. I appreciate it. That is awesome. Kicking some butt, taking names. I think right now you have made almost... You're closing in on, because I think we started at 2005, if I'm not mistaken. So I think you're almost at $400 for this session. And that moves you within perilously close range. You'd be only $100 away from moving into second place so far in the group list. So just letting you all know. Thank you very much, Mike. I appreciate that very much. Here we are. So we are making their way downtown. So that while that is happening, and you have donated and thereby somehow damaged the dragon by extension, I don't know how. While that's happening, you hit it, and it did that, and it was there, and that was this stuff. Okay, so that's going to lead us from, Imrith was up there, so now the giants, right. Okay, so Hecaton did that. So the other giants here are going to attack the gargoyles. That is a miss on those ones. That is a critical hit on this one, and that actually is going to destroy this one because it's already been hit as well by the fireball. So that one is broken up. Meanwhile, up here, this one, which has been fighting this guy forever. Oh my God, Darksaber with the number, the huge number with the thing. All right, hold on a second. I got to attend to that in a minute. This giant critically misses again. This giant cannot get out of its own way, unlike Darksaber, who can definitely do the hit, along with Peripheral Mike. Okay, there are those two. That's one hit. Okay, and the trebuchets are going to fire. This one is going to get up here, and these ones are going to fire the trebuchet at, if they can hit anything. I guess they're going to actually aim here at Kalismana because it's the only obvious shot they have. Everyone else is covered over at the moment. That is going to be a 15, but I don't think that's enough to hit Kalismana's AC, right, River? Or am I missing that up? No, it's not. Okay, so that's a miss. All right, that is a miss, and that allows me now to address this $204 donation. But you already donated once already, didn't you, Saber? So? Well, no. What are you at now?
It was 150 and 204, if I remember rightly.
So you were at 3. Well, you know what that means. That means that you currently move into. You are currently leading the pack to get this hardcover edition of the Icarus Jelinek.
Come and beat me. Beat me. I want you to beat me. Come on, everyone. You can do this.
All right, 204. What did we say? It was thank you so much,
my
Saber.
ass.
So it was 2394. If I got that right, plus 200. So 2594. So let me just say, 2594 means we have officially surpassed our goal, and we are not even halfway through the con. So let me just say that we are past goal already. I have to set more goals. Lone Wolf donated another $10. I can't even keep this going. Sweet. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Saber. Thank you, Lone Wolf. This is awesome. Awesome. We are up to 2604. Let us keep it going. We have hit the goal and we're moving onward. We're moving on up. I guess the next goal's got to be 3,000, right? Like I got to keep setting up the goal. It also means John Helfers will be shaving off his beard on street, while in front of his house. No, I'm kidding. I made that part up. But he is going to be doing this on stream or on video. So, all right. Thank you very much, Lone Wolf. Thank you so much to Darksaber. That's incredible. And yeah, thank you, everybody, for the generosity. And thank you, of course, to Peripheral Mike for the 100 before. And thank you, Pyron Jade. Thank you, everybody. Just thank you, just generally. All right. Let's keep moving. We have gotten, keep on donating, folks. Let's keep making this happen. All right. That was the Gargoyles, the Trebuchet. That brings us back up to Celsig at the top of the round. Okay.
What about me?
Did I not get to you?
No.
Oh, I didn't get to you. I'm sorry. You're right. The Giants went, and then didn't. No, you didn't go yet. I'm sorry. You're quite right. My bad. I actually skipped you because I was going down to the Gargoyles first. It's okay. So go ahead. Take your move, and I apologize for skipping.
Do I see Imrith?
Yeah, you do.
How high up is Imrith?
She right now just got above the hole, so I would say she's only like 10 feet above the hole at the moment because she just surfaced from it.
Okay, so I will now definitely pray that I do remember where Celsig went invisible.
Interesting. Okay, yeah.
And put a wall of fire on the map. I will draw it.
Okay.
Let's see, how long can it actually be? Well, so I can put it into a range of 120 feet, so that is not a problem. 60 feet long. Okay. 60 feet, so 6 little squares. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So maybe a little like this.
Quick table point. Who had the special dragon item?
That would be River.
Okay.
Yes, River. River has the special dragon item.
Special dragon item.
Which we've only just remembered to tell her about now.
No, River was there when we got the... Were you not there when you received the claw?
But did we decide to give it to River at that point, or was it last stream?
We gave we gave it to her. I'm pretty sure we were not that stupid. So
okay.
Yeah. I'm going to do firewall like this.
Chai's looking like this is news to her. I'm just saying.
Yeah, that's fine.
The silver dragon claw. Yeah, Mike did have it to begin with, but.
So we do have a firewall now, and so everything in its area must. So it only makes damage to one side. That's the pointy side that I drew because I like drawing on maps.
I love it. That's great. Yes.
And it's within every creature within 10 feet of the wall has to make a saving throw. Okay. Otherwise, it takes 5d8 damage. And the saving throw, I guess it's against my spell thingy again. Would be my guess, which is still 15.
Okay, so the gargoyle is going to miss that. What is the damage? Did you say?
5d8 that I have not rolled yet.
Roll it up. And then I have to note that
15.
Okay, 15. All right, so it will take that and it will not like it. The dragon, let's see, did make its saving throw, so it will not be affected by that.
Then it gets half damage still.
So, right, okay, so it will take then... Right, okay. So it will take half damage, so it will take 8 points of damage. Okay, all right.
Every creature that decides to stay there will, of course, have this, the luck at its end of its turn, next turn as well.
All right, sounds like a plan. Good stuff. All right, then the gargoyles that we already mentioned, which means I'm going to... So this thing at that point would...
I would like to move if I'm okay.
Yes, you can. Sorry, you can absolutely move.
Because
you would want to stay there before, but now maybe that's changed.
No, with Imrith coming out of the hole, I have to assume that she just killed Hekaton and Uraj. So it's time to get up close and personal. So, sorry, I drew again and not moving. So I'll at least get towards the giant and enter the fight now.
Okay. All right, so Greta comes charging in. We have giants, gargoyles, and dragons, oh my, on all levels. Okay. Greta's going in there. The gargoyle then would have probably not flown. Not the dragon, the gargoyle. The gargoyle probably would have backed off and flown around. So I don't think it can do that here. So it probably is just going to back up. No, it's going to back up just out of range of the wall and stay until others like Imrith and so on make room for that. Other than that, the gargoyle moves was the same as we had, and that's going to bring us up to the top of the round now with Celsig. We get some hand claps for your mod team. Yeah, thank you for mentioning it. We did give that again when you brought it up, and again, gamer, for sure. I cannot say enough about how amazing the mods are. So thank you, mods. And yes, just as a quick updated total, Carlos is the current #1 donator to 51111. Hillness is at 501, and currently Darksaber is at 150. I think 304. If I'm not mistaken,
you can beat this, peeps. Come on.
Is in third.
354.
So that's where 300. What?
354.
Yes, that's right. 354. So that's where we're at right now. What's up, Wenchkin? Good to see you, man. So yes, so good stuff. That's where we're at the moment. All right. Now we're back up to Celsig, who is an officer and a gentleman with a player, and as a character is an officer and a giant dealing with a dragon.
As a halfling,
and an invisible
who is a
dragon.
giant.
Yeah.
I'm many Celsigs tall at this point.
Quite so. What are you going to do, Celsig? And River, you are on deck with Kelsman.
I'm going to leap at Imerith and try and grab onto her.
Leap at Imerith. All right. I love it. I love everything about it. I'm going to have you make an acrobatics roll to do this.
Okay. Well, then.
Well, so you do
belly flop.
Yeah, son of a. Now here's the other problem. You're gonna have to make a dexterity saving throw because you may have noticed there's a hole underneath Imrith.
Luckily, I'm a bit better at them.
That's right.
I say that. 14.
14. That's I think enough. But it's one of those where you're like you're like right on the edge next to it, and so the neck, the ponderous neck and the imposing head turns towards you and says, "You are, after all, just a little thing inside."
He sees the invisible guy?
Yeah, I was just going to say, do they actually see? I'm not sure because I didn't actually attack.
Ancient blue dragon. No, it's not so much that I'm only joking. It's not actually that. It does not, but it smells you, Celsig.
Okay. Well, then I just say, hey, Newt Brain, this little one broke your plan.
And it chuckles quietly. And it's sort of looking like off, you know what I mean? Like off in the, like a bad green screen, like looking in the direction of you. So,
and then with a bonus action, I dash over here.
So it's like looking there. When I swipe you. Okay. Does Celsig have an inspiration saved up? Effect Life asks. I don't know. I feel like everyone keeps immediately having to use inspirations for reasonable reasons. I don't know. Do you have an inspiration saved up, Celsig?
Personally speaking, I spent mine on Urash.
Okay. But do you have an inspiration? Does your character have an inspiration?
No.
Okay. So that's a big no, Effect Life. And these are two different things. Saber has an inspiration, but then Celsig is a different one. So Effect Life has inspired Celsig. All right. So now you have one built up, Celsig. I have no doubt that's going to get used in about 3 seconds, probably.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Effect Life. That's going to lead us to River and Kalismana. You've got still a bunch of these gargoyles around. The giants are struggling with them on this side, to be honest. What would you like to do? Oh, and of course you can... Yep, not so much. I know. It's everyone's favorite, the lightning breath, but no.
It's too OP, that's why.
Exactly. Well, listen, right now it hasn't... Imrith hasn't recharged hers yet, so... You know.
Aha!
Yeah.
So then it's okay. Everything's fine. All right. We come over here. Triple guy. That.
Okay.
So, let me get all my rolling done, of which there's many. Okay, that one, and that one.
3 hits.
3
Nice.
hits. Let me look up my. Let me hit the wrong button. There we go. And then that is 2d10. Okay, so that is the bite. And then claw and claw.
Kaboom! You blow it the hell up between that and the giant. So, bang. And the giant, again, nods to you for a second time and heads down this direction to or I shouldn't say that. It's going to be on its turn. It's going to head down. So, yeah, you blow it the hell up. Okay. So, and you were standing, I think you only went like 20 feet for that. So you could, like, you know, go where you still have another 60 fly feet. You could go somewhere else if you want.
Like that. There we go.
Yeah, you could do that. All right, so you join in there. Kausmana and River have been doing good work on this side of the arena because it's kind of taken that like lockdown out of the fight for a while. Okay, that is going to lead us to Urash. Now I have good news for you, Urash, and that is because the dragon disappeared out of your line of sight. It means that your fright has passed. So you are no longer frightened, but you see Hecaton on his, prone, like on his back basically, and badly hurt, and Imrith is above you a good, 60, 70 feet, because she's up like 10 feet above the hole up there.
So mechanically speaking, as a quick table talk moment, so that does that frighten not come back if I see Imrith?
Correct. You are now immune from it for 24 hours. You have been vaccinated, if you will.
I have been vaccinated.
Against, yes.
I have Fraser. Yeah, the vaccination for frightening.
Fraser, well done. I see what you did there.
Thank you. You're all weak. Okay, cool. Can I easily make it from where I am to King Hecton?
10, 20, 30. Yes, I think you can just get to his side in one move, yes.
Okay, if I'm on top of this structure here, this mound, how far away is the lip of the hole?
From there would be distance? So about 60 feet. So from there would be about 30 feet more to the top of the hole. Or the side of the hole.
How tall am I as a giant?
Say again?
How tall am I as a giant?
How tall are you to the giant? Oh my god, we have another donation too. How tall are you to the giant? You would be, oh god, what is that? Gargantuan, 15 feet, I think?
So I'd have to jump my own height, basically.
That is the case.
Again.
Yes.
Which would be difficult.
That would be difficult. Not so difficult is the $123 that we just got from Dragonspear.
Nice.
Thank you very much, Dragonspear. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. Dragonspear has also put together all of the spreadsheet and everything for all of the giveaways and stuff. So, like, just incredible stuff. All right, we're up to 2727, and I can see exactly that's why he was doing. Dragon loves to do those kinds of donations. Thank you so much, Dragonspear.
I will put you in the prize draw for all of the prizes. So you are currently in the prize draw, Dragonspear, as with everyone at the moment who has donated more than $30 during the stream, for a chance to win a $100 Hero Forge voucher, a $50 game voucher, becoming an NPC in our next D&D campaign, building a character for me in our next Talisman campaign, and also naming my Ghosts of Saltmarsh character.
Everyone who's even thinking about naming the character, please post in chat what they want to name the character, because I'm so curious about this.
I'm serious.
This is something we need to see. What are character name ideas that Mike has to have?
Especially because Mike was just like, this one we want to make him a more serious character, and then you're saying chats could be like Elfie McElface, Legolas what did your elven eyes see Legolas
moody,
face?
Like a super
full of creamy goodness.
Yeah,
Make Mike the pirate.
Elven sorcerer. Yeah.
Mike the pirate.
Tick Ura the pirate. Oh man, McElfie.
Twinkle Toes the pirate. I'm super moody. What's your name? It doesn't matter.
That's why I'm moody.
Yeah.
My
name is
me
a secret.
Oh man. And then, like, Goofy McGoofball, one of the NPCs, his name was like, "You were only shaped by the darkness, McElfie. I was born to it."
Yeah, I was going to go with, it's not what my name is, but what I do that defines me.
Exactly what I am underneath. Bubbles, Captain Shakespeare. That's the best one we've had so far. Mike McMikeface. Really okay.
Well, don't forget, if you donate $5 or more, you will be in the prize draw. It's only for this stream. So if you want to donate during this stream, and obviously prove us as being the S ranked tier team on ArvCon, then definitely do that. And obviously every donation goes towards the excellent cause that we're raising money for.
Good stuff. And yes, Shadow, there is one left for Channel Points Inspiration. That's correct for this month. All right. So
I'm
yes,
going to go over to
him. Yep.
I'm going to get Hecaton up, and I'm going to see how he's doing. You say, on your feet, sire.
And he kind of gets up and he's like, worm hits hard, but not too hard. He looks real messed up, by the way, Arash, and he says, all right. Yeah, I already got, I got Gan Eden's one dragon. That's counting Gan Eden's one. There's one other channel inspiration available. I was here for that. So yeah, he stands back up. And then you could, so you moved over, you helped him up as your other action, basically, Orash, I think.
Yeah, that's
And you're
fine.
kind of looking at the underside of this dragon.
Yeah, I'm going to look at him, and I'm going to look up, and I'm going to go, so now we have to find a way out.
And Hecaton says, there must be a way out of every worm's cave. We need to find it.
Aye, and quickly. How much movement do you think I have?
Left over now?
Yeah.
Not much, because you had to go over and get up, and then you also helped him as an action. So I'd say I think you're pretty much out of movement. Maybe 5 feet.
That's fine.
Orash, you know?
Yep, no, that's fine. That's less than a square, so I'm not going to bother. I'm just going to stay where I am.
Okay. That is going to then... Okay, and then on the end of your turn, the Imrith is going to take its legendary action.
Of course.
Because, of course. Did it... Oh, and did it recharge yet? Okay. So, it is going to, on its legendary action... Can it move? No, it can do... this or that. Oh my goodness. Okay. Well, we're gonna see. Yep. All right. So one of the legendary actions that this creature has, Selsig, is something called Detect. And it's allowed to take this on its turn, which means it looks over in your general direction. Now, it's still not looking, even with that, it's still not looking right at you, but it basically looks in your general direction, and it says, I see you, little stinging fly. Now, whether or not it sees you is unclear, but it definitely did something to kind of note your location, and that is literally what it's called, is the legendary action is Detect. Okay. That was just
I'm a dragon. I've got eyes.
Oh, man. Okay.
Big scary monster.
Okay, yeah, I'm sorry to hear that, Helnus, dude. Okay, that brings us to... That was the end of Urash's turn, right? So now it actually gets to go on its turn. And it is going to now move over here. It's going to fly up another 20 feet or so. And then it is going to... How far is that distance? 120-foot line. 10, 20, 30... Yep. It is going to breathe right through the giant, Greta, and Selsig. Using its lightning breath, which it has just recharged. So I need all of the three of you, please, I will handle the giant, of course, to make a dexterity saving throw. It is a tough throw, I will tell you right now. As Orash already knows. Welp. That's a really good dexterity save. Not good enough for the DC 23 that this thing actually
But it
is.
doesn't deal with my uncanny dodge.
Ah, true. So, and that's true. So whatever you take the uncanny dodge, so you'll have...
I take half.
So you will have the damage regardless. That's good.
Mm-hmm.
That is very good, because this is a lot of damage that it does. Okay. So... This giant is badly hurt by this lightning, which just goes right into the middle of it. Greta, you are going to take 105 points of damage as this thing strikes right through it. 16d10 on this lightning damage. So you're going to take 105 damage, which is maybe the highest number I've brought up with one of my campaigns, at least in recent memory.
Yay! Record for...
Thank God for giant form, right? Yeah, holy cats, exactly. Celsig, that is going to be 50. What would that be rounded up? 52. So you're going to take 50. No, sorry, rounded up 53. So you're going to take 53 points of damage is what after the halving. So
I need to make a Constitution saving throw to see if I drop the.
You sure do. I was just going to bring that up. Quite right.
So that was 105 points of damage for me, right?
Yeah.
Well, I still have 99 then.
Remember we were talking, River Chai, about OP things?
I'm
OP
like
hit?
so bad at.
About why Lightning Breath Chai is OP. Remember we were talking about this?
Oh no, I've got 49 points of health left then. There we go. And now if I roll anything but a 20, I drop it, so.
All right. Make it happen.
I clicked on it. Just do anything. I'm trying again. Oh, okay, there it goes.
How about a crit miss?
Yeah,
You might as well just take all of it at that point, right?
I'm just like, and drop the firewall.
Bang. All right, down it goes.
Opposite of what you wanted.
Yep, down it goes. All right. So that was Imrith with a lightning breath, and then is going to fly up a little bit higher, and is going to laugh. And none of you have much time left. Perhaps once I'm done wiping you out, I can go from each place spot to spot. It seems the Sword Coast has grown soft, and its greatest heroes are you. Pathetic. And soon I'll feed you to my worm babies down below. Seems to be very much enjoying herself. Okay. This is now the turn of the giants. So this one, which is badly hurt, staggers over to try to deal with this gargoyle. And is going to miss 3 times, not surprisingly, maybe. The 11 raiders from Infinite Monkey Tails. Thank you for the raid, Infinite Monkey Tails. More than one monkey. That's Infinite Monkey Tails. All right, this one over here does much better against that gargoyle. It's going to hit twice. This gargoyle in the middle is looking very hurt. One over there is not in any problem as of yet. Let's see if these giants, this one is going to move into the attack. Can it ever take out one of these? Thank you so much to the Raiders. Thank you, Infinite Monkey Tails. Thank you to Some Old Pirate. Thank you to Angie Pops. Welcome, everybody. Welcome, Raiders, and welcome to our Damon Runyon Cancer Research Foundation Charity Con. This is called ArvCon. I am playing the finale, we hope, of D&D with GOG Storm King's Thunder with the amazing GOG crew, and we're also raising money, and that has been an overwhelming success. We have raised $27.27. Our goal was $2,500, but we're still going. We got half of the con left to benefit the Damon Runyon Cancer Research Foundation. Please type in !donate to find out how you can get to a link to donate to this, and !donated space and the number you donated, and then we will put that in the account. Not only are we doing giveaways here, but also Peripheral Mike, who's playing Urash here, is also conducting a bunch of giveaways thanks from his own company, and you can, as if you donate a certain amount, you will immediately be entered into the drawings for those, not just for us, but mostly also for Peripheral Mike. So thank you for the raid. Please spread the word. If you can donate, please consider doing so. And welcome, as I see whether the Giants can actually hit anything over here, this one guy. Hey, finally hit something. This Giant, I think, has missed like probably 70% of his attacks. So, yeah, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. All right, that was the Giants there, and Hecaton. Now, Hecaton down here basically is going to look at you, Urash, and be like, which way, east or west? Or north, I suppose.
I look around as my cat decides to attack and pull out my earphones.
That's a legendary action by Imrith. Remove earphones.
Definitely is a legendary action by Hugo. Good lord! I mean, look at him. There's murder in his eyes right here. It's definitely.
It does actually look like that. He's just like, yeah, I am a badass. That's right.
He's just like, your wires are mine. Like I allow them to remain here for now. So I'm gonna say I think we should go east, and I think we should go southeast as well. So where I was a minute ago, which was about here, I want to explore what's down here.
Okay, so that just because it's his turn, but he wants to know that because he's going to go the direction you send him. So
I'm just picking a random direction because my rationale is, as Urash was stood here, this doorway here was the only thing he was really looking at when trying to channel the bravery from Tempest, basically.
Right.
So that helped him a little bit.
Okay. So all right, so Hecaton is going to go running down this corridor. You can't necessarily see what's down here, but I'm going to fudge that a little bit because he's going down that way. And as he's going that way, he says,
I just need to move my camera. Sorry.
Here, stairs up. So there are apparently stairs up.
Excellent.
Okay, so that is Hecaton with the giants that did that, and now that leads us to Greta. Greta, what would you like to do?
Okay, if a spell is a bonus action, can I do spells in one turn?
Yes, you could, because you could do bonus action for a spell, and then you could do like regular action for the other spell. The only thing you can't do is you can't do 2 bonus actions. So you could do a bonus action, and then you could for one spell, and then do a regular action for the other. But if they both are bonus actions, you can't do both of them. So.
Okay, 60 feet. What do I have in range of 60 feet? I can't see Cell Sick. That one giant there would be 60 feet.
Yeah,
so
the one in front of you that just got hammered. Yeah.
Are the 2 giants in front of me within 60 feet of me? Because there's this purple one and the gray one.
Yes, I would say so. Yes, both of those are. Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm going to use as a bonus action mass healing word and do 1d4 plus 7 heal points on the 2 giants and myself.
Nice. All right, let's make that happen.
So at least a little bit,
Yeah, good call.
1d4 plus 7 for myself and the giants. And I'm going to do it as advantage due to my magic glove.
Well, right. Yep, that's right.
So let's see. So it's 10 for each of us.
Alrighty. Feeling
Sorry,
hale and hearty.
Celtic, I can't see you. That's only on creatures I can see.
Celtic's just like, it's fine. Not a problem.
Okay, so
used to being
bonus
through this
action is done. I need to to mark this off so I don't get. We still have Imrith up there, right? How far is she away from me?
Right now, I would say she's about, what does it work out to? 50 feet up and 10, 20, 30, about 70 feet over. So about 120 feet if you combine them. I don't think that's quite right. That's not how math works. But it's 70 up and 50, rather 50 up and 70 over. So, no, actually that is right.
Would be fine.
I think that is right. Yeah.
Okay, 120 would still hit, so that's fine. So I'm gonna cast my Scorching Rays at her, all 3 of them, one after another.
All right.
So, first ray coming in. That's 1d20 plus 7. Here we go. Second would be a 20. I'm not sure if that hits an Ancient Dragon.
Will not hit.
Okay, then the third one. Let's try with a 25.
Hits. That hits. Yes, indeed.
Okay, then...
that also doesn't hit. What? No.
Yeah, then I would have started to be worried.
Hit.
I just need to quickly look up the damage of the Scorching Ray. Well, it's at least... It's not that much, but it's 2d6. So every little thing counts.
Yep.
Let's just...
If it can bleed, it can die, right?
Yeah, just every little thing counts. Every little damage on that damn dragon. So 7 damage on Imrith.
All right, yay!
If she's not subtly fire immune.
She's completely suddenly like Scorching Ray, my one weakness. No, and she is hit by it. She does take the damage. She is not immune to it.
As apparently standing in one row is really bad. I figured that out a moment before. I'll move back to my corner over here.
Alrighty, sounds good. Okay, now the gargoyles are going to go. This one, 10, 20, 50, is going to get to the trebuchet. So now, and is going to fire away at Talismana, which it now has a clean shot at. Let's see. But not before Peripheral Mike donates $51.43 to the Damon Runyon Cancer Research Foundation. All right, that is amazing. Thank you very much. 51.43 means we are now at 27.50. No, 27.78. There we go. 40 and 43 cents. Thank you very, very much. And that means you'll have to double check on your total later on. That may mean you moved ahead of Saber. I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't think quite. Maybe.
Fight.
Yeah. No, I'm going to say. Thank you very much. Wow. And I have to like move this total over. 27.78.43. Okay. All right. Thank you so much, Mike. I appreciate that again. All right. So that goes flying off against it. That is going to be a 14, which is not going to be enough. So it's going to miss Talismana, which is unfortunate for them. Then this gargoyle is going to continue to critically miss. Okay. And all right, gets in 2 hits. This giant looks extremely hurt now. The one that's been among the 3 that has just been like taking it on the chin for round after round after round. Looks extremely hurt, not quite dead. The 2 gargoyles down there, the one that's fighting that dude, is going to miss all 3. This one, though, is going to hit with 2 of those. Now that the wall of fire is gone, this guy's going to fly over to this side of the pit. He's going to go over here. He's going to go over here. This one still can't see Celsig, so I think it's going to actually stop when it senses some presence in front of it and kind of like its stone head creaks around, like it's trying to figure out what is blocking it from moving through the door. And because you're standing right there next to it, but it doesn't attack you because it doesn't know that you're there. And this trebuchet, can this hit anything without hitting its own people? Yes, it can get a shot in on this giant. So it will miss, though, on that. So that was the trebuchet. On the end of the gargoyle's turn, it is Imrith can take another legendary action, because of course. And Imrith is going to land for the moment. Actually, is she going to do that? Yes. Is going to land for a moment and is going to claw away at this giant. Claw and bite. Bite is a miss. We'll hit with the claw. Okay. This thing is almost dead because it also got hit by the lightning breath and had been hit by the gargoyles. Almost dead, not quite dead yet. Okay, that was the legendary action, and that now brings us up to... What did I do? The gargoyles and the trebuchet, so that's back up to Celsig with River on deck.
Fucking hell.
Yeah, it's one of those things you look at the battlefield and you're like, good God. I mean, look, it's not like you haven't made progress, but, you know, I mean, it's the dragon. Ancient blue dragon.
Yeah. Okay, let's have a think. I am still technically invisible, so there's that, I guess.
That's right. And look, you had 30 gargoyles. Now there's only about 15. You have the number of gargoyles.
Can I still can I dive in the hole?
Well, on top of the purple worms?
No. This hole.
No, I'm just kidding. I know that's what you meant. Of course you can. No, can you dive into the hole?
You are devoured by purple worms.
I know, right? 10.
In a basic move, can I get into that hole?
The problem is the gargoyle's in the way.
I am invisible though.
But you're a giant. See, that's the thing.
I'm an invisible giant.
I know you're invisible. No, it's not that they're going to try to stop you. It's that it's the space. It's like you got stone things in your way. That's the problem. If you were your normal size and invisible, yes, because you could just run under them. The problem is I just don't think you can get around them, even in the 10-foot squares. You know what? I actually probably, because I made them a little bigger so we could see them. Yeah, you probably can. Okay. Let's see if you have the movement to do it, though. 10, 20, 30, 40. Yeah, I guess so, because you'd run past them. Yes. I think you could, actually, because they're smaller than that, so yes.
Then I'm jumping in open to 2.
Alrighty. Awesome. You're going to jump in open to 2. I'm going to bring you down here. And I'm going to need you to make a dexterity saving throw because as you hurtle down, you see a very large, familiar figure below you.
I thought they'd moved off. Okay. Well then.
Okay. I need Urash also to make a saving throw for me.
This is pretty on brand for us too.
It really is. Okay, so actually, Urash, you sort of sense rather than see something like something's coming out of, and you step out of the way just in time as something like lands in this mound.
Why do I need to move to my left all of a sudden?
Yeah, just narrowly missing is some big, massive thing lands with a thump behind you.
I draw my axe and I kick the lump. Okay, I kick the invisible thing.
Okay.
Hey, buddy.
He did kick you.
I knew it was going to be you.
That is going to be
I'm
1
not
point.
I'm not going to kick him like a football. Okay, I'm not going to kick him like a football. I'm going to nudge him with my foot.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Never mind then. No point then.
I'll put it back on.
This is there's an invisible thud next to me, and I'm just like, I know magic. I've been around magic users. This is magic shenanigans.
Yep.
I'm gonna nudge it with my foot, and then I hear, "Hey, buddy!" I'm like, "Got you! I knew it was gonna be you." And I help Celsig up. Well, I think I help him up. I'm actually probably holding his foot, but
that's probably fair.
I was like,
we're not doing well.
well, we've done worse. I mean, we've done better, but we've done worse.
Consequences, though.
I think we've found an exit, though. So, is that?
I don't think the exit's the answer.
Wait, why did you jump down here?
Imrith's concerned about the worm babies.
I see.
Remember the room I ran out of going no?
Yeah.
I think we need to go in there.
I am not comfortable with that.
Me neither.
Her babies,
I'm less comfortable about the ancient blue dragon out there kicking everybody to death.
I'm not going to be. I'm not killing anyone's babies in order to win a fight. I'm not doing it.
Can you lose?
I'm just sorry. Can we make some kind of nature check to see if Celtic really believes that the purple worms are dragon babies? Just saying.
I believe that based on what I've heard. Do I really have to roll a dice to see if I believe what I've heard?
It's true. She did say that.
She did say that.
The dragon very, very much.
Well then, good luck down there.
Good luck up there with the actual dragon.
I'm going with King Hekaton. We found an exit. We're gonna go up. We're gonna kill a dragon.
That's not the exit.
I am back in the room, friend.
I came downstairs. They didn't come up here. That does not go up there.
But there's daylight through that shaft, and I point towards where King Hekaton has disappeared.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just like through here, and I'm pointing this way. I'm like,
I've seen
Hekaton
there. I point up. There may be stairs over there. They're not the stairs I went down and noped out of.
All right, that's about as long as
fine.
I can allow a
Yeah.
6-second convo to happen. I think between the
Yeah,
two
that's
of
fair.
you. Okay, so you say all of that. So I think that pretty much uses up your move, jumping in the hole, getting up, having the convo, all that stuff. So it's like you two are down there. That leads us to up top on the top side. We've got River and Kalismana, who are battling these gargoyles over here. And now there is, of course, a trebuchet firing at you from behind. And sadly, as I note, no restored breath weapon. No regenerated breath weapon. So
But we can still triple threat that guy.
that is quite true.
So we're
That's
gonna do
quite
that.
Whap, rend, whap.
Yes, precisely. Or miss, and possibly miss, and definitely miss. So.
The 16 is a hit.
Yay! I got something. Apparently,
Swish,
Kalismana is
swish,
getting a
bite.
little sleepy. Gosh, I rolled
I'm
on a-
fine. Okay. And actually, which one did you do that on? This one or on this one?
The one that looked the most hurt was that one.
Okay. I would say that actually is going to kill that one then. So let me just move him out of the way. All right. So there's only 2 there now. Finally, that gargoyle falls. Huzzah. All right. So you did that. Now, you technically, you can't double attack with the dragon, but you could move if you want, or you could stay where you are. Kalismana says, Kalismana yells out, "The big threat is there, River," and, points out the big mama dragon, so to speak.
The big looming destructor over there.
Yes.
I shout down, "Just take out one more gargoyle to help these giants and we'll fly over."
All right. One more appetizer before the main course.
Yep.
Okay. All right. Okay, that was River and Kalismana. That is going to lead us, because I assume you're not moving then, because you're staying close on top of these. So that's going to be Urash, who is up next, who is down below. And you were saying something about going down a passageway, I believe.
Yep, I'm already there. I am shadowing Hecaton.
Okay. So you can actually...
I am
so it's
sprinting as fast as I can.
Right,
so
so
at
10,
80
20, 30,
feet.
60, you
there's
could
a
go another...
humanoid.
I mean, you could get here, probably.
Okay, cool. Let's go there. What can I see upstairs?
All right, so you see that there is light up there indeed, and it extends... The light extends somewhere. So that leads somewhere outside for sure.
We're up to 1. How long has passed since Imrith left? Sorry. Time-wise, how long has passed since I jumped in the hole?
Since you jumped in the hole?
Yeah, so that's, I'd say like 4
probably
rounds.
45 seconds or something, a minute maybe, because it's been like 4 or 5 turns, I think. No, longer than that. No, it's probably been about 5 turns, so that's less than that. It's actually probably about 30 seconds or so since you jumped in the hole and then Imrith attacked and then flew out.
I'm trying to calculate how long I've got left on my rage without hitting something or being hit.
Right, okay.
It's another 30 seconds, so it's another about 5 rounds. So if I don't attack something within 5 rounds, I just have to spend another rage. It's fine.
Okay. All right. That is going to lead us to Imrith, who you're all happy to see. All right, let's see. Does Imrith... Okay. Does not recharge the breath. And is going to instead come down and claw, bite. I thought about tail attack, actually. Yeah, actually, he is going to do that. He is going to tail attack. Tail attack. So... That's going to be an 18. That was hit. Okay. Okay. All right. The tail swings through... And with a wail and a scream, this guy is knocked basically unconscious and into a pit and hits the ground just to the right of where you're standing, Selsig, like right in front of you, lands with a smack on the ground and lies still. That giant was killed. And... So no one else can react to that because that's what the dragon basically did. And then the dragon is going to take off again. And is, let's see, what's the biggest threat? Probably actually is going to see Kalismana as a problem and is so going to start moving in that direction. Okay, so he's up about maybe 30 feet or so and 80 over. All right. That is going to be that, and that's going to lead us to the Giants, who will go next. So first of all, we have Hecaton. Hecaton is going to also, like, pass you now, Rush, and is going to emerge here into the sunlight. All right. And is going to run in that direction. This one is going to continue to attack the gargoyles. That is going to actually hit it that time. Okay. This one's looking very hurt, but is not... Oh, no, that got hit by the fireball, so I take that back. That's dead now. All right, so that's him. This one over here is going to attack this gargoyle. And is going to hit... Okay, this one looks very hurt now. We're gonna this gargoyle over here, and that's conveniently enough the one that this other giant is attacking. Hits once. Okay, and that actually is going to kill that one. So there's one gargoyle up here now. Okay, and I think that was all of the giants. And that's going to bring us down to Greta. Greta, you are up.
Okay.
A lot fewer gargoyles, but now you just have a blue dragon. So.
But I get the feeling that maybe the blue dragon, I'm not sure how the gargoyles work, but maybe they will stop working once the employer is dead or something. So
could be.
I'm sure about this. Maybe not. The gargoyles to my right, the group of 5. Are those unhurt, or are there some there that I hit with my firewall or something?
This one up here got hit with the firewall. The other 2, actually the other 4, because these 2 never got anywhere close to that. So the other 4 are unhurt.
Then I should maybe concentrate on that damn dragon, because only one concentration spell at time. And I think Kalas Mana is doing quite well up there. I don't know about the others, which is pretty scary. So let me count the squares. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I can do a move action and bonus action, right?
Move, action, and a bonus action. You can do a move, action, and bonus action.
I can do a move action and a bonus action, but not a move action and a bonus action.
Right. Can't do 2 actions plus a move plus a bonus action. Right. Could not do that.
Then I'm not gonna reach. Unless...
You could double move and do a bonus action.
No, I need an action. I need definitely an action. Otherwise, there's not going to be a spell right now.
Gotcha.
Give me a minute. Spell. That's not the one I was looking for. 1 action plus 1 bonus action. I just don't have it.
Oh my goodness. Seriously, Mike? Holy cow, dude. Wow.
I just couldn't have it not as a round number. I'm sorry.
This, folks,
it was triggering me so hard.
This is a big one. Thank you, dude. 221.57 means, if I did my math properly, that brings us to 3,000. I believe that's.
I hope so. If I did my math properly.
That brings us to 3,000. Holy cow, 3,000! And if I'm not mistaken, that brings what's your total up to now, Mike?
I couldn't tell you at this point in time.
220.
I mean, I could try.
221.57, and then it was 100 or something. 321.
Yeah.
And then it was one other one.
I could probably figure it out, but yeah, something like that.
It was 51.43.
Like
so that's 271. The reason is because this may put you ahead of Saber or somewhere else, so that's why.
51.43. And there was that, and then carry the 2. I can't remember what my other one was.
1, 2.
Oh wait, I can just look on PayPal. What am I doing?
Yeah, if you could do that, that'd be great.
It's gonna need a color.
Yeah, sorry,
Okay,
we'll get right back into the game in 1 sec.
No, at least this gave me time to make a decision of what I'm gonna do.
Yeah,
sorry, I was thinking that. I was thinking this would be a good kind of window of opportunity for you.
Quick, distract him with a donation.
Yeah.
Okay, got it. Okay, I'm gonna summon a Guardian of Faith.
Awesome. I will tell you that Guardian of Faith in 1 minute. I just want to update this one thing though. So, do you got it, Mike? Or
I have a running total of 373.
373. Okay, so that does put you above Saber at the moment.
Suck it, Saber.
So currently, Mike is in the lead for this handsome volume of Icarus and Jelinek graphic novel, Kickstarter limited edition, etc., etc.
Does it come signed by Mr. Gregory Wilson?
It does indeed come signed.
Damn right.
Thank you, Mike. That's really, really generous. Everybody who's contributed.
Sorry about
it's
that.
like really, really generous. 3,000. Holy cow. $500 above goal. That means our new goal is 3,500. I'll tell you what, the most that we've ever made at ArvCon was last year when we raised 4,000. I mean, that's well within striking distance at this point. I mean, we could definitely pass that. That's amazing.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Mike, very much. Thank you as well, Saber and everybody, and Pyron and everybody. Okay. Right. So you were summoning a Guardian of Faith. Also, quick note, we're sitting here at 7:45. I do not want to go past 8:30 because that's just not fair to the people coming after us. We'll see. There's still an outside chance, but it is possible that it might have to extend into another. You're making very good progress. Like, you have really, like, thinned out the battlefield, but this is intended to be an epic fight, and that's what you're in.
I was gonna say, really?
So,
like,
yeah.
we've literally like 7 points on Imrith.
Yeah, but you've killed 16 effing gargoyles. Like, I mean, you know, it's a lot of gargoyles.
Crap.
And you have done, what is it, like 40 points of damage on Imrith? Something? 30?
Yeah. How much percentage-wise can that be? 5%?
Sure.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. If you had to say from like 0 to 100%, how much do you think Imrith has left?
I mean, you know.
Yeah, so the ancient dragon has about 1,000 hit points.
Portion of, yeah, it's a little bit, few, maybe, stuff.
Are we multiplying that number?
Okay.
I wonder what Zephyros is doing
gamer.
all this time. We brought him along for the fight, and he's just sitting up there going, "Oh, they're in trouble."
Yeah. And where are the damn hoppers? Where are the hoppers? I mean, I didn't expect much, but this.
Yeah, we
yes,
only got one.
there were harpers. Where the hell are they?
Ah, well,
we
just,
only got one.
you will say. Well, I can't.
Well, anyway, I summoned a
Oh,
guardian.
the harpers' ways are mysterious.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I summon a guardian of faith there. Everything that gets into within 10 feet of that thing must do a dexterity saving throw or get 20 damage.
Okay.
The blue spotty thing. So that was my action. So I can't move anymore now.
Thanks, gamer. So anything that comes within 10 feet, what happens to that? I'm sorry.
I get dexterity saving throw, 20 damage.
Gotcha. Okay.
Against the 15.
Alrighty.
So,
cool.
and this was an action, so I can't move now?
You took your action.
Yes.
You took a bonus action?
Nope.
You still have a move. If you've only taken one action.
Okay, then
you still
I'm
have a
gonna...
move.
Because I can see that Imrith is lining up again, so I'm just...
Yep. Like, why are you opening up in a line? What are you doing? Yeah. Okay. That seems like a wise decision. All right. That's going to lead us to the ever dropping gargoyles. All right. This trebuchet again is going
I just
to
have
fire.
Space Invaders noises with these. Bob, bob,
Yeah.
bob, bob,
Pew, pew, pew,
bob,
pew, pew, pew,
bob,
pew, pew,
bob,
pew,
bob, bob, bob.
Yep, exactly. All right, so let's see. That's a 19 to hit Kalismana. I'm sorry, River, was that 19 to hit Kalismana? Was that?
Yeah, that hits. He's at 18.
Okay. So, that is going to do. Fortunately, I have this right here. Okay. All right. Ouch. That is going to do 46 points of damage as it slams into his back. You know, and he kind of pitches forward. That one, I think, now you're just sitting on his back, but I am going to ask you to make on this one a dexterity save to stay on because that was kind of a big hit. Yeah, magical trebuchet, although that's the trebuchet that's almost destroyed because Kalismana and River have done a lot of damage to it.
Yeah, 16.
Let's see. 16 is enough, yes, so you can stay on. So you do pitch forward but manage to hold on, barely. And Kalismana, you know, roars in pain as the trebuchet hits it. This gargoyle, the one that's left, is going to keep trying to fight. This one is going to hit once. This guy is just about dead, is barely holding on. And then we've got that one over here that's fighting that gargoyle. Ooh, that was a good... Wow, smash. They blow that the hell up. Just destroys it on that one. That was Pretty impressive turn. And Hecaton. Now, Hecaton, who looks a sight, like just, like bloodied and battered and everything, comes over here, strides out, and stops, and points up at Imrith and says, "Worm! I await you. Fight me, coward!" And points up, holding his sword in the direction of Imrith, and Imrith sort of turns and roars a challenge in response. We'll see what happens at that point. It is definitely turned away from the rest of the party at the moment, anyway. Okay, that was the Giants. That's going to bring us to, let's see. Do I have that right? Does that bring us back to Greta? That doesn't sound right. Oh, because I had the Giants moving, not the Gargoyles. Okay, I'm dumb. Never mind. Hecaton doesn't do all that. It sounded dramatic, but no. Sorry. It was the Gargoyles who were doing this.
He does it later. It's fine.
Yeah, he does that later on. Yeah, exactly. So this one is going to try to stay away from this thing, which obviously is visible. And is going to go this way, around like that. These two are going to attack that one. Okay, good. That, and then the only other thing the Gargoyles did, this one is going to move here. This actually, he's going to move here and is going to not make his saving throw. So how much is that? 20 points of damage, you said, Greta?
Yep, 20 points.
All right. So this one is going to try to fly directly over the wall and will kind of perch on top of it. So that will just leave the trebuchet on this side and is going to fire again. Let's see. I guess he's going to fire again at Kalismana, but this one's from long range. From way downtown, 16. Oh, no, sorry, 6. Never mind. Not a 16, 6. That's a miss. So the trebuchet misses on the right side, and now we go up to Celsig. Sorry about that. Celsig, River is on deck. Celsig, what do you want to do? I think you're muted.
Yes, of course I was.
I waited, and then I was like, I think you're speaking, and I don't hear you.
Yeah. I want to head north because a lot of these passages don't look dragon-sized, so I'm curious what's here. And at this point, I think we might be a bit desperate.
Okay.
So I'm kind of looking for something. I don't know what it is. I might know it when I see it.
Still haven't found what I'm looking for, as they say. All right.
Mm.
And also, I should double check. You have dark vision down here, or?
Actually, no. I don't think I do.
So when you get closer, this is. I'm going to hide a little more of that then, because there is some sun coming from the hole upstairs. But other than that, there is a lot of darkness down here. So, they were able to come down this way because there's light pouring down that stair here. But as you go in here, this area, there is less and less sort of light that's available. But I will tell you that this is a vast chamber. You can definitely see that for sure. And you can see that there are 2 rows of sandstone pillars supporting the ceiling of this vast chamber. And there are, to your left and right, you can actually see that there are piles of sand that have been pushed up over here and over here, let us say. And that's all that you can see at the moment without, again, going further into the room. And you're going to need to come up with some light source to be able to see farther.
Okay. So for my action, I cast Dancing Lights.
Okay.
And as a bonus action, I dash into the room.
All right. That will allow
While
you
still invisible, apparently.
Apparently invisible. All right. That allows you to see much more. Here's what you see. At the northmost portion of this room, there is an alabaster statue which is carved to look like the head and neck of a giant demonic snake erupting from a block of stone. The block is 10 feet high, and the serpent, is another 10 feet taller still, with 2 gleaming eyes of polished obsidian. Its fanged mouth is open as it glares down at a 20-foot diameter hole in the sandstone floor. Now you see this, and standing around this hole, you see creatures. In fact, you see multiple creatures. But they are not looking at you, it should be said, obviously. All right, hold on a second. There we go. They're not that big. Okay. So you see these creatures, and actually make a nature check for me to see if you know what these things are.
Okay.
Please.
They're people.
Yep, definitely. You've seen people. You've seen creatures, and these are definitely creatures. Okay. So you see 3 of these creatures, and you see... They look like, essentially, they look like a mixture of serpent and human. 2 of them have human bodies with snake heads. 2 of them have human heads and bodies, and coming out of their cloaks are living snakes that wriggle as if the snakes themselves were arms. And one of them has a human head and upper body, and on its bottom, it slithers around. Its lower body is apparently a snake. And as you come in, you can hear that one of them, they are all chanting some kind of prayer. And at the end of it, this one leaps into the hole. And there is this like distant sort of fall. And then you hear things, sounds, something whispering out of the hole. Now, what language do you speak?
Probably not that. Common and halfling, I think. Yeah, common and halfling.
Okay. So some weird thing is what you hear. But above, you don't see this part, but above, those of you, I would say Greta, because you're facing in the direction and you can see it. Greta, you see Imrith, like, jerks her head down at the hole and says, "No, no, the time is not yet. The time has not yet come," and turns towards the hole. So you didn't see that, but Celsig, but you did see all the rest of what just happened. They are currently not looking at you, quite obviously, and they are right around this hole. These, 4 roughly creatures.
Right. I need to remember what exactly I did. Yeah. There's that, and there's trying to remember. Right. What exactly was the sequence of actions I did to get here, so I know what I can or can't do next.
So you went north.
Yeah. No, I'd used my action because I cast dancing lights. Yep.
And you dashed into the room.
And
I would say actually that they do, after they say this, turn in the direction of the lights, even though they can't see you, and they hiss.
Luckily for a bonus action, I can move the dancing lights 30 feet away from me.
Yeah.
Which I move further into the room, nearer to them.
Yep. Makes sense. Okay, so you move it into them. Maybe do me a favor as I'm moving on here. Saber, do me a favor and put just like a little light, like a symbol for your light somewhere if you could on the map.
Yeah.
And while you do that, I'm going to bring us up to River and Kalismana. And you definitely heard that shout, River. I mean, Kalismana did too. And Kalismana sort of says, although still in pain from the trebuchet hit, too late. Not yet for... Time is not yet for what? Kind of says back to you.
I have in my possession potions of extra healing. Can Kalismana take one?
Yes, but you've got to get it to him. So you could either tell him to bend his neck back towards you, which means he can't participate in the attack, but that's fine. Or you can jump off and basically just like jump off and toss him the, thing.
Okay. So
if you've ever played Last Guardian, it's like, you toss it and he grabs the bucket. It's like that.
So what I was thinking was moving in order to get closer to Imrith. and then jumping off and giving him the potion as my turn.
Okay, sure. You could do that.
Okay.
Now, when you remember, when you jump off, you're going to have to remount if you want to be like in control of him again, or you can stay off him. It's your call. But,
Yep, I was going to stay off of him for now.
Okay.
So I was going to give him the potion of extra healing.
Good.
So he gets that.
So let's roll that healing, and I'll have you do that. The extra healing.
Yeah, tell me what to roll, and I'll do it.
I think extra healing is.
Oh, and I need to do my. Yeah, we're not getting that breath weapon back.
It is just not. Okay.
I'm all ones today.
Potion. 5d4 plus 5. No, that's not right. That's not right. That's not right.
I was gonna say that's a lot.
No, that's no, it is a lot. But let's see. Yeah, because it's extra healing. Yes, 5d4 plus 5. Yep.
Okay. So 19 points. So that puts him up to 79.
Yep, and it's funny because like it says like if you want to take sips, I'm like, no, you just tossed it to a dragon. Like he's just.
I did. Yeah,
like,
no, that's the whole thing.
Okay, lovely. All right, so you do that. Now you are off and facing the deadly creature of Imrith, who on her turn, as part of her legendary action, actually is not going to take it because she's focused on that whatever just happened and came out of that hole just then. So like that. Okay. That is that, and that is going to lead us to, that's the end of River's turn because it was part of Gal's mana. Okay, so that leads us to Urash. Urash, you are up next, and I think you're over here, so you could run up to.
I'm gonna get up these stairs.
Okay, so that's gonna mean.
So I'm gonna guess it moves me. Oh, let's move my character. Whee. So I'm gonna be about here behind Hecton. How much further towards Imrith can I get?
That was, let's see, that took you 10, 20, 30, 40. Let's see. I'm sorry, I know we asked this a million times. What did you say your movement was?
So base movement is
giant.
40.
Plus 20 is 60. So you moved 1. So if you double move 10, 20, 30, 40, you would get here on this turn.
Yep, I'll take that.
Okay. All right.
Okay, I am literally just axe drawn. I go around this corner. I see Imrith. Not a word. I just immediately start running towards her.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Next turn, Celsic invokes symbols from hell, wakes up every enemy creature in a 3-world radius.
Yeah.
I like the 3-world radius idea.
More enemies.
Okay.
As long as it attracts the people I'm trying to attract, I'm okay with that.
I know, right? Okay, so Urash runs straight towards it. Okay, it is Imrith's turn. Imrith goes flying here and literally dives into the hole.
Oh.
And emerges here. So let's see, that was 80, 10, 20, 80, dives down, 80. All right, and you certainly hear the emergence because, again, underneath her voice shouting, "It's not time!" She shouts. And Celsic, you hear that behind you, and you see the rather terrifying sight of a blue dragon, ancient blue dragon, heading towards you. Although she doesn't seem to be looking at you, she seems to be looking behind you. Which I'm sure you're like, great, that's wonderful.
Yeah, not at me. I'm just between her and where she's going. Fine.
Triffity Mats with the $15 donation. We are up to 3,015. Thank you. I also think that, by the way, I didn't talk about this, but I think this is now definitively moved all of you. Actually, you were at 2,000. 3,015. So I actually think now, you're definitely in second place. I actually think this group is now in striking distance. You are actually only about little under $400 away from taking the top spot from Esper Genesis team.
S tier.
Yep, S tier.
We can definitely do this. Come on, people. We are in the final throes of the stream. We can definitely smash this target.
Yep. When you were like, I was like,
if we get halfway. So did you say it's just under like maybe $400?
They raised $1,400 and we started at 2,000. I believe is what we started with you folks. So you've raised 1,015. So that means they raised 1,400. So that means 385, right? Is what you're short of, is where you're trailing right now.
Okay, if we can
You know what
get
to do.
yeah, absolutely. If chat can raise $200 before the end of this stream, Peripheral Media will put in another $200 to get us over the $1,400 mark.
Wow. Well,
only if chat can raise $200. So if you can donate, please do so.
Yeah. So keep that. I mean, I'm almost speechless. That's amazing. Yes. So there you go, chat. $200 raised. Peripheral Media will match essentially, and would also move into the lead, which is that's gonna put the A team, so to speak. That's gonna put Community D&D tonight and the A team tomorrow under serious pressure. You know, but hey, I honestly thought it was just like everyone is just like, yeah, you know, you're gonna put in a good effort. I didn't believe that there was actually, you know, you have a legit, like a real shot to do this. So yeah.
This is the homecoming for us. This is like the finale of where it all started.
It really
don't call out the ST team if you can't bring it to the table. That's all I'm gonna say.
That's true. That's true. So let's see how that works. Anyway, so Imrit is down there. Did that. Let's see, 80, move towards that, right? That's as much as she can go. That brings us back up to the Giants, of which there are sadly fewer than there were. The Giants and then Greta and then the Gargoyles. So the Giants are going to, this one's going to move in and see if they can finally get rid of this one freaking Gargoyle. That's 3 hits. That's 2 hits. All right, that ought to help, actually. Yep. That finally gets rid of this one Gargoyle who was like Mr. Tryhard over here. All right, that takes care of those 2 Giants. Finally wipe this one out. This guy is gamely fighting against 3. And this one in the middle there is pretty hurt. You did say 3,000 at the end of the day. You did, Echo. You're quite right. You 100% did. Okay, so that's that Giant, and that leaves Hecaton, who charges. Now, actually, seeing Imrith do that, I actually think Hecaton is not an idiot. It's not going to go, I'm just going to run and jump down the hole. He's just going to run back down the stairs because he's right next to the stairs. So he's going to run down here, and he's going to charge this way, 10, 20, 40, like this, 80, and he's going to double move. So, yeah, so he comes down there.
However. So,
Celsig, you hear from in the distance, Imrith! Like, you hear some, like, the sound of Hecaton's voice, like, you know, yelling down the hallway. We've had a lot of this multi-level fights, people, right? Up level, lower level, higher level, lower level. All right. So, that is what Hecaton does. That was the end of the Giant move. That's up to Greta now before the Gargoyles go. All right, Greta, what do you got?
Okay. We need to get rid of this last Gargoyle. They're just tying up too many forces here. So, Flaming Sphere.
Prince Justin has donated $10. Thank you to the Diamond Running Cancer Research Foundation. Thanks, Prince Justin, though, so much. That brings us to 3025. We are getting there. 3025.
3, 4, 5, 6. So I can put it there if I count it correctly. I'll draw it, just so I have another opportunity to do so.
Okay. There's always more drawing.
So is this the space that would be next to the Gargoyle?
That is, yes. Correct.
So I'm gonna make it appear there. Poof! Flaming Sphere. So that Gargoyle is in the wonderful position of taking 2d6 fire damage if it doesn't make a 15 dexterity throw.
It did make that dexterity saving throw this time, sadly.
Well, then it's still half of whatever I'm gonna roll now.
Okay.
So 2d6 roll. So still 2 points of damage.
2 points of damage.
Never know. And then I'm as my bonus action, I'm gonna ram that flaming sphere into the other gargoyle over there.
Nice. Okay. The one here. You mean?
I'm just giving. I can move it. Like pong. Like this.
Gotcha. All right.
And again, same thing. D50, 15.
It doesn't make that for sure.
So do I roll? I roll again, right?
Yep, you roll again because it's
because it's like a new attack. There we go.
7
right. Points of damage for that.
All right, that guy. So both of them have now been hurt. They were not really that damaged before, but that one's like starting to, definitely got hurt that time. All right, good stuff. Are you moving, Greta, anywhere?
I did an action and a bonus action, so I think I'm out of.
No, if you did action and bonus action, you have a move left.
But that was what I asked earlier.
No.
okay.
You said you wanted to do action, move, bonus action, and you can only do you can do a move, you can do an action, and you can do a bonus action on your turn. But you can't. So you could double move. If you double move, it means you use up one of your actions for a move. So you can move, you can do an action, and you can do a bonus action. So you've done your action. You did your bonus action. Or I guess you didn't do your bonus action. You just did your action with the sphere.
Yeah, I did an action and a bonus action.
Oh, because of the sphere. Yeah, so you have a move left.
So, yeah, but I still... nope, I'm not going to do a move because I've got a plan. Nope, no move from me.
Okay. All right. That means it is the gargoyle's turn. They are going to attack this giant. I will take care of the one that's in the middle of the sphere in just a moment. Those are... that one's going to... That's a lot of hits. This giant is hurt. Not death yet, but definitely has taken quite a few hits now. This other one... Now, when the sphere is in his position, he has to take the damage at the beginning of his turn when it's there. Is that right, Greta?
Sorry, again, I was reading what the price of bundle is.
Yeah, that's okay. The sphere, when he's, I believe, at the beginning of his turn, if the sphere is in his location, then he takes damage from it. Is that right?
Must take it. Failed save. Blah blah blah. Bonus action move. When I move the sphere. Blah, blah. Last for the year. That ends its turn within 5 feet of the sphere.
Ends his turn. Okay, gotcha. Thank you. All right, so he's not going to do that because he wants to attack the giant. So he's going to go like this, and then is going to turn this way, and is going to, there's a triple team this giant, and is also going to hit 2 times. Okay, now that giant is looking pretty hurt because he's gotten smacked by like 6 hits just this turn, not counting what he had last time. Excuse me. Okay, meanwhile, this one is going to head this way and is going to head in your direction, Greta, because it is does not really have a lot of room to further attack the other one, the other giant, because there's 3 around him already. This one's going to go this way and perch. I don't think it's even seen right now. Urash, which is running behind it, is worried about the one in front of it. Okay, and then we have the 2 trebuchet hits. This one is going to aim at Talisman again and fire away. However, that's an 8, which is going to be a pretty big miss, I think, on Talismana. And then the other one is going to take a long-range shot again at Talismana. That is a 17. I forget what you said it was, River. I'm sorry.
Sorry, muted. 18.
18. Okay, so just misses. Like right past you, matrix out of the way. Okay, and that was the gargoyle's turn. And the trebuchet's turn. And that brings us up to Selsig, underground. And you're muted, Selsig.
Oh, god damn it. Between a dragon and a hard place.
What's up,
if that second gargoyle moved within 10 feet of that Guardian of Faith, it must take 20 damage on
you're
a
quite
failed.
right. You're quite right. Yes, it was doing that on top of the wall, but still I think that's within range. So yes, it will take that 20 damage, which means it's pretty hurt, actually. Yeah, thanks for the note. Thank you, Brian.
Yep,
okay.
Okay.
All right, go ahead, Selsig. On you go.
So my movement, 35 feet, I think would put me about... Why is that not... flipping heck. It should be tagging. Hang on. About here? Oh, I know why it's not doing it. Yeah, 35 feet should put me about there?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to move to there.
Okay.
And then I'm going to use my minor illusion action.
Okay.
And I'm going to project it to basically where I was standing here to say, "Hey, new brain, I found your secret."
Okay, so you made that. Okay, so you say that out in the camera. Okay, go ahead.
Using minor illusion, I projected my voice to that point where I was standing, and I'm not anymore.
Okay, so these creatures. So first of all, they turn in the direction of the. They're like what? In the direction of where you positioned the voice, and then this one sort of does that, and at that point, they see that Imrith is closing in, and certainly Imrith heard it also. And the creatures hiss, and they say, one of them says, we told you the sacrifice must be made. You must face your enemies. And Imrith roars, you said I had time. There will be time. And these creatures seem to be, they sort of turn your direction. Once they see Imrith, they're now very focused on them. They do not seem to like each other, from what you can tell. Okay. So, Celsi, you did that. You moved. You did the minor illusion. So I think that's it for you, I believe.
I could get a bonus dash.
All right, you could.
Up to here?
Sure.
Okay.
You can do that.
I'll bonus dash up to there for my cunning action then.
All right, that's going to lead us then up to River and Kalismana. Now, River and Kalismana are currently two different beings.
Yeah.
So, River, if you're taking your turn, then Kalismana will take his turn independently later. So that's what you could do.
Yeah, well, so my whole plan failed when Imrith dived down that hole again. So, so then it would be an action to remount, right?
Right.
Okay.
Or a move to remount, really.
A move to remount.
Yeah.
Okay. And let me roll my. Woo! I got it.
Oh, you got it back. Well, listen, you could use that. What's the range on that?
60 feet.
It doesn't. Well, here's the thing.
No, it
if
doesn't
you.
quite reach.
Yeah, I was gonna say, although it's close to here, but not quite. Because Kalismana, yeah, because you got to mount on top. Well, you know what though? Kalismana's not moved. So what you could do is, you moved once, then it would move to Breen. I would allow you to move Kalismana if you wish, and you could take an action with him, since all you did was just move onto the dragon.
Best DM.
I'm fairly comfortable with how the fight's going from the other creature's perspective at the moment, so I.
All right, so we flip around, and yeah, we do the thing. So I'm excited about this because that's the only time I'm able to hit anything.
Yeah, I think for this you're going to hit this thing, and you will hit, obviously, the trebuchet again.
Yeah.
It will definitely not make its saving throw.
Yeah. I was gonna. Oh, will I not hit any of the gargoyles then?
You will. You will hit the gargoyle and the trebuchet. The one in front here is what you'll hit.
Okay. Let's see. Let me look at it. Because I think I just hit the wrong button.
And actually, how wide is the cone on the lightning breath?
Let me look. It is a 60-foot line that is 5 foot wide.
Okay, yeah. So then it's going to hit. It'll just hit the gargoyle and the trebuchet then, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So must make this.
Now, if this were Imrith's breath weapon, of course.
I know. But that's okay. Yeah, I hit the wrong button. Okay. This is hard to do with one hand. There we go. 62.
Well, damn. All right, so first of all, this thing is destroyed. The trebuchet absolutely blows... Oh, not that one. Controls it. This one, the trebuchet... Oh, I guess I can't because it's actually part of the landscape. So, never mind. The trebuchet... Just imagine that there's no trebuchet. It's just a gargoyle. So the trebuchet is destroyed. And so you have 3 gargoyles facing you, but that trebuchet is destroyed. And Kalismana says, "Good riddance," as it sees it.
Perfect. Thank you, Kalismana. And I guess that's it. So.
River, we have to get down to Imrith. The dragon is the threat.
I know. I don't know. Can we move? We can't move, can we?
Not in the same turn.
No, we can't move. We'll go in a minute. Don't rush me.
He's like, you know, these dragonborn. All right. So that's going to bring us then down to Urash. Urash is here. So Urash, what are you doing?
Okay, so how could I get to this point just next to open to 2 without double moving?
10, 20, 30, 40. I think
60,
10,
right?
20,
So I'm
30,
like
40,
10,
50.
20,
I
30,
think you can actually get into the edge of the hole here. Just.
Okay. So, what I want to do is I would like to move to the edge of this hole.
Yes.
And look into the edge of this hole to see exactly where Emrith is.
Right below you.
What do I see?
Like, for sure. Like I should say,
Moving?
like over here, basically, within 30 feet of you over there.
Could I drop onto Imrith?
Depends on what you're doing it for. If you're double moving, yes, or if you're attacking with that move. So you're like, like up. This is Sparta. You could.
Yeah,
do
that basically.
Okay.
It's going to be like an Assassin's Creed-esque, like death from above moment.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, pretty much. The
all right.
eagle calls. Like, I literally walk up to the edge of this. I see him with below me. I'm like, now I have you, and I just have my axe above my head, and I just drop myself into the hole.
All right, let's bring you right on top here. I'm going to ask you to make a...
Oh, and I rage.
I figured as much.
I'm
going to ask you
quick
to...
scenario there.
I'm going to ask you to make an attack against this creature. I'm going to ask you to do it at advantage. You are leaping on top of this thing, which is currently totally occupied with looking at the hole in front of it.
And I would like to invoke the power of Tempest as I fall. So, one of the things you gave me in regards to the weapon that I currently have, my axe, which is named War's End, means, if I actually have this written down somewhere, I can't remember if I do. Oh God. I should have this written down somewhere. Here we go. Once per day, I can channel the Might of Tempest. When raging, I can do +4 to hit and 1d12 radiant damage on one attack. And the runes on my axe blazingly glow around me.
Let's make it happen. I love it. I love everything about it.
So, literally, the scenario is I run up to the edge of the hole. I see Imrith not running away this time.
Right.
And I'm no longer frightened.
No longer
I smirk
frightened.
slightly. I touch the symbol of Tempest at my chest and I say, "It's time." And I raise my axe in an attacking manner and I just lower myself off of the ledge and fly towards Imrith's spine. And I make an attack at advantage plus a +4. So let's see how that goes. So there's the first one, there's the second one. So 28.
The absolutely hits.
Yeah, does that hit?
Exactly wild as bot. Leroy! It hits.
Leroy
Yeah, it sure does.
Jenkins.
Strikes down. And Celsig, I would say that since you're looking in that direction, you probably see just the glint of something off an axe from the sun in that room before like just landing on top of it, hammer blow. All right, roll your damage.
Cool, excellent stuff. So that damage is going to be 12, 13, 15 points of damage.
Yep.
Plus, I've forgotten what I roll for radiant damage. I want to say 1d12.
Are you giant sized?
Oh,
yep.
I forgot I was giant sized. Holy crap!
Hang on, let's remind ourselves.
Sorry,
what was that?
I times
3 times
that
your
by
dice
3.
number.
3 times my dice number, so that would be 36 points of damage. Well, no, wait, that wouldn't be 36 points of damage. That would be 15. That would be 45 points of damage.
45.
45 points of damage plus 1d12 radiant damage. Now, is that tripled?
The
so radiant
the total
damage
amount
of
maybe. Let me see.
I don't know, man.
It
You
may
made
be
this
all
up,
dice.
so.
So I got. I mean, because it's the.
Just say yes.
Just say yes. I kind of need this.
3 times
I'm gonna roll
the
the
normal
1d12.
number of dice. So if you would do, I mean 3 times the normal number of dice.
Okay, so that's an additional 27 points of radiant damage.
So to be clear, we're at 72.
So I've just impacted like a human missile.
It's nice to be on this side of it for once.
It is, isn't it?
Okay.
So I've just impacted him with like a human missile straight in the back, and impacted my axe. There are just sparks flying. There is a glowing orange light. I'm pretty sure you can hear like a chorus somewhere singing a song to Tempest. Sorry, Saber.
Tempest.
There's
but it would be totally something like it's the fire of the lair of the dragon. Like,
glory hammer.
In the distance, glory hammer is playing somewhere from a lute.
Oh my god! All right, so that's tremendous. Move your token on top of its back.
Yeah, and then I'll take my second attack.
This is what he's been waiting the whole time. Like, I mean, go ahead and bring. Did you move? There you go. Almost.
I'm dragging him slowly. I have a trackpad. I can't do it very quickly. There you go.
Okay, good.
There you go. So that's my first attack. And for my second attack, I am going to do a... Oh, that's a 19. I don't know if that's going to hit.
A 19 will not hit.
Okay, that's unfortunate, but fair enough. So my second attack does not hit.
Okay. So you were on top of it?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the question is, so this thing like roars in pain and rage and like starts like, shifting around because it is next to go. But I do want to mention that just before it goes, you hear the hissing of this creature, these creatures up here, Selsig, increase. And they say, "We stole you, Imrith. Your doom is upon you." And Imrith just, "Silence!" And shouts out her rage. And then Selsig, you have the very odd experience of seeing one of these creatures turn in your direction and wink. And it turns in your direction and winks, and then pushes the one that's next to it into the hole. And the thing, so you hear this, again, and this like hissing sound comes up from the bottom. Imrith shrieks, "No!" As she sees this happen, and the one that does this, rips off its cloak. Who do you think you're looking at?
Diego, come on, it's
Diego Maradona time.
"When the time has come, the time has come to strike." And he smiles and pulls out dual-wielding rapiers and charges towards Imrith. Now, these creatures here kind of are completely, but they're like staring around, like what, has no idea what to do at this thing. And Imrith is like absolutely worried about, Urash on her back, and is also glaring something about the hole and what that doesn't, and so Imrith is just like flipping out. There's a lot going on. And Imrith now is going to do what it needs to do, or is going to try.
Can I just jump in really, really quickly?
Sure.
I didn't take into account the fact that I had a strength of 25, so there's actually an additional 6 hit points missing from Imrith.
Oh, all right.
Sorry about that.
That's listen, quite all right. We want to make sure that we get this
so
number
78,
right.
Not 72.
Yes.
Extraordinary times.
Okay, so Imrith basically moves over and slams her back into the wall. So I need you on the back of Imrith here to make a dexterity saving throw. You're going to take damage regardless, but we need to see if you can stand. Yes.
I'm not good at it. Come on, I take acrobatics, athletics, or strength. Come on.
Hey, you jumped down the hole onto the back of a dragon.
You're holding onto the back of a dragon.
Come on. Dexterity. What sort of shenanigans?
Well, you know what? Actually, if it was acrobat, I would actually allow you to take. Well, no, because you can't do an acrobatic check. It's a saving throw. Sorry. If there was such a thing as an acrobatic saving throw,
I tried to jump and grab a dragon. So come on, barbarian.
Man. All right. Tell you what, this better go well. 19.
Yeah, you do actually hold on to it, but you are going to take serious damage. That is 30 points of damage as you go slamming into the back wall, which means 15. So
15.
Which brings you, I think, to 99, if I'm not mistaken.
99. Massive damage.
So it does that as it tries to slam into it. And then it looks with rage and anger at this creature that's coming towards it, and it's lightning breath for the third time in this fight, which I'm sure is making Chai upset because you only got the one time. This thing is recharged twice. Shoots its breath in the direction of these creatures. Now, I need to trace this out to see whether or not it's going to, because it is a little bit of a cone. We are looking at 10 feet wide. So let's see. Will it hit both and maybe Selsig? I don't think it's going to hit Selsig. It's going to hit this way. That's a terrible straight line. Like that, yeah. So I think it's going to hit Diego, and it's going to hit the other creature. So, but it will not hit you, Selsig. So the other creature does not make its saving throw. And Diego, as he's heading towards it with the rapiers, stumbles. So that is going to do 16d10. This creature is blown backwards and incinerated, if possible, at the same time, by the lightning breath into the pit. Diego also, as it's hit, is hit by this thing and just terribly blackened and burned and kind of stumbles around and lands on his back and does not move. And Imrith roars her rage and her defiance. And there is now only one creature left that is standing by the side of this pit. Okay. It was Imrith's turn, and that is going to bring us to quick programming note. We are coming to the end here, one way or the other, folks. That is going to bring us down to the giants. Hecaton comes charging into the room and sees you on the back of it, and with a laugh throws itself towards the back of the dragon and its sword. Let's see. Oh yeah, that is a double hit. Is going to hit its back, so slams into Imrith. And Imrith pitches forward. And Imrith sort of pitches forward, as I say, a few steps, and again shouts, "No, the time is not right. The time isn't right," and seems to be pushing back against getting pushed. Urash.
Sorry, just explain that again.
So it pitched forward, like Hecaton ran into it and hit it from behind.
Yep.
But when it's foot forward, almost like a dog that doesn't want to go forward into the vet, right? Started scrabbling to keep from being pushed forward into the room.
So my perception here is Imrith does not want to go near this pit.
It sure doesn't want to go any closer into the room, for sure.
Okay.
Okay.
Did my rope change size with me, by the way?
I'm sorry?
Did my rope I was carrying change size?
Everything technically gets bigger with
Excellent.
you, if you have it with you, yeah.
Excellent.
That's correct. Okay. All right. That leads us up to these. That was Hecaton. We have two giants left. This one is going to come... Let's see, probably this one's going to come running up this way to try to get to that gargoyle. This one's going to go this way to leap off here and try to get down to this gargoyle. Won't be able to do it this turn. That's going to lead us to Greta with the gargoyles on deck.
Okay, my plan was to drop the flaming sphere into the hole on top of Imrith, but then I saw Urash jumping in, and I don't want to drop the flaming sphere on Urash, so there goes that plan that I had.
I feel like everything involving like Imrith in the hole has been like, I was going to do this. Like Chai was like, I'm going to do this, but then that happened. Like, God damn it.
Okay, I'm going to ram the flaming sphere into the nearest gargoyle then. Like, pop. For, again, a DC 15 saving throw, or...
It does make that.
Well, then half of whatever I'm going to roll right now.
Okay.
Wait, doesn't it get anything at least? No, just D6, 5 fire damage, nothing else. Well, that is a bit boring. Not gonna take this again. So 4 points of damage.
Okay. So that one's looking pretty hurt though.
The 3 gargoyles that are nearest to me, how hurt do they look?
This one, let's see, the one that's going in. This one looks pretty. No, sorry. This one, this was the one that got hit by the Guardian of Faith. This one looks pretty hurt. This one looks has been hit once, but is not.
Okay.
Let's do that.
I think it's time to get a bit more pro action here. So I'll walk up to the gargoyles and I'm gonna call down Radiance of Dawn. So I fear that the gargoyles are a bit better at Constitution saves than their Dexterity saves, but nothing can be changed. So it's Constitution save against 15, and 2d10 plus something that I'm gonna find out in a moment. Damage. 2d10 plus 9.
Okay.
Plus 9. Not 9. 2d10 plus 9. Damage. 2d10 plus 9 for everything in a range of that I should mention. So 19 well, that is what I get from 2d10 plus 9. Well, that is a bit.
That's what happens. You roll a 1 on the 10. Although you do get a 9 on the other one. So,
well, 2d10 plus 9 to all creatures within 30 feet of me. It's like a circle around me.
Nice. It's going to kill him. That's going to.
So I'm just gonna
injure this guy.
It's seriously yep. So that was action, move, action, bonus action, move, action. So I'm through.
Okay. Lovely. That's going to lead us to the gargoyles, and I'm closing in on a proposal for a wrap to the end of the session here in just a minute. But I'm going to have these gargoyles go first. So let's see. These 3 are going to close on him. They are going to do what they can to attack. That is going to hit. Ooh. All right, they're going to hit a couple of times. He's looking pretty hurt already. This one is not quite going to get there. These 2 are going to attack. This one gargoyle is going to be hit by that sphere again, Greta, because it's not going to move out of the way. But I'll give it a moment here. And then this one. Yeah. Okay. So that is going to injure. This one looks injured badly. So we got 2 very injured giants down here. One fairly injured giant up here.
If
and the one on Hecate and the one on you is going to attack in just a minute, Greta. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, okay, just letting me know because I'm gonna use my warding flare then to give it disadvantage on its attack.
Okay, it will make the attack right now, and it will. That'll be a disadvantage. All right. Okay, so the highest one that it would have gotten because it did a multi-attack, but the highest one would have been a 16 with a claw, based on the disadvantage.
Yeah, it wouldn't. I've got 18.
Okay, so then all of them are misses then. All right, and that means you can roll the damage on this one gargoyle that didn't get out of the way of your sphere. Okay, looking quite hurt now, but not quite dead. And one functional trebuchet remains, that's up here, and that's going to fire at Kalismana again, and is going to miss again. With a 9, so that is going to be a miss. Okay, so now here's my proposal. It is 8:36, and I did promise the community D&D crew. I don't think it's fair for me to keep them, going way beyond this. So this is what I want to propose, and it's up to what these players want to do. It's partially dependent upon Chai, because I know this is extra time that would be used for Chai. My suggestion was going to be, I think very clearly, one way or the other, you will have this wrapped in one more session, and probably you would have this wrapped in enough time for us to do the post-mortem I talked about before. So my proposal is that we look to do that possibly for this Tuesday's Pen and Pixels. That would be coming up on the Tuesday the 1st. That would be our normal time, 4 to 7 p.m. Eastern, whatever. That would allow us to wrap and do the post-mortem, and that would be the last session that Chai does with D&D. That's what I wanted to propose to you, because it puts it close enough to ArvCon weekend that it's almost part of the same mix. But I wanted to see what you folks thought. So no pressure. If you can't do that, we'll either reschedule or something else. But I just don't think it's fair to go for another hour. I mean, I can't, it's not fair to anybody else. And you did make tons of progress. This was intended to be an epic fight. But I was worried that we were going to get it all in. And, so what say you? What do you think, Chad?
I think that's fine. Yeah. I'm available this Tuesday if you're down. Like that's cool with me.
As far as I'm concerned, it's up to Chai. If Chai's okay with it, then yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, as long as it's only one more session, I'll just con my husband into being fine with it. I'll make him cookies.
Okay. So then it's up to Pyron and Mike.
I can do Tuesday.
I should be okay. Yeah, so there should be no problem.
Okay. All right. So I think that's good because that way we get, it's all part of the same mix and it gets to be pretty freaking epic. So
we found the boss mechanic. It's all right.
Maybe,
Yep.
yeah. Well, yeah, you still haven't figured out what the hell's going on, but something
What
is
is the-
going
You
on.
found there.
What is the boss mechanic?
We don't know
It's
yet.
something to do with the giant hole of no.
It's something to do with the snake.
Yeah, there
people
was
and the
like
giant
this
hole of
goblin.
nope.
There was this goblin toilet in Ultima Underworld where all the goblins like fell down and went missing, and we just find out like that they all actually fell into a river a level further down and lived there.
Yeah.
That sounds like a problem for future people.
They'll worry about that then. So
just a quick,
yeah, sure.
quick thing. Of what's your donation total at the moment?
We are at 3,025. And technically, we have till the end of your everyone saying goodbye for this matching, if you know, just put it out there.
Absolutely. So yeah, don't forget all donations before we finish will be matched by Peripheral Media.
That's right. So all Peripheral Media will match any donations at the end. And remember, these folks are only, what did I say, 375, I think it was, away from matching and surpassing the Esper Genesis team. So just letting you know, anyone who's just come in, donations, they'll get matched. You're close. We'll see if we can do this. Let me start with just at the bottom of the column with Chai. I'll tell you what, Chai, like seriously, I don't know how you felt about it, but to me, having this entire section over here be basically locked down dealing with you in some fashion made it a lot easier, because that trebuchet you took out of service and it was worried about you. Those trebuchets, as I hope I indicated, are nasty. Like, they do a lot of damage. And so your dealing with that with Talismana really helped. And it may have felt like it was clogged up over there, but without that, all the stuff going on over here, down in this section, and certainly down in the level below, would have been very hard to do. So it was quite eventful, and you got to be not just a Dragonborn, but a dragon. So anyway, how did you feel about today's session and all that? And I guess we know where all the lovely people will see you. It'll be on Tuesday, so I don't even have to ask you that. But how did you feel about today?
Of course, I loved it. Like, who would have thought that, you know, when I started up the session, I was going to level up to be a real dragon? Like, that was pretty cool.
Real dragon.
But yeah, it was kind of frustrating at first, because I was like, dang it, I was just stop moving around. I was gonna do something.
Yeah.
But in the end, it worked out great, because yeah, I've learned from many a year of playing RPGs that sometimes taking out the little guys all around the boss is really good.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it worked out fine. And of course, congratulations on ArvCon and all of its success today. It was a lot of fun. And you guys are awesome. Thank you, chat, for all of your donations, because you guys are rocking it.
Yeah, and thank you very much, Chai, for being a part of it and for giving up and being willing to con, your husband one more time for one last D&D session. But thank you, Chai, very much. Good stuff out of Chai. Good stuff as well out of Mike. I mean, Mike, listen, the generosity, not just in doing the giveaways, but then your own donations and everything, I really, really appreciate. And then on top of that, from a player point of view, a character point of view, I mean, listen, Uraj got to tempest it up. I mean, like, it took a little while, fighting Imrith face to face, in person in her lair, I think was just as advertised, basically, in terms of the might that was involved. And that moment at the end where you come up and you're able to actually, that really, I won't say that it changed the direction of the fight, but it certainly added a massive complication, and like, that's a hell of a lot of damage, and you got to assassinate it up, and like, so it was something. And of course, Imrith is not done trying to get you off her back too, so there's all that.
That's true.
But so it was quite eventful, both in real life and in the D&D world. How did you feel about again? We'll see you on Tuesday. So before that, I don't have to ask you that. I can just ask you, how did you feel about today? And again, thank you so much individually from me for the support.
Absolutely, man. It's all for a good cause. We've worked together for a long time now, and I've absolutely no problem supporting the work that you do for charities and supporting the work that you do. You are an inspiration to a lot of people, to be honest with you. And here's Dragonsphere with the $106 donation. So more on that in a moment.
That's 3131 with Dragonspear jumping in there. Thank you, Dragon.
Absolutely.
Dragon, you got to keep track of how much money you've spent you've donated, by the way, because I will never keep track of all of that.
I will definitely add Dragonsphere to the list of names for the Peripheral Media prize draws, which will take place after ArvCon. I'm just not sure when after ArvCon, when we've collated all of the names and stuff like that. But what I'll do is I'll get in touch with people through Twitch, so you should be absolutely fine to find out whether or not you've won or not.
Okay.
But yeah, I absolutely loved it. I've been so psyched for this session. It is, like you said, as advertised. Imrith is not to be messed around with. Definitely not to be messed around with. I think that's definitely shaken Urash's resolve. I'm very much excited to see this to its natural conclusion. Now I know I'm on like half health right now. Who knows where that's going to go? But yeah, I'm absolutely loving playing with this group. I always love playing with this group. I'm sad that Chai's not going to be with us in a D&D setting. I'm really pleased that she'd be able to stay with Talisman, but this group has absolutely fantastic chemistry, and I just wish everyone the best of luck with ArvCon and all of the events coming up. Oh, one very, very last thing.
Jesus, what? Oh my God. Well, that's absurd.
Should get us to the...
I think you actually say donate. Yeah,
that's how you
Yep,
do it.
Oh
that
my
should get
goodness.
us over the finish line for the S rank team.
35-31, which means two things. First of all, it means that Mike Mike gave $773 to this, which means first of all that Mike is
all
now
for good cause.
And I mean, like, it makes Mike the top. And let me show you, since Rock God's here. That means that Mike is currently in
all for an absolutely fantastic cause.
Mike is currently in the lead for this. This is an incredible. Let me see if I can show it. Hold on.
That's amazing.
Yeah, this right here.
This is my first time seeing it.
This right here is a picture, which Rock God can tell you where it was taken, but it was over a harbor in Massachusetts of the fireworks during a celebration. There is right down there you can see a spectacular, like the boats down there. It actually is so good that the Fairfield Inn, which is at the bottom right, that hotel bought a copy of this print and blew it up, and it's sitting in their lobby because it was so freaking good.
Brilliant.
And this one back here and it's literally put on this metal, so it's just, you get it and you just hang it up. You don't even frame it. It's just like right here. This is wild. And so actually that means that changes everything around, because it means Mike moves into first with this. Second, I can't. I'll go big for just a second, but I don't really.
More importantly, the S rank tier team definitely move into first place with the accumulated donations. I think is what we really want to focus on right now.
Well,
also, we are.
So first of all, I was getting to that. So first of all, so that's the first thing. That means that that means that Carlos moves into second, which is with Prince Justin's print, which is amazing. And Hillness now is on track for that limited edition Icarus thing. So that's the deal with that. Thank you, Mike. The second thing is, yes,
100%.
that means that now that you have raised $1,531, which puts you as the lead team for donations ahead of Esper Genesis and ahead of Adventures of Middle-earth. So that is quite a show of force, and I think that really is perhaps the greatest reward.
High fives all around.
Bring it on.
That's all I wanted.
That's amazing, dude. Thank you.
And we still want to see that beat in place.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, well, exactly. It would be great if we could have that.
100%.
We're now
ArvCon is only
over
half
1,000
over,
over goal too. We're only $470 some odd away from beating the highest total ArvCon's ever had, which was set last year. So that's amazing. So thank you so much for that.
Absolutely. Much love to everyone who's affected by this horrible monster, and much love to everyone who, I hope nobody who hasn't been affected by it has it in their life. I've had it in my life more than I care to count, and I've lost people more than I care to count from it. So, together we can make changes. So hopefully this goes towards some level of change. So it's all towards an excellent cause.
I mean, thank you, Mike, so much. I'm really just so appreciative. Great work today. And thank you so much for the support on all levels with this. I appreciate it, man.
All right. I love you guys completely. You are extended family to me. And I absolutely just really love playing this game with you, because like I've said many times, we've got a real chemistry, and it's true. I don't have this with any other D&D troop, to be honest with you. I don't have as much fun as with any other D&D troop, so it's just chemistry. So yeah, I just love you guys.
That's a great crew. Thanks, Mike. Same in response.
Love you.
Moving right all the way up to Dark Saber 2K. Saber, man. Saber was also super generous today in terms of the donations, and maybe set the tone for the donate, being like, let me tell you, here's how this stuff is going to happen. So seriously, thank you, Saber, so much for that. I love the little mini donation war. As far as in the actual event as it was going on, the actual game as it was going on, I mean, Zelzig, invisibility, giant, like down, you were the first one to discover what was going on with the thing. I mean, you don't even know what's going on, but something is going on with that pit and to the north and the statue and the blah, blah, blah. You just had a bunch of that stuff happening, and some very good use of dancing lights, of minor illusions, of like, it was a Celsig kind of thing. Like, there was a lot of stuff that you had to do to be able to render that. Awesome sticker. That's awesome, dude. So you had a very eventful, I would say, session. How did you feel about the challenge versus Imrith and about the session in general?
I mean, in general, I know we've talked about this to a certain degree, but people may not know this is my first ever D&D character. This is my first ever D&D campaign. I haven't played tabletop RPGs with a group before this, so this has been an experience for me. Like, for the last 5 years, I've been basically winging it. So the amount of times it's gone, yes, this character is confident, I can do this, and they've gone, well, off you go. Then I've gone, oh crap. Suddenly I have to actually deal with this. And then that's kind of improvise along that effect has been intimidating but very entertaining. It's like making it up as you go along is tricky. It's not as easy as people make it out to be. And then it's like, I go, I'll deal with this, off I go. And then it's like, yeah, Celsig's now surrounded by 10 people who want to stab him. Oh.
Mm-hmm.
So I've had to learn when to go ahead with the character, and when like maybe it's like a bit more like, yeah, I'm gonna stand back and be invisible. Good luck.
Yeah, I mean, like, but you conceal it well, Saber. Like, if people didn't know and just landed from Mars, I mean, I think I can speak for everyone in this group, and I think chat would say no one would know to me that like this had been your first campaign, or that like you just took to it like just a fish in water immediately, and like so I want to give you credit for that, because you played a character, I think, very well and consistently throughout that entire period of time. And someone said, as Thordex Mommy said, like, having a years-long campaign for your first character is not usual, and I think it's really cool that was the first experience you had, Although it may spoil you for everything else. You may be like, but wait, everything is supposed to be this awesome. Fortunately, though, you're playing more with us, so you're going to get more of these people, except for Chai, but you still get Talisman Adventures, so it's all good,
Well, we've still got to wrap this one up. This isn't in the bag yet.
Right. Not
we've
quite
got
the bag.
Talisman Adventures, and then we've got Ghosts of Saltmarsh. Ghosts of Saltmarsh coming up. That one, yes.
Yeah.
And I bought books for that. I'm already deep into this is my character. Like, this will all make sense. It's not just going to be coming up as it needs to.
Yeah, it's gonna. That's awesome, man. And
it's been good stuff. And to bring it all back here to ArvCon, where it all started, that is so good. Like the first time was like, hey, I would like to be involved in this. Is that okay with you? And you're like, yes, come on board. Come on, be a character, be a person. Yeah. And then 5 years later, here I am still doing it with all these great people who are just awesome. It's just like Mike, Pyron, Chai, people who have come and gone, in bit roles and how people do. And it's just been so awesome this whole time. It's been wonderful. Thank you. I want to just say thank you. Thank you for everyone who's been here and put up with me. And thank you with Arv for not going, why are you like this? But basically.
Why? I'm glad that you're like
No,
this.
thank you, man.
Yeah,
Thank
I'm
you.
glad that you're like this. Why would I ever say that?
You're good as you are.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Oh man, I've had, you know, like really, dude, like so many. I was crying this morning because of the scientists, and then the Adventures of Middle Earth, and I was just like, so I just had all the emotions all at one time, all the feels. I thought a lot about my mother most of today, and a lot about the people that I've lost. So hearing that makes me extremely happy. So thank you, Saber, for being a part of it, man. Seriously.
Happy to be.
Oof. Moving right along, last but certainly not least, you know, Pyron, you know, again, thank you as well for being so much a part of this and for helping not only with yourself, but also with GOG, bringing in the support that GOG has. I you know, yes, I'm able to reach out to them too, but you have been able to reach out even more than I have. You are the connection that makes a lot of this go, and I've really appreciated that, not to mention your ability as a player. So thank you so much, Pyron, for being a part of this. And, you know, I guess my question for you is, you know, how'd you feel about today's quite combat heavy, which I think everyone knew it was going to be, but definitely focused on a big old freaking dragon that's not quite dead yet. How did you feel about stuff today?
It would have been nice to not lose 2/3 of my hit points right away, but apart from that, I think the going was pretty good.
Dragon. Yeah, that was 105 hit points. That is a lot of hit point loss.
Yes. Luckily, I was a giant. Yeah. Still, I think I've pronounced my love for this group a lot of times. Yeah. Sorry, I'm like getting totally emotional here. It's also really late,
Listen,
which is not
bring it
good
on. Everyone's in the same
for
boat.
me, like holding on, because it's just like it's nearly 3 a.m. for me.
Yeah, I know.
It's this group has been wonderful for me, especially in the last years when sometimes things have not been very easy, which I usually don't put much out there, but my friends know. And it's always been kind of it doesn't look like an Isle of Sanity, and I know this, but it is an island of sanity for me, definitely, and has helped me along a lot. And I love you all, and it's wonderful playing with you. And it's also kind of sad and a good feeling at the same time to like get like closure for this campaign. And I'm also looking forward to our next campaign. I don't think we have announced our new player yet, by the way.
We did, but we can announce it again.
Okay.
We did last time, but we'll just
sorry.
mention it is.
And
who is it? You can tell us.
It is Inanda.
Yeah, Ananda is going to be joining us for that campaign, which is going to be great.
So my next character is also going to be something completely different. So
true, can
something
confirm.
completely different now, and it's just thank you all. And you know, Saber, when you like said like thank you for having you as you are. We want you exactly as you are.
Exactly.
And never ever doubt
world,
that.
Wouldn't change for the world.
100%.
But you can't guarantee my next character will be like that.
No, but
guarantee you'll be like that.
You,
That's
the Saber, the Saber. I'm not talking about Celsic here.
Yeah, the hell with Celsic. Actually, that bastard.
Screw that guy.
That guy. We don't even know what class he is. Like, what the hell is he? I don't even know.
So yeah, and then people will see me on Tuesday, and then again on Thursday, which I somehow have to communicate to Ebenezer.
Sorry, Ebenezer. Sorry, Chai's husband. I will say too, by the way, Effect Life, that yes, not only is the campaign available, but Fleos is doing an audio of this. So all of these are being put up on audio, and the more that we can spread the word about that, the better. Also, one last thing quickly, just about the GOG thing, the Ghosts of Saltmarsh premiere has the potential to be a very big deal. I can't say any more about it, but Pyron knows, because Pyron's been behind a lot of this. It might be a really big deal, so I'm super excited about that. But I am most excited that I get to play with these good friends and good people. Pyron, go ahead and finish whatever you're going to say, and then I'll say my last thing and let these folks go. Is that it, or was that...
No, just hyperventilating a bit concerning the whole Ghost of Saltmarsh thing. I seriously hope it pans out.
Yeah, me too. That would be really great.
Just let me hyperventilate, you go on.
Either way, I want to say again, I felt the same way, and I mentioned this to the Adventures of Middle-earth crew and to the scientists today, that D&D was enormously healing for me at a time when I needed it. I don't think it's hyperbolic to say it saved my life. I was bullied very badly when I was a kid, and this is one of the things that kept me from falling into into a very dark pit, and D&D made that possible, partly because it always was the way that I could connect with people together, combine together to be something better than I thought I was on my own. And I'm enormously grateful to all of my players for this campaign. I laugh more during this campaign and have more fun with this crew in terms of just the haha type of stuff than probably in any of my other campaigns. And each of my campaigns has its own enormously special place in my heart for different reasons. For this crew, though, the lovely chemistry and the way that it works together and the joy of it, the joy of being able to DM for people that are not only friends, but are genuinely having fun and enjoy doing it is just so special to me, especially when we get to do it in a way that also helps raise money to fight a dreaded disease that has affected all of us in so many ways. And so I'm so grateful to all of them, and I'm so grateful for the sacrifices they made and for the money they've donated. And so, chat, can we get some really, really lots and lots of love for this amazing crew of people? Thank you so much. I love all of you. Pyron, Darksaber2K, Peripheral Mike, and Tasty Chai. Thank you so much for being a part of this, and I'll see you on Tuesday for what will actually be the last session. But thank you all so much, everybody.
Applause for everyone who's watched us.
Yeah, chat has been great. That's totally true.
Yeah.
Let's give an applause to chat.
Yay,
Yeah,
chat.
absolutely.
Chat has been awesome. Thank you all so much. Thanks, folks. I'm going to let you folks go. Thank you. D&D with GOG, you're the best. See you soon. All right. And that is going to do it for that, but it's not the last thing we're going to do overall. 3531, people. That is not, I'll tell you what, I did not think we were going to hit that number today. I had high hopes that we were going to break goal, that we might reach or make goal today. I did not think we were going to do this well. Like, that is absurd. I'm just moved beyond words. I can't even tell you. It's amazing. We have been streaming since 11:30 this morning. It is now 9 p.m. And so we have been streaming for 9.5 hours. And that means that it is time for me to get on out of here, but not you, because we have one more event happening tonight, and then we have day 3, and day 4 tomorrow of ArvCon. Now, I am going to be cutting stream because Shadowed Mage is going to be popping on next. He is going to be leading you forward. Can I ask the team, Echo Alpha, Triffity Mats, Hoodie, Rock God, and of course Shadowed Mage, I think I saw in your chat, are you folks ready to go? And are you ready to go? What does echo means? Yes, no. What does that mean? What does this mean? Are you ready to go or not? I want to make sure I know this beforehand, because I'm going to say my little, okay, we're getting ready, and then I'm going to sign off and then allow Shadow to come on. So, well, because I have to, because I'm not hosting you. All right, I'm holding. While I'm holding, I do want to say a thank you to all the people so far who have made this amazing. Thank you again to the wonderful corporate sponsors, Athos Arts, Alligator Alley, Beamdog, Fatbot Games, GOG.com, Hairbrain Schemes, Kraken Dice, Nomad Games, Pegasus Spiele, and Tin Man Games, plus, of course, now you know, Peripheral Media, which was also a sponsor for this. Thank you to the sponsors for all the giveaways. Thank you again to the mods. The mods have done so much incredible work today. Just tireless hour after hour after hour after hour of these giveaways. I don't even know if we're caught up yet on all the giveaways. I don't think we are. I think we're still way behind on them. But I'm so grateful to the mods. I can't even tell you for all of the work that they did. And I will continue to reiterate that in day 3 and day 4. So thank you so much to the mods. Thank you so much as well to the people who, especially not only the viewers. I mean, chat, we've had great numbers today all day, and also so much thanks and so much love to the donators. 3531 means that we're less than $500 away from breaking our record for most ever raised in ArvCon, and it's going to be awesome. Thank you, Effect Life. And so we had great raids as well. Absolutely. So yeah. So with all that said, I just want to confirm, just quickly go through schedule for you tomorrow, and then Shadowed Mage, just let me know, give me the signal, Shadowed Mage, you're good to go, and then I will cut stream and then give it like a minute, and then you can come back in as well. I want to thank I want to thank all the people that have been here so far. Tomorrow, remember, starting at noon Eastern, the fun continues. Day 3, D&D with Infinity and Beyond, Palace of the Red Pasha. That is the finale tomorrow. That's going to be 8 hours. So that is definitely going to be the finale of that session. That's happening tomorrow. Then we have our concert starting at 9 p.m. Kilgore Trout will be there from 9 to 9:45. Zach Clay will come up next, 10 to 10:45, and then Indiana Jordan Gonzalez will be up from 11 to midnight, and that will be closing that out. Well, Thordax, we're glad that you're here. So for real, this is why we're doing it, is for folks like you. And then on Monday, day 4, we will have, of course, the Scum and Villainy one-shot with the scientists you met today, the DRCRF scientists, and Mike Underwood is your GM with Scum and Villainy. By the way, Scum and Villainy set in Mike's own world, the Annihilation Aria world, which is really cool. And the Pyre Waltz, special Pyre Waltz one-shot, which is going to be hosted by Brandon O'Brien, but which is going to be coordinated by the maker of that, Soup, then is going to feature Mike Underwood again, is going to feature Valerie Valdez, Brandon O'Brien, and also Amr Amaraz from Soundclash The Clampdown. So that's what we've got going on as well. Oh, you have things to get ready. Yeah, sorry, Shadowed. I guess... Yeah, well, let me know, Shadowed. I can take another minute or two. I'm sorry if that was a misunderstanding. Yeah, not my fault. I'm sorry if I maybe represented that the wrong way. Maybe I misremembered. That's quite possible. But it gives me a chance to talk to the fine people a little bit longer. So there's no rush. It's fine. You can take the time. It was getting super late for the GOG folks anyway. So that is fine. Yeah, in addition, of course, to what we did to this point, I just made a little note on the top donator list here. In addition to all of that, we had, of course, Dialad and Benoit Sokal. Benoit Sokal is the was the developer of Siberia, who sadly, the video game, which you sadly just passed away at the age of 66 from cancer. And of course, Dialad, who was a GOG streamer, who passed away some months ago from cancer. And I was actually lucky enough to be a very small part. I was in the trivia competition of the competition of this fundraiser that we were having to benefit a cancer charity in Quebec, I believe it was, for Dialad. And so that was I'm really glad that we had the opportunity, that she got the chance to see that while she was alive. Craigery deserves a lot of credit for arranging that, and Pyron Jade for getting GOG behind it. So I'm really glad that was the case. But that's what we do it for, right? We do it for the people that are gone. It is sort of, for me, keeping faith with my mother. It's keeping faith with my dogs that I lost, keeping faith for members of my family that are gone, and also, of course, friends, Dialad and many others that were affected by cancer. But it's also for the people to come. It's for the ones not even born yet. It's for the ones who are born and are here, but who will be saved because of the advances that are made. And again, in the large scheme of things, right now we're at 3531. I hope we keep adding in that donate and keep building things up here. Yeah, I agree completely, Nimorgan. JLC, there is a link. Please, ! Donate is the link. Good to see you, JLC. ! Donated space and then the number that you donated. That will allow you to count it up. Yes, please. And it's good to see you, JLC. So those things, and I've heard so many stories from all of you today. Gamer Main was talking about this, about one of his guildmates who's dealing with cancer. We have Thordax Mommy in here who just had surgery to remove thyroid cancer. This is something that we're dealing with, and it's going to make such a big difference. Oh, yes, it's called, so you're going to find it on Pen and Pixels, Thordax Mommy, actually. If you go in and look at my Pen and Pixels playlist, and you go down, you'll see all the ones that basically say D&D with GOG that are listed in my Pen and Pixels. That's the ones that are there. I probably should eventually do another playlist for D&D with GOG, but I have a lot of playlists on that channel, so anyway. But I've heard that so many times. All of these people that are affected by it, and this stuff makes a difference. Yeah, my pleasure. This makes a difference, right? It makes a difference because what we do now is going to affect others. 3531 may seem like a drop in the bucket, but it's not, because it's all of us, many of us who have never met each other face to face, most of whom haven't met each other face to face, who are doing this to help each other despite the difficulty of this year, despite the difficulty of all of this situation. Oh, thank you. I may take you up on that, Mike, at some point. Yeah, I might do that. But Did you make a playlist like that already? I'm sorry, I didn't know that you did that, Second Obs. Really? That's new to me. Maybe you told me that, and I don't know, man. I'm a little busy. I've been a little busy. I didn't know that, Second Obs. My bad. D&D with GOG, a selection of Arv and Ellerized Pen and Pixels and ArvCons. I did not know you did that. That's awesome, Second Obs. Holy cow, that's really good. Well, there you go. There's your playlist. I didn't know that you did that. Thank you, Second Obs. That's really awesome. I didn't know that you did that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate that, Second Obs. Musician and a scholar and a gentleman. Thank you, Second Obs. Thank you. Well, there you go. So anyway, but I've seen so many people that have been, inspired by this, and this effect means it's not just loss upon loss. I think sometimes we see this and you just hear like, well, and we lost someone else, and we lost someone else, we lost someone else. But what is not talked about are the people that don't get lost because of the advancements that allow us to treat childhood cancers. And those people live full lives because the cancer has been cured, something which couldn't have happened even 30 years ago. Or cancer survivors, friends of ours of the family who have lived for 30 years after cancer diagnosis because the treatment was so different and better. And because of all of the hope that exists, right? The things that can advance forward because of what we do here. And not just in cancer treatment, but in other forms as well. So there's lots of reasons, I think, to hope when we come together as a species. We do a lot of things bad to each other, but we do a lot of things very good to and with each other also. And those are the things that I try to focus upon on this channel. So I am so grateful that we have a group that did this. Nimorgan, thank you. And it's !donated is actually what you're looking for. And thank you. That would bring us, if that is what you're going to do, if you could do donated space 19, just so it, like, we kind of put it all together there. It helps later on. So if you're able to do that, there we go. 19. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Nimargan. I appreciate that. That brings us up to 3550. And again, folks, that means that we are only 450 away from tying our record for the most money raised. We raised $4,000 last year for the charity. Last year it was the Juvenile Diabetes Research Foundation because of the loss of our mod Kilobyte that really inspired that. But for this, 3550, this is back to Damon Runyon. This is already this is the most we've ever raised for Damon Runyon in a year. This also, by the way, puts us well over $15,000 raised in ArvCons overall. And so that's an incredible show of force, especially when we've been dealing with all of this stuff, with COVID and all of the effect that it's had on all of us over the past year and a half or whatever, year and change, I guess, right? 15, 16 months. So thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for doing this. I'm just really honored and excited and really glad that we have all of these people that are behind us. And it's only, we're like really, I would say now we're moving into the halfway point with Community D&D. Once Community D&D's passed, we're going to be slightly past halfway, and then we're going to be into Palace of the Red Pasha. By the end of tomorrow, we'll be 3/4 done, and then we'll be going into the overtime day, which will be, of course, Monday's Scum and Villainy. So, so what a great Saturday this has been, and obviously a promise of more of it to come. Shoutout, how we doing? How are we looking at things? And again, my apologies for any misunderstanding I may have had over that. Should be ready to go in about 5 minutes. Okay, cool. So yeah, my apologies again, Shoutout. Sorry for the misunderstanding. So yeah, I guess the other thing I would mention very quickly is just a quick note about the sponsors. Every year I approach, usually about a month to 6 weeks ahead of time, I start approaching the various corporate sponsors. And what always strikes me is many of these folks, most of the ones you see that are on that list over there, and of course Peripheral Media would now be added to that list now that it was secretly revealed. But most of the ones on that list are ones that have given before, right? Oh, I see. Geez, I hadn't even thought about that. I mean, you know what, actually? I mean, Shadowed, I don't want to break. Oh, yeah, do you want to do 20? Well, Shadowed, you tell me. Well, hold on now. I don't mind doing that. I need to take a little bit of a break, but I don't mind doing that if all I'm doing is capturing you. I just didn't want to do a bunch of others. You reworked it? Okay. All right, then we'll just do it that way. Sorry, my bad. Because last year you weren't streaming, I don't think, to the channel. And so that's why I think probably I don't believe. But if it's my fault, my bad. I'm sorry. So again, I may have missed it. Yeah, if you could do !donated and then space 20 JLC, that would be great if you could do that. Legacy of Dragonholt, we have not finished already. We will be doing more of that this coming month, actually. We will be doing, hopefully, a couple of sessions, if we can, of Legacy of Dragonholt. So my hope is that we have that finished by the end of the summer. I've really enjoyed it a lot, too. It's been great. So, but just to get back to the sponsors quickly, I did find the hidden message. It was great. So over here, there's the $20. Thank you so much again, JLC. JLC, longtime viewer of the channel. Good to see you, JLC, and thank you so much for that. So that brings us up to $35.70. Thank you so much. So yeah, our sponsors with Alligator Alley, Athos Arts, Fatbot Games, sorry, GOG.com, Hairbrain Schemes, Nomad Games, Tin Man Games, they have all been sponsors with us for many years. And I always worry that I'm going to approach them and they're going to be like, look, and they have always been, oh, that's awesome, Mecca. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. We really makes a difference having the community such a big part of this and having you be a part now of the people as players too. But those sponsors are always with us, and I'm always worried that they're going to be like, I can't keep doing this, but they always step up, and they're always like, we're happy to do it, and promoting us on social media as well, and that's really great. So I'm so grateful to them, and I'm also grateful to the new folks that come on board. Some of these, of course, I had on board before. Pegasus Spiele, of course, sponsors my Talisman Adventure games. Beamdog, I've interviewed before. Trent Oster, before I've had on this channel interviewed, and of course, Fatbot Games, I know Tibor Repta pretty well, and I've spoken to him on several occasions, rather long conversations we've had about different stuff. And that, of course, the makers of Vaporum and Vaporum Lockdown over on GOG, when I played it over there, both of those games. So I know them, but this is the first time that they've jumped on board to support us. And and Kraken Dice is another one that's brand new here. Pegasus Spiele, Kraken Dice, Fatbot Games, and Beamdog. So we have 6 repeat sponsors this year. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, and if you count Peripheral Media, which I certainly do, 5 new sponsors, and that's amazing. So I'm so happy that we've been able to do that. That we've been able to make that part of the mix where these sponsors jump on board, especially because they do this clearly. I mean, it doesn't mean that they therefore get like exposure and attention. Sure, who cares? Right? That's part of the idea. Good people should get exposure like this. Good people should get this kind of information where people know that there are good companies and companies that you should support. And so yeah, I'm most glad that this is the case here. As far as that point, that's right. It'll be your last ArvCon from your space. The next place you'll be in a different spot, a different place, Echo. So, well, thank you, Mike. I'm really appreciative of that, and I'm just speechless at the amount of generosity you individually showed. Mike and I have worked together quite a bit, not just in playing, but also in videos and things like that you saw, the GOGCOM video, several of those done, including the whole story so far video. Mike did that as well. So, I'm very blessed to have it. Also, Mike is just a really genuine, nice guy. And, that whole crew, as you all saw by how emotional I was getting, they're all wonderful people. But man, I mean, Mike is such a good guy. And I really appreciate that. And all of them, Saber, Pyron, Chai, Mike, and all my AiME people, Tren, Terry, Brad, Amal, just great people, and all the Aspergenesis people, Kat, Carlos, Zach, Johnny, these are all wonderful people. And I'm so grateful to them for making this what it is. So, yeah, listen, I mean, what year? This is the 7th year of ArvCon, JLC, the 7th annual ArvCon. And I actually live in a house now where having a live in-person ArvCon isn't absolutely ridiculous within certain parameters, I suppose. I don't know. I would love to have ArvCon be in person at some point. That would be great. Listen, ArvCon actually started as on a whim, really. It was back at a time when my dog Lilo had passed away, and I was just kind of angry, and I was like frustrated, and I was so sad, and I didn't know what to do to make something of it. And one person had joked about we need to have an ArvCon. And it might have been our Polar, it might have been Burner who did this. Somebody said that. And I was like, yeah. So then I'm like, you know what? And the first year it was just very simple. I think we raised like $495, something like that. And I just gave away a bunch of codes and books that I had. And then we just started to build up from there. And then we started pulling on corporate sponsors. And then we started having the top donator gifts. Rock God started doing his thing. We started having, other people jump on board. Kerflop made his custom pens. And we had all these other things that we added into the mix. And always, and I chose Damon Runyon very early on because it was the kind of foundation that did all the stuff that I wanted it to do. The overwhelming majority of money goes not to overhead, but to the charity. It supports young people who I love. It supports their passion, their energy, their interest. It keeps faith with my mother and the family members and pets and people that I know that I've lost their lives and that have been affected by this. And you just put it all together, and you end up with this. And so, the little con that could. All right, sounds good. Good night, Mike. Thank you so much. So yeah, it's been great to have all of us do it. And as I always say, there are collateral benefits to this too, because it also shows that we can come together. So it inspires us not just in cancer research support. It inspires us to do other things, to come together as a community, to reach out to each other. And so. Yeah, that was you who did that. It said the thing about what if we had a label. Okay, sounds good, Shadowed. So I'm going to close down stream here in just a minute, but so it's been awesome. So I am not going to come on after Shadowed Mage tonight. What we're going to do is I'm going to stop my stream here. I'm going to do the little GOG outro video here. Then I'm going to stop the stream. And again, don't go anywhere, because right after I stop, so basically a minute or two after I stop, we're going to come right back on, and Shadowed Mage is going to be bringing you the rest of the way tonight with the incredible Shadow Crew, Community D&D with Rock God, Trifity Mats, Echo Alpha X5, and Hoodie. And if I just may say one other thing, the Community D&D folks are also special to me for this reason. We call it Community D&D because these are people who literally came out of our community. These are people who we met originally as viewers. They're people that came from the Twitch community at large and became a part of what we did. And it's very special to me that group of people gets to play together, that they like each other as much as they do. Shadowed Mage has done a wonderful job with that campaign. And I love the fact that we have, and my goal is to do more of this, to have more of these things that I don't specifically run that are part of the community spirit. And so I love that. And I really want to say thank you to that crew for continuing to move forward in the spirit of what D&D is, which is bringing people together, and in the spirit of what our community is. That's amazing. Yep. Damon running 100% transparency. They are rated top rating from Charity Navigator. 86.1% of their funds go directly to the cause, which is a huge number. So yeah, so it's awesome. I'm super excited. And so thank you to the Community D&D folks for doing this. As for you, chat, thank you for being with me for 9 hours and 45 minutes of streaming. I am now going to head off. I'm going to stretch. I'm going to drink some water. I'm going to eat some dinner. I'm going to, check in with my daughter who's not gone to bed yet. And I'm going to make sure that all that's in place. And then I am going to watch with all the rest of you, and I'm going to watch as more stuff happens with ArvCon and as more things happen. So let's keep it going. Let's make this happen. Dinner and late night stack, you got it. Let's make that happen. Let's get that number. If we were to hit 4,000 tonight with Community D&D, how great would that be if we could hit that goal? So let's keep pushing it upwards. From the bottom of my heart, so much love to all of you, and we're not even halfway done. We're closing in on halfway done, and so thank you. Most of all, love to the viewers in the chat today and the donators. You've done such great work today. So many of you were here the whole time, and it's been a joy. What an honor to do it. All right, I'm going to play the video and cut stream. Stick around. Shadow Mage and the Shadow Crew coming up next with more Dragon of Icespire Peak. But thank you all, and much love to the D&D with GOG crew, earlier the Adventures of Middle-earth crew, and the scientists. Bye for now. Stick around in just a few minutes for Shadow Mage. I'll see you folks on the other side.